Hey everybody, what's up? It's your girl Constance Carter. I am so glad that you all are here. Thank you for joining me. Oh my God, I'm excited. Hopefully you can hear me. I don't have my mic over here. I'm excited. I'm excited that you guys are all here. That on such a short notice, that a lot of you have decided to join me today for this training. Um, so as you come on in, I want to give you an opportunity to just shout you out. This is just kind of like what I do with the podcast. I love to shout you out and see where you're watching from, see where you're participating from, see what it is that you're doing. Any Black owned businesses in the house, or if you have an idea, I want you to put it in the chat, because I want to acknowledge you. I want to recognize you. I always love to be interactive. That's my teaching style. I love interaction. As I always say, this is a dialogue and not a monologue. So I love for you to talk back to me. Okay. So many of you signed up. I see people coming in. What's up, Kathy Campos? What's up, Ginger? How you doing? Where you guys watching from? Where you guys at? Tons of people. What's up, Eileen and Royal and Vernetta and Karen? I see Darlene all the way from Bermuda. Where are you guys watching from? Joyce asked if the replay will be available. And oh, by the way, this is streaming out only on the Constance Carter YouTube. This is not on anything else, and it's not going to be available after today. So I pushed it out on that. I know I pushed this out on like 7, 8 different platforms. So if you saw them like on the Black Business School, if you saw it on the Fly Nubian Queen page, if you saw it on Dr. Boyce Watkins page, it's not streaming out there. It's only streaming out on my my YouTube page, which is only going to be available. But the replay will be available for those of you who signed up. I think we have a couple of hundred people that signed up. For those of you who did sign up and you can't make it, this is going to be available for the next 24 hours. After that, this is going to go inside the Grow Your Money Club. So this is a training. I'm going to give you guys a lot of game, a lot of information, but it's not designed to be here. I'm not going to keep you here all day. This is just an hour-long training. We're going to get in, get out, and go for the rest of our day. You heard me. So I know we have people, like I said, that are from all over the world, all over the country. I see Tamara is from Anderson, South Carolina. What's happening, beautiful people? Who else? Where else you guys watching from? Okay, what's up, Margaret from Frederick? You right down the street from me. I'm in the DMV. I'm in Bowie. Darlene, thank you. Booker, you always walking with me. Booker's always, doing the things. He's in action. I always say, don't just be a hearer of the word, be a doer of the word. So Booker is in action. He's gotten his living trust together. He gets on here every day watching and interacting with me. So I appreciate you. Karen in the Bronx, what's happening? I see Ginger in New Jersey, April West from Virginia. Thank you. Lauren Diaz. Lauren, always love to shout you out. Excuse me. Okay, Sunshine Diaz. I didn't know your name was Lauren or Loren. Sunshine Diaz always is watching every single day on the podcast, and she has Victory Village Wellness Center in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. All right, bet. So she has a wellness center. She not only, from what she said to us, she not only has her center in Oklahoma City, but she travels, and she just got her franchising license. So she is one to reach out to. I see Elizabeth in St. Louis, and I'm just giving you a little bit. I'm going to start at 11:05 to give people time to get in. So I'll be starting around 11:05. Just let you get time and get settled. All right. So Antoinette from Philly, what's happening? I see you, Jeanette from Youngstown, Ohio. I see A is watching from Florida. He's on the YouTube. It's only on Constance Carter YouTube. Let me see. Who else? I see James. What's up, James? You always be on here too. From North Carolina. I didn't know that's where you're from. All right. So Candace said, I literally just started an online private practice providing therapy, coaching, and consulting. Congratulations. That's awesome. Let's see. My business will be in health and wellness, teaching by example. I love that, Sparkle. Thank you. John Trey from Cap City, Richmond, Virginia. Etheline, I love you. Etheline is a fervent learner. She's a forever learner. She's actually in the B1 real estate mastery training that I have, where I'm teaching people how to become real estate investors. So, and developers. So congratulations. I see Deanna from Milwaukee. All right. Maryland, North Carolina. I don't got my people in here. What's up, Ty? How you doing? Is this my friend, my homeboy Ty? All right. Let's see. Who else? We got Huntsville, Tamara. Okay, Compton in the house. All right. Okay. Yes, yes. You guys are in the building. Is it okay? All right, we're a minute behind. All right, bet. I just want you guys, I want to give you enough time to get in, get comfortable, because we have a lot to learn. We got a lot to cover, and I want to make sure that I answer all your questions. So we're going to get in, get out. We ain't going to be here all day. So I have a slide. I have a slideshow. I love to just kind of give you that so you can have, something to follow. Let me see. Where are we sharing? Okay, here we go. So we're going to talk about how to bring your idea to life. Think it, build it, monetize it. Okay, let me go to the slideshow. All right, we ready? Okay. All right. Everybody can see, everybody comfortable. You made yourself at home. Listen, the bathroom's over there to the left. The exit. I'm just kidding. All right. So listen, the first thing I always love to do is I want to qualify. You may or may not know who I am, but I just love to qualify who I am, introduce you to who I am so that you can see who it is that you're talking to. And so that you can understand why I am so passionate about what it is that I do. So so today you're going to learn how to identify your unique genius. That's important. Build a business strategy around your unique genius and start monetizing it. Okay. So who am I? I am Constance Carter. All right. So I built the largest Black-owned real estate firm in California. And I'm a servant leader. So the way I operate is in service. And if you've ever come to my office, I see Kathy Campos in here. She's a title rep for one of the title companies that we always use. You know that we operated our business very differently. We had 2 offices. This one here is in Stockton, California. Have a Catalyst Real Estate School, beautiful office on the water, just a beautiful, beautiful synergistic environment and culture that we created inside Catalyst Real Estate Professionals. Always offer training, always there to make sure that our team was motivated. They're top producers. So beautiful, beautiful company that we built. Also a real estate investor. So this is one of the buildings that I owned. I sold it last year, but it's the co-op spot. It's a commercial space in Sacramento, California, where we had, a podcast room. We had an all-purpose room. We had, a co-working space, private offices, all of those things. And I'm a cannabis investor. Now, you're not going to see this on social media. Again, this is coming off. But the reason why I show this, it's always funny because my dad, I would take these pictures and I would send it to my family. Look at that. And he'd be like, you better get that on Facebook. And my dad, this is a text message. My dad don't know the difference between a text message and Facebook, but I would never put this on social media. But this is when I would go into my marijuana dispensary and they would not allow us to use banks. So we had to go in there. I had to go in there and I had to get cash. So it wasn't located. It wasn't in the worst location, but it wasn't in the best location. And I would always have to run in with a big bag, get my money and run to my car. And so when I would go to my car, when I would drive off and go to a safe location, I would just show the little money. But we're able to use banks now. So I don't keep cash like this. So, but I own a cannabis dispensary in Stockton, California. I'm actually one of the owners. I'm not the sole owner, but I'm an investor here, and I'm a best-selling author. And so I have several books, and I have books, I have t-shirts, I have paraphernalia. I do all of that, and it's always on the suggestion of other people. One thing about me is I'm not the big ideation person all the time, but I am an executor. And this is what today is about. I really want to inspire you to execute because you've been sitting on an idea for far too long and it's time to execute. When I wrote my first book, Keeping Score, it wasn't because I ever desired to be an author. Now I got 5, 6, 7 books now. Never had a desire to be an author. But somebody told me, and again, I do everything up on, like, if somebody has a great idea, I'm going to execute on it. Somebody said, I was obsessed with credit. And somebody said, you should write a book. And I was like, really? And she was like, yeah. And I wrote a book. I self-published it and it became a bestseller. Now, there's a way that people become bestsellers and they don't sell no books. You got to put them in certain categories and stuff like that. I knew nothing about how to do that. I just uploaded my book and I learned how to self-publish it. I learned how to format it and all that stuff. And I uploaded it to Amazon and it became a bestseller. But it helped thousands of people with their credit. And so if you look at the reviews, people say that this book has literally changed their life or saved their life, is one of the the reviews. And then I wrote The Secret to Breaking the Broke Code, which I'll talk a little bit about what that means later, but that's more of a personal book. And then I did the Build Credit to Build Wealth workbook, which is like keeping score on steroids, which is really designed to help you boost your credit. It gives you homework. And I mean, it's just a great book. And then last year I put together the Wealth Accelerator workbook, which is something that is going to really help to create generational wealth. So it's a workbook that you could utilize and that you could work with every single day. Now, we just released this book called Unbreakable. I'm actually doing a book signing this Sunday here in the DMV. One of the ladies in the area, we have several. We have the Net7 Collective. There's women from all over the country. But again, this idea that I had, it didn't come from me. It came from a Net7 Collective session that we have. And we'll talk a little bit about Net7 Collective later. But it came from one of our sessions. And the idea, somebody said, hey, we should do an anthology. And I was like, really? And within a month, we had a book. And so now these ladies are now authors. They're published authors. And it's so cool. 17 of the ladies from the Net7 Collective, from all of our cohorts, 17 women. We've had over 75 women in our cohort, but 17 of them decided that they wanted to be a part of this book. And the beautiful thing about this book is we talk about our stories, our triumphs, our setbacks, but our comebacks. And that's what this book is about. And so the ladies all over the country, they're doing book signings, and they're doing all these great things. And we're going to get together in June, I believe. And so we're going to do something really special here. But this is something that, again, I didn't come up with the idea, but I am an executor. And so that's today. And as you'll see through anything that I do, I'm going to encourage you to not just be a hearer of the word, but be a doer of the word. Execution is everything. Okay. Got a TED Talk. Anybody see my TED Talk? Put it in the comments. Has anybody seen my TED Talk? It's called Google That Shit. And I got about 440,000 views. I was hoping I was going to get a milli. I had a big run on the TED Talk, y'all. It was going like it was stagnant for like a year. And then all of a sudden it just took off, and I was getting like 10,000 hits every day, just hits. And then all of a sudden it said, oh, so for the past couple of years, it went up to 440, and then it just kind of peaked there. But it's a great TED Talk. It's, I watch TED Talks, and it was my dream to do. And this is about just having an idea and putting it out in the universe and manifesting. And that's what the TED Talk was. And so if you have a desire to do a TED Talk, we could talk about that too. That's an option and an opportunity. But this was one of my dreams that I wanted. I seen my girlfriend up doing a TED Talk, and I was like, oh my God, I want to do that. And it happened. And I'm so grateful. I mean, it's just everything that I put out in the universe. When I want to do it, I just do it, just like Nike. This is the most important job I have. Y'all, I am the mother of 4 awesome and amazing children. These kids are everything to me. They are awesome and amazing and trifling and lazy and all the things. They're all the things that raggedy ass teenagers and young adults are. My son's room is a mess, but they are just so inspiring to me. They're doing some amazing things. I have 2 sons in college. One's at Jackson State, one's at Hampton University. I have a daughter who graduated from Hampton University. Shout out to my daughter. And she's my business partner. So she's a real estate professional. She's licensed in California, DC, Maryland, and Virginia. And my youngest son is in high school, and he's 6'1", 6'2". I don't know where he got his height from. And he has my face. But those are my kids. So that's my most important job. And then I'm a wealth activist. What does that mean? My goal and my job is to introduce everyday regular people to the idea of wealth and what that means and the secrets and the possibilities. That is my goal and my mission in life. I'm so grateful that I've been able to amass certain things. I went through a really tumultuous divorce a couple of years ago, moved to the East Coast. And because I made some really great investment decisions, I was able to move, buy a beautiful home, support my children, do all the things that I've been able to do. Now I'm coaching people and I'm training people and I'm just living life on my own terms. And I want to teach you, it's because of the secrets that I've learned, the things that I've learned, the habits that I've created, all the things that I do, I share them with other people. That's why I go live every day. That's why I have my podcast where I'm just sharing things every single day. This is why I do what I do. Is because I do it for you. That's my give back. This is my love. If I died today, y'all, I will be a happy person. And I live a really fulfilled life. I wouldn't be happy that I died and to leave my kids, but I'd be fulfilled because I'm able to live and be in alignment with my purpose. And so for that, I'm grateful for. And so that's who I am. That's my purpose work, a wealth activist. Okay. So let's talk about why this is important for you to start your own business. There's a huge wealth gap out here. In 2017, and this was the premise of my TED Talk. In 2017, Forbes magazine published a story that was from Prosperity Now, an Institute for Policy, that said median Black wealth was going to be a 0, and not far behind it, Hispanic wealth was going to be a 0 a few years after that, 2053. I don't know if y'all know it, in 2053. And there's ways, and in my TED Talk, I talked about ways that we could really close that wealth gap. What do we do? How can we do it? What are the things that we could do? Because I don't believe that this is true. I believe that there is a great equalizer with the internet, right? I always say it and fucked around and gave us the internet. And oh, by the way, I curse and I love God. So if you don't like cursing, you might as well get off now, because I may say a couple of F-bombs or MFs or whatever. I don't know what I'm liable to say. But they gave us the internet. And I believe that that's the great equalizer. That's the thing that's going to make it possible. With the internet, we have a possibility to do business across the world without a brick and mortar. We don't have the barriers of trying to get access to loans, based upon race, and a lot of the racism that's still out there. Because we have the internet, that gives us a little bit more equity. Right. We're able to do a lot more. And so this is so necessary. I always say there's 4 ways that we could really close the wealth gap. And that's by investing in, stock, real estate, businesses, and yourself. Okay. These are the 4 ways that I believe really can set you apart to really close that wealth gap. And so I don't want your wealth to be a 0. That's the reason why I'm a wealth activist. Like we need this. You need this information. You need to be investing in yourself. You need to be starting a business. You need to be investing in real estate. Like, all of those things are very, very necessary. You need this. And so that's the reason why. That's one of the reasons. Is we need to close that wealth gap. We don't want to do that. If the trend continues, if we continue being a consumer class, because if you're Black and we have almost $2 trillion in spending power. That's bad. Because we're a consumer culture. We're not an investor culture. And so we have to shift that mindset to become investors rather than consumers. We just got to change. There's little things that we can do to move the needle to change, to become an investor and not a consumer. And so there's strategies. So that's what I'm here for. That's what I'm here to teach you. So, they had some DEI rollbacks, and it disproportionately affected African Americans. Why? Because especially in the federal government space, I'm in the DMV now, and I think 80% of the people who live in the DMV work for the federal government, and they're losing jobs big time. When we talk about DEI, we know that it did not help Black people as it helped other people, right? So we knew that white women benefited more than African Americans. We know that veterans benefited. We knew that other people benefited, but Black people, we still benefited because, again, we're consumer class and we're also working class. We have a small percentage of business owners in our community. And so when you have things like when we're dependent upon the government for certain things and the government decides, yeah, we don't want to do that no more, you're at their mercy. All your eggs are in one basket. What do you do? And so we need to really be in position, because Ecclesiastes 11:2 said, have 7. Then it said, no, 8 revenue streams, because we never know when a disaster may strike the land. Right now, we are in disaster mode. Yeah. With everything that's going on in this country, we are in disaster mode, and we have to shift our mindset. 2020 was a disaster. My divorce was a disaster. Had I not had multiple revenue streams, I may not be in the position that I'm in right now. So all of these things are important. Starting a business, being self-reliant, self-sufficient, independent, these things are important in order for you to be able to be insulated from these things. Okay. Uh-oh. All right. I don't know what happened here. All right. So how do we close the wealth gap? That is a good question. Did you know that the median wealth for African-American families is $24,000 compared to $188,000 for our white counterparts. Did you know that? So the average median income or the median wealth, your net worth is your assets minus your liability is $24,000. And our white counterparts is $188,000. That's important to know so that you know where you are, you know where you're starting from, so that you can know where you're going. Okay. So what do? You can start a business. And that's why we're here today. We want to turn our idea into a business. How many of you want to turn your idea into a business? Yes, you want to turn your idea into a business. Somebody said, where do we register for the real estate school? Are you talking about Catalyst Real Estate School or B1 Real Estate Mastery? That's something totally different. Start a business. 70% of Americans want to start a business, but only a fraction actually do it. So, by a show of hands, how many of you wanted to start a business but never did it? Yeah, Jasmine. Jasmine said, yeah. Me? Yep. LaShonda, Josephine. Hey, JR. Sophia. Who else wanted to start a business? Me? Yep. Karen. Yep. Terry said, for me, it'll be an additional stream of income. Okay. Yes, yes. James said he had 3. I won it and failed again. Yep. Yeah. I got one new building it up. Okay. Did, but losing it. Okay. Oh, no, I hate that you're losing it, but maybe we can do something about that. Okay. A lot of you want to start a business. Let me ask you this question. What has stopped you from starting your business? What is the thing that has stopped you from starting your business? I'll tell you, and let me know if any of this resonates with you. And if it does, just say which one resonates with you. Fear of failure. How many of you had fear of failure? How many of you want to start a business but don't know where to start? How many of you are not motivated to start a business? You're just not motivated because you don't maybe have the accountability. Maybe you don't have the coaching. Or how many of you have fear of success? There are actually people who have fear. They fear success. You know why? Oh my God. Well, what if I don't have the demand? What if I can't keep up with it? What if I fail? What if I'm not enough? What if I'm not enough? Yeah. So let me see. Fear. Clientele wasn't building. That's why. Okay. Money and time. Yep. It takes money to make money. I'm glad you said that, Charisma. Yeah. Ethelene said fear of success. That's interesting because maybe I don't have the means to be able to support my business. I get it. Deanna said, I feel lost and insecure since I messed up before. I get it. Yo, I talk about all my successes. I'm telling you all the great things I've done. I've lost hundreds of thousands of dollars. Real talk. I failed. I filed bankruptcy. I had a 379 credit score. I foreclosed on houses. I short sold houses. Car was repossessed. I've been homeless before. So the only thing that you could do is just get back up and try it again. What does Aaliyah say? First, you don't succeed. Brush yourself off and try again. Okay. That's the failure is just the learning piece. It's what makes you stronger. Like every transaction I've had in real estate just about has been a challenging transaction. Why? It's a good thing. And I was telling my daughter that the other day, you need these challenges because they make you a better business person, right? Nobody wants to fail, but that's part of the process. Okay. Linda said, I'm not motivated. Marilyn said, money. Don't know where to start in finances. Ooh, how many of you have been putting everybody else before yourself? I'm working on it. Fear of failure, loss after divorce, maybe fear of success is now the issue. Yeah, I understand, Darlene. Misdirection, lack of knowledge, lack of resources. I want to start. Jasmine said all of the above, accountability partner or group. No one will want it. If God gave it to you, guess what? Somebody will want it. There is something that you do that people will pay handsomely for, Karen. Trust me. You just have to know that what you do is of value to someone else. And this is part of what I do with my training, with Net7, with all of the trainings I do. You got to understand that there is value in what you do. And once you believe it, other people will believe it. But if you don't believe that there's value in what you do, nobody's going to believe it. I do have fear of success. Patricia said, working 6 days a week, exhausted. Yes, Hunty. Working paycheck to paycheck, behind as of January. I get it. When you come home from work, do you really want to do anything else? Probably not. Knowledge. But Sophia, you didn't sign up for the Grow Your Money Club. You didn't sign up for the Fly Nubian Money Club. Congratulations, because you've taken the steps in order to get there. Okay. So there's so many different things. Sunshine, the one who always promotes her business on our show. I had the fear. I did not have a support village, and now I want to help others. I love that. Okay. So there's so many reasons why Young Biz said resources. Okay. Sunshine said, use your current job to fund your vision. Failure is part of the journey. You're not sure how to structure a business. Okay. All right. Awesome. Thank you guys. Listen, I said this is a dialogue and not a monologue, right? So I'm so glad that you're engaged and you're talking back to me. All right. So let's start with goal setting, because I think this is really important that all successful people do. Now, they may not do it in this way in particularly, or they may not articulate it this way, but this is something that I came up with and I live by it. If you read my books, it's in all of my books, because this is an important piece to your goal setting journey, y'all. In my office at Catalyst Real Estate Professionals, this was on my wall. I had affirmations on the wall everywhere, right? This is innately in my, like I said, my books, in my training. The first thing you have to do, if there's anything you ever want to do in life, is you have to have a vision for it. I want you to write this down. Okay. You got to have a vision for it. Let's even talk about biblical terms. Okay. Without a vision, what happens? And you can put that in the comments. Without a vision, you're not going to get nowhere, because you got to be able to think about what it is that you want to do first before it could actually come into fruition. So what does that look like? I do a lot of visualizations before I start anything. So remember I said I wanted to do a book and I did it. I wanted to start a business and I did it. I had to see it in my mind before I could hold it in my hand. When I started the Net7 Collective, and I don't know if you know about the Net7 Collective, but this is a community of women from all over the country that are dope and amazing. I sat down and I fasted for a week, y'all. Now, I ain't fasted before. I ain't never fasted before, and I ain't never been able to complete a fast afterwards. But I was so motivated at the end of 2022 of what I really wanted to do. And I sat down and I fasted, and those hunger pains, they was kicking my butt. However, every time my stomach would growl, I would get more motivated at what it was that I wanted to do. It was like, this was this challenge that I had, this hunger inside me, literally and physically, right? This hunger I had inside me to get this goal. And when I visualized it in my mind, you guys, I said, this is what I want. I want Black women. Why? Because I'm a Black woman. I'm able to relate to them. I know what their pain points are. I know what they need in life. I know what they're looking for. They want to build legacies. They want to live life on their own terms. They want to increase their net worth. And I know that Black women, when you teach a woman, there's an African proverb that says, when you teach a woman, you teach an individual. But when you teach a man, you teach an individual. But when you teach a woman, you teach a nation. I knew that I had all that in mind, but I had to have a vision for it first. Okay. So think about that thing that you want to do to become in alignment with it. The second thing you need to do is you need to write it down, because the Bible says what? Write down the vision and make it plain. So you got to write down your vision. My goals are right here. And the beautiful thing about the iCloud is I've had my vision, my goals, training. I always say this is a multi-million-dollar source of information, because I've invested hundreds of thousands of dollars in myself. And I've had this phone since 2013 in the cloud, and I can go anywhere. Any training that I've had all over the country and outside of the country internationally is right here. So I write down all my goals. I write down everything in my phone. I can always access something. Every training I had, I was in leadership trainings. I was in business trainings. I was in speaker trainings. I was just in every single training you could think of. And I wrote down everything. I wrote my notes, but I also wrote my vision in my phone. The third thing you have to do is you have to speak it, because life and death are in the power of the what? 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 Are in the power of the tongue. So the things that come from your head and your heart and your spirit, and when you put them out in the universe, guess what? You're going to see things happen. But not only are you going to see things happen, it's also a reminder. So when I have my goals in my phone, and every day before I go to the gym, and I ain't been in the gym in 2 weeks, y'all, that's a whole nother story. But when I speak my goals as if they're my affirmations, it's number one, I'm putting it out in the universe. But the number two thing is it's a reminder of the things that I have to do in order to stay in action. So when I speak my goals, I'm also putting them in the universe, but it's a reminder for me as well. And then faith without works is what? Faith without works is what? Say it in the chat. What's faith without works, chat? It's dead. So you have to work it. You can think, write, and speak and do everything that you want to do. But if you don't embody that thing and to get in alignment, it's never going to happen. So you have to work. If that means you got to invest in yourself, you got to spend the time. If you spend time on Google, if you spend time listening to podcasts that are productive and not just talking about bullshit, if you are going to class, if you are training, if you're going to meetups, if you're going to conferences, if you're signing up for the Grow Your Money class, all of those things, right? Because it's a concerted effort of a whole lot. It's not just one thing. People think they do one thing and that's it. No, I want you to listen to me. I want you to listen to some other experts too. I want you to, what's this, the saying, test the spirit by the spirit. I want you to study and show yourself approved. So I want you to do all the things. I want you to get the training from somebody else. I want you to go and listen to somebody else and gather what's good for you. Take the meat, chew the meat. Is that what they say? And spit out the bone? Yeah. So embody everything that you need so you can be in alignment. And the last one, I love y'all. Y'all are so dope. Y'all up in the chat. The last one is to receive it. One of my favorite scriptures is, don't be weary in well-doing, for in due season, you will reap your harvest. But what's the last part to that? If anybody knows, and if we have any Bible scholars in here. Don't be weary in well-doing, for in due season, you will reap your harvest. Does anybody know that second part? If you faint not. What does that mean? Yes, Christina. Christina said it. Yes, Christina. Yes, yes, yes. Sophia, get in the room. Get in the room. And listen, you guys. She said on the YouTube, the stream, a little behind on the StreamYard. Oh, it's behind on the StreamYard. Okay. But if you're on YouTube, if you're watching on YouTube, we have several people watching on YouTube right now. Go to the Think Build Monetize, thinkbuildmonetize.com. And if you can get in here, if you can get inside the room, that will probably be better because the interaction is a lot better. So if you're on the YouTube, go to thinkbuildmonetize.com and come in the room with the rest of us. All right. She said Galatians 6:9. All right. If you faint not. Yes, Brenda. If you faint not. So that's the part that's important. Don't be weary in well-doing. If you're doing the right thing, if you're sowing all the things that you need to sow, if you're putting it out there, guess what? It's going to happen. The thing about it, though, is people will stop just short of the goal. You'll be right there. You'll be doing it. And this happens so much in my real estate business, right? So I'll have a brand new agent come in and they're doing all the things. And then they're like, you know what? I'm just going to go and get a job. I'm going to get a 9 to 5. And they'll be right there, right before their breakthrough, right there. And then they'll say, you know, and you don't even know if you just pushed a little bit further beyond your comfort zone, beyond your comfortability, because there's no success and progress inside comfortability. You got to get uncomfortable if you want success. You got to get uncomfortable if you want success. So you have to just do the things. You got to work and work and work, because there is a reaping and a sowing, y'all. There's a reaping season and a sowing season. And if you don't reap what you need to reap during sowing season, guess what? You're not done sowing yet. or you didn't do what you were supposed to do during sowing season in order to reap. It's two reasons. So if you continue to do what you're supposed to do, it's going to happen. If you reap all good stuff, you're going to get back good stuff. That's a universal principle. If you just sowing out negative, I said reap, sowing. If you're sowing out all negativity, you're going to reap negativity. That's just what it is. And I don't have time. There's a whole lot of stuff that I don't have a whole lot of time for, which is negativity. Like if somebody brings something to me, I can't, I don't have the concept. I don't have the concept. I don't have the bandwidth to be able to have that in my aura. Cause I got so much stuff to do like that. I can't. So that is the thing those are the 5 steps all successful people do. They have to have a vision for it. Write down the vision and make it plain. Speak it as if it's your affirmation. Work it and receive it. And I want you to do this. I'm going to give you an affirmation challenge. Okay. So speak the things as though they are out loud every day. Right. And do it for 21 days. If you do it for 21 days, then it becomes a habit. So I go to the gym. I haven't been in the gym in 2 weeks. It's been crazy. It's because I have to get up. It's my son's fault. My son's always running late for school. And that's actually my fault. I'm not getting up early enough, to be honest with you. But I've been going to the gym for the last at least 16, 17 years faithfully get up and go to the gym. Now my body ain't as young as it used to be where I can just spring up and just go, because that's what used to happen. Now it's just like, it's a little cold and you move a little bit slower than you used to move and all those things, right? It's not as easy to get up and go as it was before, but it's still a habit. Sometimes I go to the gym and I don't get out the car, but I go because it's a habit. And so the same way that you create a habit in speaking life into your life is the same way, because then it becomes part of your DNA. It's a habit. It's your system. Speaking life. Speak life over your life. Speak it every single day for the next 21 days. That's your challenge. And you'll see how things are going to change in your life. It's going to be part of your DNA. Okay. All right. So here's the thing that you need to do. You need to create a strategy. Define your audience. This is your avatar. And when I talk about an avatar, I'm not talking about like the movie Avatar, or I'm not talking about the little cartoon Avatar. I'm talking about this is who you're serving. So when I developed the Net7 Collective, I said, this is who I want. And I was very, very clear. Black women, ages 25 to 65. Actually, I have women, the average age is probably like 55, 60. I have women all the way 80. Right. So just because your avatar is who it is, it doesn't mean that you can't serve anybody outside that avatar, but just getting really clear on what your audience is, who is my audience. Okay. What is it? What's their problem? What is their pain point? What is it that they need? And what is it that you have to give that they need? How will your genius, your intellectual property, whether it's consulting, whether it's a brick and mortar business, whether it's an online course, how can that help them change their life in one way or another? Okay. So you gotta know, you gotta understand, who is my target audience? Okay. What does she look like? What are their psychographics? How do they shop? Like I got all the way really, really clear on the women that I help, They have a little bit of disposable income, right? They may or may not have invested on this level before, but they know that they want something different. They understand that they're sick and tired of being sick and tired. They need strategies, tools, tips, all those things in order to just move the needle for their lives. And they've done it by themselves. They try to keep doing it and doing it, and they've had no success. So they need help, right? So I've defined their problem. So I want you to do the same thing right now while you're sitting here listening to me. I want you to write down, what is their problem? Who's your audience? Who's your avatar? And what is their problem? And then how are you going to solve their problem? I'm giving you 30 seconds to do that. Okay. Hopefully you guys are writing this down right now. While y'all doing that, let me just look at the comments. Okay, Terry came over from YouTube. And if you guys are watching from YouTube, I see there's still people on YouTube watching. You guys come on in the room. Go to thinkbuildmonetize.com and come in the room with everybody else. Okay. Terry said, as a former U.S. Marine, I know about being uncomfortable to complete a goal. Yep. Sparkle said, I know of a singer who gave up and began applying for a job and then just got signed to a label. Anita Baker. Yes. Etta, you can contact me for any speaking engagements. Maddie said, your greatest success is usually around the corner. I love that. Linda said, me being Darlene said, that's me being institutionalized. Now it's time to break the chains. It's time to break the chains. All right. So Sparkle, everyone unhealthy, so many health issues out there. So you're going to solve their problem, right? All right, bet. I'm glad you in the room, Yvette. Linda said her market is seniors. I'm glad that you've identified that, Linda. That's good. Sparkle said it's hard to identify a niche. The great thing about like the Net7 Collective, I'll say this, is that you have people who do similar things and they're able to collaborate. So I have, when you talk about the health challenges, it reminded me, Dr. Shirley, who's a physician, and she has a medical practice. And then we have LaTanya, who is a diabetes specialist. Well, they connected to bring something together. All right. So you have a community of women. Collaboration may be something that you want to do. We have meetings every Wednesday. And one of the things right before we got off the call, somebody said, oh my God, President Trump is dismantling the Department of Education. What are we going to do? I have several educators inside the group, several educators. And I said, what I want for you to do is I want all of the educators to come together, formulate a small group, and figure out how you can be insulated or what you need to do in order to pivot. It's always good to have a community of people. So perhaps you have someone that you can partner with that has the same mindset and goals as you. Okay. So think about that when you're talking about it's hard to find your niche. It may not be. You might have your next joint venture partner around the corner from somewhere. So, just continue to put that idea out there. Let me tell you something. When I got my my dispensary, my marijuana dispensary, this was just an idea. Okay. So I was at a conference, and I met, it was a conference. It was a CEO space. And there was another brother that was there, and I forget where he was from, but we were like the only two black people at the whole place. And so we kind of connected, and we were just chatting. And he was telling me he owned a Five Guys he owned a bunch of Five Guys franchises. And he was telling me that he wanted to get into the marijuana space because he said, tons of brothers are been in prison. And oh, by the way, shout out to Governor Westmore, who just pardoned a bunch of prisoners who were in prison for marijuana convictions. But he said there's a bunch of brothers who are down, been serving, hefty sentences. And then you have these other people who have been making money off of the same thing. And it was like, I just want to sit at the table. And I was thinking, I want to sit at the table too. And so when an opportunity presented itself for me to be an investor, I was just like, somebody called me, was like, I got a line on a marijuana dispensary. And I was like, how much of a check do I need to write? And it was that simple because I made a decision. And this is what I'm talking to you about. Once you make a decision and you're intentional about that decision, God will open up all the avenues in order for you to make it happen. But you have to make a decision in your mind that this is what you want. Okay. So it can't just be a fleeting thought or a passing moment. It has to be a decision. So those 5 steps that I told you about that you need to do, you need to have them ready. When I decided I want to do my TED Talk, I wanted to do it 2 years before I actually did my TED Talk. That TED Talk was in my phone 2 years before I even got in the call to do the TED Talk. I was ready. I was ready to receive it. Okay. So that is making a decision, a conscious decision that this is what you want to do. You'll start to see things come into alignment. Okay. Tyrone said realtors sell short-term and long-term lease fully furnished options. All right, Tyrone. Holly, there will be a recording just for today. I love you, Holly. Shout out to Holly. Holly's in the B1 Real Estate Mastery Training just for today. So you'll have an option to be able to come back here if you're registered inside this Think, Build, Monetize training. If you're registered in here, there'll be a recording available for 24 hours that you'll be able to come back and see. All right. All right. Whew, love y'all. Okay, where am I at? Y'all got me distracted. I gotta hurry up. I gotta get through this. Oh my God. All right. Monetize it. Okay. So here's the thing. Start small. It doesn't have to be big. It doesn't have to be magnanimous. Because if you start small, then you can actually build up the capital to make it big. So before I start, okay. So let me just tell you how some things worked out for me, right? So in my real estate practice, I got another revenue stream back in 2013, and I brought lending, right? So I started doing loans. I brought mortgage brokering in my business, right? So now I'm making a bunch of money in that, and I was making so much money that I began to flipping houses. So I go from real estate to loans. Now I have the money to start flipping houses. I'm paying cash for some of these houses. So now I'm making this money to purchase these properties cash, and then when the opportunity for the dispensary came up, I had the cash to purchase that. I'd be forgetting the sequence now. And then from there, when I wanted to buy some commercial space, which I showed you guys in the beginning, I had the money. I put some money away in Acorns, and we're going to have a free training around Acorns next month. And then I had my weed money, and I put it together, and that was my down payment for my commercial building. So when I say start small, start with little things, and you take those things, like even if you're cutting the fat in your budget, right? Say you have just money going out, it might be even Starbucks. What are you going to do with that money that you save? Are you going to put it into a vehicle that's going to generate revenue for you, or are you going to spend it on something else? So creating different habits, right? And then taking that money and being able to invest it in other things that are going to make you more money. That's the strategy, right? So for me, it was the real estate and the loans, then the flipping houses, then the marijuana dispensary, and then the commercial properties. There was a sequence. I didn't just get to the commercial property. I started small and I built up there, right? So start small. Begin with the MVP, a minimum viable product. Test your idea before making it bigger. You can use digital platforms. So with Voice, we use a platform called Teachable. Shopify, y'all, I have products. So somebody, again, I'm not the ideation person, but somebody said, Constance, you come up with the greatest terms. You should put it on t-shirts. So guess what I did? I got t-shirts. In fact, I got a couple of weeks ago after the election. You know how they said Black women, we gonna sit this one out because we pissed off, whatever, right? So I was saying, yeah, we gonna mind our Black business, and we gonna mind our Black business. And that was off the dome. I was like, ooh, drop the mic, y'all. I think I'm a rapper. I think I got bars. But so then I created a shirt. Look, minding my Black business and minding my Black business. Okay. That's a whole nother revenue stream for me. I have that on Shopify. So you go on my Shopify, I have a bunch of t-shirts with different sayings. It's a drop shipping business. When you talk about multiple revenue streams, I get money in all different directions, even when I'm sleeping. It could be something small like that. I have an idea. So I told you about our books, right? We did books. So we have products getting ready to come out for our books. Okay. So there's so many ways. So start small and then think about scaling. This could be your way to get the money that you need for that bigger idea. It doesn't have to be that magnanimous idea. It could be something small. Shopify, social media, Patreon, Teachable, Kajabi. Those are training platforms that you could use to put your training on. So my trainings are evergreen. That's another revenue stream for me. So I put it on a platform which you can sign up and you can take the training at any given time. Marketing is extremely important because you could have the best product or service, but if nobody knows what it is that you do, you ain't gonna get nowhere. So you can't be a secret agent. People have to know what it is you do. And I don't know if you know what the rule of thumb behind marketing is, But people need to see your product or your service at least 12 times before they buy. At least 12 times. Why? Because society, social media, our attention span is shorter than a goldfish. So you need to continue to be in front of people, continue to be in front of people. So if you put a blast out, nobody buys, it's just what it is. If you put a product out and your family and friends don't even buy, it just is what it is. Don't get upset. Don't get discouraged. That's what somebody was saying at our training over the weekend. I did a 2-day turn your idea into life training, and somebody was saying that they were upset because their family wasn't supporting them. Their family didn't believe in them. My family, everybody buys real estate from me, but all the other stuff, I think they turned me off at this point. I got so much going on. And it's okay, because the people who they're probably not going to be the ones who are the first ones signing up for your stuff. Except for me with real estate, they know that they got to, because I'm going to hook them up like nobody else. So you got to market yourself. And then you have to create a niche. Remember when I talked about your avatar? Because when you market to everyone, you market to no one. So you have to be very clear on who it is that you're marketing to. Okay. And then creating multiple revenue streams out of it. So get really clear on one thing. Become the subject matter expert at one thing. And then that can branch off to all these other things. So me being in real estate, I just wanted to help people. When I got into real estate, that was the first thing I said. When somebody said, hey, Constance, why did you get into real estate? I just want to help people. That's it. So that help turned into all these other things. Now I'm helping people with their credit. Now I'm helping people to be able to create businesses because I've done that. Now I'm able to, all these other things come out of that one thing. And that was helping them with that one thing. Okay. And so all the things that I've been able to do, I just duplicate it and I show other people how to do it. So that's how I'm able to create multiple revenue streams out of the one thing. Does that make sense? All right. Yes. And rates, email addresses. Oh yeah. And so marketing, your email marketing, all of those things. So check this out. Using your intellectual property. Think about this. If you had a course or if you had something that was valuable, it could be something so simple, y'all. It could be like underwater basket weaving or whatever. And you market that joint right. And you charge $100. Let me go to the other page. I think it's on the other page. You get 10 members and you charge you charge 10 members $100. Yeah. 10 members, $99. You're going to make $990 off of that one thing. Now, just by virtue of you doing something that you know how to do, would an extra $1,000 be nice? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So say you take that same concept and you were able to market it and get 100 people in there at $99. That's almost $10,000 for something that comes easy to you. Does that make sense? Could you use an extra $10,000 for something that came easy to you? Yes. Well, what if you put the information out there and you kept putting the information out there and people, it caught on like wildfire and it was a snowball and now you have 1,000 members in there and you're only charging $100. That's $100,000, y'all, for something that you know that other people will pay for. Could you use an extra $100,000? I'm just saying, I don't know anybody who can't use extra $100,000. So little things like that move the needle. Okay. So my book, The Secret to Breaking the Broke Code, there's 5 principles to that. And I just want to share that with you. How do you get here? It's the secret to breaking the broke code. How many people may be tired of being broke? Anybody want to do something different? You're tired of just living, or you're tired of it just existing? Yeah, a lot of you are just tired of existing, right? And so you want to break the broke code. Yeah, Linda said me. Yep, I feel you. Marilyn, yeah. So broke is an acronym, and my book, The Secret to Breaking the Broke Code, is really a personal biography, and I talk about, you know, my childhood, my parents, and where I've come from. But the B in the broke code is having the belief. And it's not that we don't believe in things. It's not that we don't believe in God or believe in ourselves, because we have high self-esteem. We know we fine. We know we fly. But a lot of times we don't believe that we deserve things. All right. We don't believe that it's for us. Well, maybe I'm not meant to have this. I have a cousin that used to say, I think I'm meant to be poor. And that cousin was poor until the day she died. Real talk. Because she believed that was meant for her. If she believed anything more for herself, imagine how much that she could have done with her life. The R in the broke code is being ready. Now, remember when I told you about the marijuana dispensary? I was ready to receive it. I was the right person in the right place at the right time. Now, just a few years before that, I filed bankruptcy, 379 credit score, couldn't buy shit out of a paper bag. And I said to myself, I'll never be in a position again where an opportunity of a lifetime comes up and I can't take advantage of it. I was in the foreclosure epicenter in Stockton, California, and I couldn't buy any of those properties that were $25,000, $50,000. And I was selling 300 of them a year as the top broker, but I couldn't even do it because I filed bankruptcy because I had more month than money. I wasn't ready. I had to go through that in order to get myself to be the right person in the right place at the right time. I was ready. Are you ready? Are you ready? It's a question for you. Are you ready? Being the right person in the right place at the right time. The O is being obsessed with it. Okay, what's that idea that you have, y'all? What's that idea? Are you obsessed with it? Are you obsessed with getting it done? Are you obsessed with being in alignment with your purpose? Are you eating, breathing, drinking, thinking, all of that stuff with it? You got to be. If you really want that success, you got to be obsessed with it. There's no way. Read the book Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill. All the millionaires he interviewed were obsessed. I'm obsessed with you all. I'm obsessed with y'all. I'm obsessed with educating you to get you to your next level. I'm obsessed with that. That's why I get up every single day. I ain't going to the goddamn gym since I've really been doing the damn podcast, because I'm obsessed with y'all. I'm obsessed with giving you guys information. I'm doing training all the time. I'm doing this training right now because I'm obsessed. So you got to be just as obsessed as I am, willing to sacrifice. Y'all, it's about to be outside season. My body ain't ready for outside season because I'm obsessed with y'all. For real. I done put on some old pounds. I've been cooking dinner every night and ain't going to the gym because I'm obsessed with y'all. Okay. The other one is being knowledgeable. Damn, I put this on a whole different, I took it out of PowerPoint, and so I didn't even look at the formatting. That's why the other pages was jacked up. The other one is being knowledgeable. Okay. So investing in yourself, y'all. Taking the training that you need to take. Getting on YouTube University, learning what you can. You gotta want it bad enough. I've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on getting the knowledge so that I could. My coach charged me $50,000. I had another coach that was $30,000. I paid $10,000 to prepare to do my TED Talk, and I don't even remember what I learned. I don't even think I learned anything in that one. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. You lose some, you win. You win some, you lose some. You're not going to waste no money with me if you ever invest in anything. So I've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars in my own success, for my own knowledge. Okay. So you have to be willing to do whatever you can, whether it's self-paced, self-taught, whatever. Instead of scrolling mindlessly on social media, be obsessed with getting the knowledge and information that you need. You being right here today saying to me that you're sacrificing. You put other things to the side so that you could be here, so that you can learn something new, so that you can learn something new. So I just want to give you kudos for that. Shout out to you for that. Okay. And then making wise investments. Damn. Yeah, I should have looked at this before I transferred it over I took it from PowerPoint to Google Slides and I didn't do it. But E is economical. Economical meaning making good decisions, investment decisions, making sure that you are investing your money so that your money is making more money, all of those things, having those multiple revenue streams. That's how you break the broke code, being financially literate. And oh, by the way, if you're in and around the DMV area, I'm starting my Get Financially Lit series where I'll be doing mixers over here when it warms up. I ended up doing one last year and it was really great. We had a couple hundred people that came out and it was really dope. But so if you're around the area, I'll be starting those back up. Different, like probably happy hour spots. So anyway, Get Financially, that just came up out of nowhere. Get Financially Lit. Okay. I ain't seen this next slide. So what this looking like, let's see. All right. So are we coming up on an hour? We're at an hour. Yay. Okay. So I want to share an opportunity for you to work with me in a few different ways. And so if you just give me a few moments, we could turn your ideation into manifestation, into monetization. You see how the slide just came through? Anyway, give me a few moments and I'll give you a few different ways to take your stuff to the next level. First, I want to tell you about the Grow Your Money Club. If you are not a part of the Grow Your Money Club, you need to be. So if you ever watch me every day, let me just show you what the Grow Your Money Club is. Have you joined the Grow Your Money Club yet? If not, why not? The Grow Your Money Club is a comprehensive program designed to take you through the complete wealth building journey. We don't just offer random courses, we guide you along a clear path, starting with fixing your credit and becoming a certified credit expert, to building your business, increasing your cash flow, diversifying your portfolio, and ultimately letting your money work for you. With over 30 trainings designed to increase your net worth, you get to either purchase the trainings individually or go through the 12-month roadmap. Here are just a few of the courses. From campus to cash flows, this is teaching your children to become real estate investors. The Wealth Map training shows you how to eliminate your debt, increase your credit, and diversify your revenue streams. You can learn to write your book using ChatGPT. Learn how to build your online community. What about 8 ways to make money using AI? Oh, and here's 7 online revenue streams to fund your $1 million dream. How about learning how to purchase tax deeds or land banks? What about getting started in government contracting? If you're a rookie, the Real Estate for Rookies training has everything you need. The Business Blueprint training will help you build your business foundation, get business credit, get business funding, and learn how to pay yourself so that you can scale your business to the next level. Or perhaps you want to create jaw-dropping video content using CapCut, Midjourney, and ChatGPT. There are so many trainings and master classes within the Grow Your Money Club, and I also drop 1 new training per month. You do not want to miss out on this opportunity to invest in yourself, because guess what? You are your biggest commodity. You are your biggest investment. Join the Grow Your Money Club today. Yay. All right. So Keita was like, I'm ready. Somebody she said, yay. So that's one of the ways that you can work with me. Okay. So the Grow Your Money Club, $97 a month. I have over 30 trainings in there. This training is going to be in there for those who didn't get the chance to get on live. Actually, the Grow Your Money Club, 7 days free training. You get free Grow Your Money Club for 7 days. The reason why I did not have a problem in doing 7 days, they said do 3 days because you don't want to give people too much. I got so much stuff in there that I know that you'll need what it is that I have. So that's why I made the Grow Your Money Club available for 7 days for free. So if you're interested, go to growyourmoney.club and sign up for the Grow Your Money Club. So that's the first way you can work with me. Okay. So that's the entry level way that you can work with me. $97 a month, 7-day free trial. Go to growyourmoney.club. Easy breezy, right? All right. So the second thing I have, what is the second thing? I have 3 things I want, 3 ways. Oh, yeah. Okay, y'all, listen. So I'm doing a 1-day workshop. I'm doing a 1-day training, the Bring Your Idea to Life training. I just finished. So the reason why I'm doing this today is because I just finished a 2-day training over the weekend. It was phenomenal. Okay. It was absolutely phenomenal, but I decided to do it again, but condense it into a 1-day training. It is this training on steroids. You're going to get me for a whole 6 or 7 hours. So we're going, and you're going to talk back to me in real life. So it'll be a Zoom training. You're going to be in breakout rooms, all of that stuff. Okay. So this is going to be on a Saturday. This is going to be on March the 29th. So not this Saturday, not tomorrow, but next Saturday. Okay. Only $97. You get to spend a day. I charge for one-on-one coaching, y'all. I charge $500 an hour. This is a $97 training, a workshop that just only for the next 7 days. That is worth more than $497. I can guarantee you that. But if I could take you from your idea to having it manifest to even monetizing that, $97 is a great investment to spend the day with me to be able to get your idea to life, to bring your idea to life. Okay. So let me just show you. Oh, shoot. Oh, let me just show you one of the testimonials.
I must say that this training has been an absolute blessing to me.
Y'all can hear this, right?
Constance has made me awake in ways that I never thought. She has pulled out things for me that I didn't want to be pulled out. I think she has, even though she doesn't say it's a gift, I think she has a gift whereas she can see something in us that we may not be able to see in ourselves. And she doesn't stop until she pulls it out of you. She wants the best. I believe in her teaching. And I think she makes sure that you don't settle for less than the best. When she comes with her all, and you can genuinely feel her sincerity and her speaking to you and her teaching you. And she wants you to not just accept for mediocre. I thank her for making me see that, yes, my business vision is possible. The sky is the limit. And if my mind is made up, then what's stopping me? Nothing can stop me other than Linda. If God is with me, who can be against me? I am determined to make my business flourish and be what it should be. And it's all because Constance was willing to take the time to have this training. I can even take it again. I am so elated and excited about what she has done for me as a person. It is the best workshop I've ever been to. And I thank her for being determined to pull out of us what she knew that's in us because of what's in her and because of where she has been. So because of her journey, I am now here able to sit and speak with her and look to be a better person on my journey and to help somebody else along the way. Thank you, Constance. From the bottom of my heart, I thank you.
That was beautiful. That was really beautiful. So they paid $397 to be in this training with me for 2 days. Men and women. So this is not just for women. This is for men and women. And so I'm offering this to you today for the next 24 hours. That's the reason why I'm allowing this to be to be able to watch the recording for only $97. And then I'm going to promote it to the public, people who aren't here. I'm going to promote it to the public for $149. So for you being on this training in the room today, $97 to be with me in this training. And this is going to be, us rolling up our sleeves and getting our hands dirty. So if you're really serious about it, let me see.
Hi.
How do I get off it? How do I get off of here? So it's $497 value packed into one powerful hands-on. You'll get clarity on your vision. You'll build a monetizable offer, and you'll create a launch-ready action plan. Finally, a step into your purpose. So if you're interested, go to Bring Your Idea to Life. You see there at the bottom, bringyorideatolife.com. If you want to be a part of this training, $97 just for y'all who are here. And if you're on YouTube right now, I know there are people on YouTube right now, that YouTube recording will be deleted as soon as it's over. So it's no longer going to be available for rewatch. Only people who are inside this portal, thinkbuildmonetize.com, are going to be able to see the training for the next 24 hours. So this offer is only for 24 hours. I want to show you one more person, Miss Terry. She had another powerful testimonial, and she was actually in the 2-day training as well. And look at 2 days compacted into 1 day, and they paid $397. You guys are going to be paying $97 for the same information.
I'm so glad that I participated this weekend. It allowed me to grow and to see that I can do anything that I put my mind to do, regardless of how challenging speaking in public is. And I will recommend this to anybody that is actually trying to get their business launching, because your techniques and your style and getting us to actually open up and share our story was excellent. I mean, the presentations and the way you fed back what we gave you was just inspiring. So I do recommend anybody to actually come to this workshop and learn how to, become a better business person and learn how to launch their business.
So that was someone else. So we had, like I said, we had men and women in this training, and it was just, I pour everything. I take everything that I do very serious. Like, I don't take lightly me pouring into you, me coming before anybody. I don't take any of that light. Like, I'm really serious because I believe that what God has given me and what I am purposed to do is extremely important. And so I make sure that everything that I do is very calculated. You did not come here today just to be inspired. You came here because you know that you're sitting on something powerful. You got a gift, a story, an idea, and it's been calling you. And maybe you didn't know what you wanted to do with it until now. I'm going to tell you something, and I want you to write this in the chat. Motivation without execution is just a good feeling. I'm going to drop the mic on that. Motivation without execution is just a good feeling. I'm going to say it one more time. I want you to put that in the chat. Motivation. Y'all motivated? Yeah. Rah. I'm ready to go. Without execution is just a good feeling. Thank you, Pamela. I created that for people who are just like you, who are motivated, but they're tired of dreaming and they want to start building. This is a full day where we're going to roll up our sleeves and get experiences, and we're going to take you from your idea, from concept to true clarity, from passion to profit. You're going to walk away with a step-by-step plan to launch your business. And this is not fluff. If you know me, if you've ever worked with me, Kathy Campos said, thank you. Shout out to Kathy Campos. We've done business together. She's seen me up close and personal with Catalyst Real Estate Professionals. This ain't fluff. This is just a framework that we're going to help you go from concept to clarity. Okay. And I've used it to help dozens and hundreds and thousands of people actually to turn their ideas into income, their stories into books. Net7 Collective, we have a book, an anthology. This is an investment into your future. So if you are interested, you need to sign up. And I wanted to tell you, because I can't have too many people in it. Spots are limited. I can only have a certain limited amount of people in it because I'm going to be working with you. I'm going to be working this is a workshop. So it's only me. So there is a limit on the seating. So after this, the price, for the public is going to be $149, which is still, it's $497 is still cheap, but I made it this price so that you can afford. So money wouldn't be an option. Money wouldn't be a barrier. Money wouldn't be an obstacle for you. So if you go to, thank you, Etta, bring your idea to life. I'm going to put that in the chat. Bring your idea, the number 2 life.com. And you can register for it right now. And you can get this $97 offer that's only going to be available for the next 24 hours. All right. We clear? We good? Y'all still rocking with me? Okay. I got one more thing I want to show you. So for those of you who are women, lean in. I want to talk to you about the Net7 Collective, because that is an opportunity that all right. Sparkle it is a Zoom. I'm glad you signed up. I'm not going to, so here's the thing about this. I probably won't do it again, at least for that price. This is like an intro price. So this is me. I did this 2 days, and like I said, I didn't want this to be a barrier of entry for you. But I do want you, I did this so I could help you, but I also want you guys to go out there and kill it. And then y'all can say my name all over the place. Constance Carter, help me. Cause I'm not going to have it this low again. But I do this same training I do inside the Net7 Collective. And I don't know if you know anything about the Net7 Collective, and I always talk about it, but that's my passion project. That's my baby. Let me share my screen again, because I want to introduce you to that. And this is for people who want a little bit more hands-on and relationship. The Net7 Collective, I love that. I love the women that I work with. So I already told you that. Secure your spot today. I'm not going to do it again at $97. So the other thing is the Net7 Collective. That's me and my girls. We're getting ready to come together in June. They are putting together an anniversary, which is going to be pretty dope. Anyway, this is Black women. There's an African proverb that says, when you teach a man, you teach an individual. So for Net7, let me just tell you a little bit about what that is. Okay. So this is your opportunity to work with me in a continuum. So it's not just, sorry, keep going. It's not just a 12 weeks. This used to be a 12-week program that I had, where I had these women and come in, and I would show them different things to increase their net worth. But what happened was, after the election, I thought about, what can I do to make sure that these women stayed in action? And I know some people, they end up learning at different paces. Like, some people can learn in 12 weeks, and some people, and they're doing great things. Like, they're speaking all over the place, and they're writing books, and they've created businesses and other revenue streams. I mean, it's amazing and fantastic what they're doing out in the world. But I made it so that it's year round, so that I can continue to make sure that they're in action. If you're really ready to not just start your journey, but you want to be in alignment with your purpose, if you're tired of doing it by yourself, and you're tired of being the strong one and the one that's there for everybody else, and you sit in your dreams on the shelf, and I know that's a lot of us, because that's what we do as women, right? We support everyone else. We build everyone else. So this isn't just a course, a 1-day course, a 2-day course. This is a community. It's something much deeper. It's not a rah-rah session. It's a lifetime membership, and it's a sacred community. And I'm very selective about the people that I put inside the community. That's extremely important, because synergy is important. It's important that we have the right people. All money is not good money for me. And so it's just having the right balance of the right people that I choose to be inside this community. I would love to talk to you. It's women who are ready to build and walk in their purpose and change the game, not just for themselves, but for their families and for their communities. We learn how to build businesses and brands that's rooted in our purpose. They learn wealth strategies, from in real estate to investing in other things. They create courses, wrote books. Our book that we wrote was in the top 100 on Amazon within 24 hours. The best thing is they get the support. It's not a space where you code switching or you have to shrink to explain your brilliance. It's not that. It's for women who's ready to stop playing small and finally step into her passion and her power. So that's what we laughed together. We cried together over this week. Someone was dealing with some things, and we stopped right what we were doing, and we prayed, because we want to make sure that everybody feels supported, and it's just a sacred place. So if you're interested in the Net7 Collective, I want to offer this to you as well. I want to offer you the opportunity to be able to join us, to join this group of women from all over the country, from all walks of life. Let me just show you. So I have so many testimonials from the Net7 Collective. It's just an amazing group of women. But if you haven't seen them, let me show you one with Dr. Emma Fraser. If you know who Dr. George Fraser is, one of the most brilliant thought leaders in the country. His sister Emma, she's one of the most brilliant thought leaders in the country as well. Harvard PhD, 80 years old, wisdom of the yin yang. But here's what she said.
When I joined the Net7, I had no idea of Constance connection. I met a group of women that changed my life. But Constance showed me, when you get one-on-one coaching with her, you get a certain amount of those. You meet these women. We learned about government contracts. We learned how to build wealth. We learned about real estate. And we built a sisterhood that sustains me to this day. So I'm telling you, if you want to rock your life, if you want to grow your brain, if you want to upscale your brand, you can get all of that with today's purchase of the great. And I tell her, her name Constance is who she is. She is constant. She is resilient. And you will feel like you're the only one in a group of women, because she has an intimate touch when it comes to knowing her clients.
Yes. So first of all, I love Dr. Emma. She's so dope, and she's so wise, and she's so brilliant. But also, y'all hear my daughter in the background? Yeah, that's my biggest supporter. That was at the Power Networking Conference. If you have not been to the Power Networking Conference, you need to be at the Power Networking Conference. I started going there in probably 2013 as an attendee. You know, you have all these Black millionaires and billionaires just walking around, sharing their knowledge. I started off as an attendee, a broke ass attendee, and now I'm on the staff. I'm teaching training, I'm teaching classes. So that was her getting on stage, just talking about her experience in going through the program. And so if you're interested in the Net7 Collective, let me just tell you about what that looks like for you. Now, we just did an anthology called Unbreakable. And again, that was not from my idea. That was upon the idea of one of the ladies, Miss Kamika. So we did this anthology, and it is amazing. And I would definitely encourage you to pick it up. It is a wonderful book. We have a hardback, paperback. But this is just a portion from her part. I could not breathe. I had a black computer cord wrapped around my neck, and I was pulling and gasping for air, fighting and screaming for what have only been seconds, yet it seemed like an eternity. That's what she said inside the book. Ooh, it was juicy. My mama was like, ooh, that book, ooh. My mama said, this is the best book you ever wrote. Dr. Shirley Jones said, in our house, children were to be seen, not heard, especially girls. So I learned how to be quiet. I learned how to disappear, to blend into the background like an old piece of furniture in a room of full noise. And full stop, really quick. Just so you know, the reason why I showed them how to write a book. I showed them how to go through the valley. I showed them how to create a hook. So when when we wrote the book, it wasn't just formatting the book. I told them how to become authors. I teach you that inside the Net7 Collective as well, is how to write your book. Okay. So they become authors. And so everybody has these really unique, great stories. My grandfather betrayed my mother. Imagine discovering your entire life was built on lies. My grandfather is my father and my mother is my sister. That was a deep chapter too. Oh, I forgot her. So, this is another testimonial, but is it? Okay. All right. So I don't have that in there. These are just more testimonials. Black women belong in the right rooms. Black women deserve access to wealth. This is India. This is Hannah. We have just women from all walks of life that do different things. April, she's a real estate, a realtor and an entertainer, one of the dopest entertainers I've ever seen. She's a political social impact strategist. She's an author. She's out there. I mean, they're just ladies that are just doing so many great things in the world. And it's funny because they all suffered from imposter syndrome, not feeling like they belonged in the room, but every last one of them. And I'm sure you belong in the room. And it's not for people who are already established. It's for people who may not know what they want to do, but they know that they need more. They know that they need accountability. They know that they need somebody to motivate them. They know that they need a coach. They know that they need training. And this is what the Net7 Collective is. Okay. So these are, and if you join the Net7 Collective, you also get this workshop as a bonus. So you're automatically in the Bring Your Idea to Life. So that's a bonus of what you get. Now the Net7 Collective, let me tell you what the investment is, because there is an investment. Okay. It's typically $10,000. Now don't drop off that yet. Last year, the other cohorts paid $7,500. And this year in 2025, I decided, let me increase the price a little bit. And then when I was doing my yearly planning, and God just dropped in my spirit to not make it $10,000 this year. Okay. So I wanted to make it a little bit more affordable, but of course it has to be an investment for you. So it's not $10,000 again. And even the people who paid $7,500, it was worth every penny that they said. They said it was worth every single penny. Women who signed up and then were like, oh, what did I do? Is this going to be worth every penny? I can show you those videos too. So I reduced the price because God put it on my spirit for 2025. And this is a continuum. So it's no longer, so they paid $7,500 thinking it was going to be a 12-month cohort. Okay. It's got a 12-week cohort. You're getting the entire cohort for just $5,000. And there is financing available if you do not have the $5,000. Okay. So if you go on my website and you go to constancecarter.com/welcome, there's a couple of different payment plan options. You could do 2 payments of $5,200. You do 2 payments of $2,600, 3 payments of $1,800, or 6 payments of $1,000. You could do that. Or if you decide to do you could, I think we have Klarna. No, Afterpay. No, Affirm. So if you click on the $5,000 option and you go to checkout, Affirm will give you an option right then and there. They do a soft credit pull, so they don't do a hard credit pull, and you don't have to start making the payments for 30 days. So you can go to the checkout and act like you're going to do the $5,000 and see what who did I say? Affirm. See what Affirm offers you, because it may be that you can afford. And just try it. They're not going to pull your credit. If you don't go through with the sale, they're not going to do it. But if you want to do a payment plan option, and I'll show it to you right now. I'll show you what the payment plan option looks like. So we can go to the website. ConstanceCarter.com/welcome. So I'm going to go to that page just to show you. So in case you have any issues, where's Constance Carter? Okay. So if we go to the website, if you want to do the pay in full option, you put your information in there. Boom. And it gives you these options. You could pay in full with your credit card, with PayPal, Afterpay, Affirm, and Klarna. All of those options are available to you, and they can finance up to possibly $5,000. They all have different payment options. Okay. So you can pay in full, or you could do a payment option if you want to. And if you decide this is something that you want to do, let's go ahead and get you signed up today. And then we'll schedule a one-on-one with the two of us so we can see what your dreams and your goals are, to make sure that, that I know what you are, so I can know how to properly serve you. Okay. So that opportunity is available. The Net7 Collective as well. Let me see. Do I have anything else I wanted to share? Oh, and then, once you join, you get a Net7 Collective t-shirt. You also get, what else you get? You get a Wealth Accelerator book. You get this book. So the other things that we do inside the Net7 Collective is there's a book that I want you to read. There's a strength. This ain't just something that I just throw together. This is something that's strategically designed to really enhance you. There's a strengths assessment that you're going to do. There's a financial assessment, because really the goal is to increase your net worth to 7 figures. How do I do that? I got to get all up in your business. So there's things that you got to do. You ain't just getting in there and you listening. Again, I'm not just having you be hearers of the word. You're going to be actual doers. You're going to know exactly I can show you how to get the money. I can show you all that, but how do you keep the money? I've had the money. I lost $1 million in 2022. Got it back in 2023. Okay. So if you've gotten the money, and I was just talking about that to somebody yesterday, if you've gotten the money and you lost it, you know how to get it again, because you have the foundational principles of what it takes to be able to get it. Okay. So that's what you get inside the Net7 Collective. Okay. So if you are interested, go to ConstanceCarter.com/welcome and see if it'll approve you for the Net7 Collective. But either way, you have different options of how you can work with me moving forward. You could do the Grow Your Money Club. Somebody said, are you doing CapCut training inside are you doing the CapCut training? I think in the 1-day training, that's actually in the Grow Your Money Club. So if you sign up for the Grow Your Money Club, you get the CapCut training. Okay. If you do the 1 day. So let me just tell you, one of my many skills is speaking. And I am able to regurgitate your value proposition in a way to you that will sell. And so many people come in as like, when they're telling their value proposition of their business, they're like, what I do is, and the next day. So after I help them with the speaking portion of the value proposition, they're confident in their brand. They're confident in what they have to sell. They now can effectively articulate it. We do that inside the Bring Your Idea to Life, and also inside the Net7 Collective as well. It's amazing. So when I do my one-on-one with the sisters, and I'd be like, all right, tell me a snap. And they do it. And I'd be like, oh my God, drop the mic. It's amazing to see where they start and to see where they end. So to see where you start in the beginning of the workshop and to see where you end at the end is insane. So that's what you're going to get in the Bring Your Idea to Life. That's $97. Y'all signed up for it. Do not miss out. It will not be $97 after 24 hours, and it's not going to be $97 again. Okay. So do that. And then of course the Net7 Collective, my passion project, and again, I don't get rich off any of this stuff. Real estate is where I make my money. This is my give back to you. That's why I'm spending this hour and a half here with you to provide you this option and this opportunity so that we could work together. All right. So I'm going to go with if you have any questions, and then we're going to head up out of here because I'm way over my time. So let me go back. Motivation without execution is just a good feeling, y'all. I should make that a t-shirt. No, I will. Okay. It is a Zoom call. It is a Zoom call, but the great thing about Zoom is we get to get in breakout rooms and we get to roll up our sleeves and we working, yo. We working. I will not be doing this another day. So this will be available just for the day. Understood. I understand, Miss Etheline. So I don't know what to tell you because I'm going to do it on that day, baby. I don't know if and when I'm going to do this training again. So I don't know. I'm sorry. Let's see. Who else? Let's see. Men are invited to the Bring Your Idea to Life. In fact, shoot, I forgot to do the male testimonials, but there are men in here too. So if you are a man and you have an idea you want to bring it to life, yes, it's for you. What's up, Jasmine? Appreciate you, Dr. Vibe. I appreciate you. I really need to learn and feel comfortable charging for my gift. It has to start being a win-win. That's exactly what I do. That's why I'm talking about how I help you to articulate your value proposition. So you understand, and then there's value in what you say because you know that it's valuable because of how you say it, how you're able to articulate it. It's part of that. So you need to sign up. Hopefully you signed up, Sparkle. Is Amazon and Spotify online set up in the one-day training? No, but you know what? I'll probably not Spotify. Are you talking about Spotify for Spotify or Shopify? It's not in the one-day training, but I will do a Shopify training in the Grow Your Money Club. Not right now, but I'll do one. So, but that's not part of the training. No. I watch Constance Carter for at least 3 hours per day for the last 2 months. Well, make sure you sign up for the one-day training, James. I appreciate it. I'm a graduate of this opportunity. Yes, JR, Josephine Rainwater. She went to the two-day class. Yo, let me tell you about Josephine, and I didn't get to do her testimonial. Josephine didn't even know what she wanted to do the first day. She wasn't sure if she wanted to do this or that. Then we kind of clarified it, right? And so then I helped her articulate her value. And by the time she did it, knocked it out the park. So proud of you. So first of all, she just had an idea. Or she didn't. She had a few ideas of what she wanted her business to be. That's how we, whether you have an idea or you have an inkling or whatever, we're going to flesh it out. And so that's what we were able to do. What do you get? 97? I'm not sure what you mean. What do you get for $97? You get a day with me and the training. Oh, you do get a workbook. So you will get a workbook and you'll get some worksheets as well. And you'll get the video. So you'll have access. So for the full day, it'll be on Zoom. So you'll have access to the full day forever, for a lifetime once you sign up. Okay. All right. How do you access the training? Go to which one? So the Grow Your Money Club is growyourmoney.club. I'm going to put that up there. Okay. And then the other one, the Bring Your Idea to Life, is bring your idea, the number 2, life.com. Okay. And then the Net7 Collective is constancecarter.com/welcome. All right. So those are the three ways. So Grow Your Money, that's the $97 per month. Okay. So sign up, get immediate access to the trainings, 7 days free. Don't your ass get on there and cancel after the 7 days. But if you do, I understand but I don't believe that you will, because I believe that the training is so invaluable that it's going to take longer than 7 days to get through all of it. Okay. Unless you're going to just be 24 hours. And again, remember, I drop one new training in every single month. Okay. So that's for the Grow Your Money Club. And then you get the Net7 Collective. Okay. So go to constancecarter.com/welcome. Let's get you in the Net7 Collective. All right. And then, because we meet every Wednesday. So with the continuum of the Net7 Collective, you guys, so every Wednesday we meet. So because the group is a little bit larger, I do what's called a study hall on Mondays, every other Mondays. And April Sampay facilitates it, and it's absolutely wonderful. But that's where they get to put the teaching in action. So on those nights, we're doing the actionable steps, right? So again, I'm making sure you in action, right? So I'm giving you the tools. Now I'm showing you how to do. I'm making sure that you're proficient at them. It's important to me. They take up all of my nights. I'm doing some B1 real estate mastery training. I'm showing you how to become an investor. That's Tuesdays. Wednesdays, Net7. Mondays, study hall. I don't know. But I love what I do. So let's see. And then you have the Bring Your Idea to Life, and then Bring Your Idea to Life. So that's the 1-day training that's going to help you take your idea from ideation to manifestation to monetization. Ways that you could work with me, people. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. All right. Let me go back to the comments. Any other questions? I'm a graduate. Yes. T-shirt. You want to do t-shirts? Shopify, not Spotify. I told you that I already make 7 figures a year. Nice. I need to know how to market myself and show people how they can create 7 figures. Sign up for the training. I love that you make 7 figures a year. I may just have to do this. You need to wait a minute. Jackie, are you the lady that said that you made $2 million by listening to me? So what we was on the podcast, I think it was Jackie, right? And she said, I made $2 million listening to Constance Carter. And I'm like, I need to meet you. Let me know. $2 million. It's amazing. So let me see. What is the date for the training? That's next week. That's Shantae. That's the 29th. That's next Saturday, not tomorrow. I get congested when I talk a lot. Next Saturday, the 29th is the training all day. I'm making it quick. Like next week, tomorrow I'll probably start marketing it to the public. It'll be $149 for the public. So it'll be $97 for you, $149 for the public. And it'll be next Saturday. All right. It's Eastern. Thank you for clarifying that. 10 to 4 Eastern. So if you're on the West Coast, get up. I don't care if you in your drawers. Make sure you put on a shirt. Because we're going to be on camera. Because we're going to be working. It'll be 7 o'clock your time. But it's on a Saturday. So hopefully you ain't working. But it'll be 10 to 4 Eastern. Thank you for asking that. Okay. I'm glad you asked that Easter. I appreciate you too, Jean-Trey. All right. March 29th. Yes, Jackie Douglas made $2 million. Y'all better get on the train with Jackie Douglas. Jackie, you need to join the Net7 Collective. We need to talk. Let's talk. Let's have a conversation. Go to bookwithconstance.com if you have questions about the Net7 Collective, or go to net7bbs.com so we can schedule an appointment for you to have a conversation. But if you're ready now, go to constancecarter.com/welcome and let's get it cracking for you. Okay, that's it. I gotta go. I gotta do some revenue generating work. Tired of messing around with y'all, but I appreciate you. I'll be back on the podcast on the Grow Your Money podcast on Monday. You guys have a fabulous weekend, and if there's any other way that the deadline to register for if you want the $97, you have 24 hours to register for the $97. Who said that? It's bring your idea to life, Margaret. Bring your idea to life. Did I just say your idea to life.com? Bring your idea to life.com. Okay. All right, Sparkle. She said, I'm up at 3:30 for the gym. I got to do that. I just be tired in the morning because I be teaching that night. That's what it is. I be teaching that night. That's why I can't get my ass up. Jackie Douglas says she's the one. It's March 29th. What Central is 7. It's 8 o'clock Central. It's 8 or 9. Oh, 9. Yeah. 9 to 5 Central. It'll be 10 to 4 Eastern. Okay. Bring your idea to life. It's bring your idea to legit quit life. Okay. Carl Douglas, that's your husband? Wait, Carl Douglas. Okay. What about Carl? He gonna join too? That's what's up. What SSC presentation, Joyce? SSC. What's SSC? Tell me what SSC is. Bring your idea to life. This is what it is. Bring your idea to life. Can y'all get on it? I'm reflective of Josephine. I'm registered. Yay! 9 to 3. I'll be in the website in a few. Boom. Okay. No other questions. Going once. Y'all go to work. It's Friday. All right. Love y'all. See y'all later on the other side. All right. Have a good one. Peace.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Fly Nubian Money Club Saturday expert training, exclusive training. How's everybody doing? What's going on, y'all? What's going on? I see people are already coming in. Good morning, Willa, Agnes. What's up? Hi, Sheila, Yvonne. Yes. I'm sorry. All right. So good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Fly Nubian Money Club weekend, what we like to call professional lecture, where we bring in an expert to teach you something about managing your mindset and maximizing your money. My name is Tiara Williams. I'm also known as Miss Black Hollywood, and I am the creator of the Fly Nubian Money Club. I'm so happy that you are here today. I'm glad that you came on over. If you came from Money in the Morning, welcome. If you came from the Black Business School, welcome. Today, I have a treat for you. I mean, a treat for you. This woman is on our Fly. This queen is on our Fly Nubian Money podcast. She also is a financial expert. I'm bringing Aisha Verzi into the Fly Nubian Money Club today, and she's going to teach us, y'all, how to make a bank, our own personal bank. You know, as entrepreneurs, we don't necessarily have a traditional pathway to wealth. You know what I mean? We don't necessarily have that. So it's good for entrepreneurs, and it's really just good for people, right, who want to set themselves up for retirement. So I'm so excited to learn today. So if you are just coming into the room, tell me what it is that you are looking for today. Like, what do you want to know? What is one thing that you want to leave with today? One thing. Obviously, mine is how to make my own bank. That's mine. So what is yours? I just want to know who's in the room. I want to know who's in the room. Yeah? Insurance, okay. Does everybody have insurance? I mean, just let me know. Do you have insurance currently, or are you coming to just learn what this insurance thing is about? Hopefully you have some type of insurance, like life insurance, business insurance. You got some type of insurance. Yeah? Yeah. Okay. So I think you are in the right place. People are coming in here to learn how to be their own bank. You know, I've seen many of my family members do this. So I'm so excited to bring this queen in. Let's go ahead and just bring her to the stage. Come on in, Aisha.
Good morning.
Good morning. Welcome to the Fly Nubian Money Club, Queen.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So glad to be here.
So we are dying to know how you got into insurance. Tell us a little bit about why you decided to take this pathway and how this all came to be.
You know, it's so funny you asked that question. People always ask me, how did you start doing this? And really, everybody, it's so good to be here, and good morning to all of you. Thank you for tuning in to Fly Nubian Money. I just love Tiara. She's amazing. So thank you for having me.
Of course.
So the story, many years ago, honestly, when I got married, and we had somebody came to our house, and I was wondering, who is this person and why are they here? And we sat down as a family, and he asked us question, and we started talking, and then I found out it was about life insurance. To be honest, I was annoyed because of how much it was going to cost, because I didn't understand the value of it. And then my husband said, no, this is important. We're doing it for our family. And then, so it took me a while to wrap my mind around it. But once I did, and I said, how come people don't talk about this? This is important. We need to learn about this. And when we had a child, the same thing happened again. They came in to readjust it, and it continued to be readjusted, meaning we're adding more to cover everything we're doing. Every time our estate got bigger, we added more. I said, wow, that is exactly how I started doing this business. And it's almost a decade this year I've been doing it. So that's how I started.
I love that. So you have so many people in the room that are looking for a plan, who have insurance, but they say they don't have enough. You have people saying that they want passive income. They want to be their own bank. And so I want, obviously they are in the right place. What would you say to the people? Because sometimes people say like, oh, that you can't do that, or it's too good to be true. I think, how important is it? I mean, when I do the research, I see that this is how the rich really stay rich, right? By having these insurance policies. I think of like the Rockefeller policy that, keeps going and going and going. So explain in that context how important it is for us to have insurance.
Queens, it is so important. There is no any way around it. It is, especially once you begin to understand. And for me, actually, once I got into this space, I studied it to understand why it's important. To me, it's not just insurance, I'm an agent. To me, it's literally a ministry because I spent the time, how they say it takes you 40,000 hours to master something. I have done double 40,000 hours to master this. And it's because once I understood it, I said, every person that has breath in them should be 100% insured. The wealthy, when their kids are literally born, even the hospital allow you 2 weeks. Once a kid is 2 weeks old, that child can have a life insurance policy. And every single child in their family has, life insurance policy equal to the family estate. So a child is 2 weeks old and they have this child, right away, a whole life policy is gotten for them of that. If it's 10 million estate, it's $10 million for that child. Just imagine that. There's no question, not even a doubt, not because they understand the power of it. This is the only asset you have, a non-asset class that truly passes down wealth. Like you say, the Rockefellers. This is that nobody can touch, nobody. It is meant that way. So if they made it for themselves and we know about it, we should also be using it. This is there for you. Nobody can stop you from getting it. So that's the Rockefeller. So they get it for each child. And as if you pass away, the proceeds go to the family and it just keeps staying in the family. So imagine, because we don't know when we're going to pass away. So we create this bank for our family where whoever passes, doesn't matter when they pass away, that whole proceed goes back into the family. 10 million goes back to the family. Next person passes away, 10 million goes back to the family. It just continues. That's the waterfall. It doesn't stop. It doesn't stop because you do it for every family member.
That is amazing. I'm ready to get into this thing. I don't want to ask any more questions. Everybody know you already. Most people are in here like they ready for you. So I'm gonna take myself off stage. Fly Nubian Money Club, we welcome Aisha Verzi.
Thank you. So yes, great to see everyone. And, I'll just ask a question before we even begin while we're going to go through all the slides together and walk through all this, So thank you for being here and willing to learn and understand deeply why life insurance is so important, how we can also leverage and use it properly. So the question I always ask everybody is, if something were to happen to you yesterday, how would you want your family to feel? Do you think that they'll feel safe, or do you think that things will be in disarray? And would you agree that most of us, if something happens, will struggle the next 2 months, 3 months, 6 months, and it shouldn't be that way? And having life insurance truly is about love and responsibility. So I hope that as we go through the slides together, you have your question. We're going to have a Q&A at the end. We'll talk about, your concerns or the questions. But really, let's now come together as we're learning. We're going to learn and discuss this. And I want you to please leave today, understanding the power of life insurance and how you can leverage it properly. Right? And I hope that as you're learning, also you share with your family and your friends. Let's make sure Fly Nubian Money Club is known by every woman out there, so they know that they can go and find information that they need, right? So now let's begin with our slides, because insurance does matter. So I'll tell you about myself and how I became part of Fly Nubian Queen. When I went to the ABNC, Miss Tierra, lovely Miss Tierra, that's the producer of the show, so amazing and so talented, with an incredible team that she works with behind the scenes that you don't see, to bring you this incredible, program or segment every weekend so you can learn something. And I had the privilege to be on a panel where she was a moderator with these incredible queens. Can you see? I still pinch myself that I had the privilege to be a part of that. So really, we're trying to make sure that our people get the information from the right sources, the right time, the first time, so we can avoid costly mistakes. So you can truly know that we want to do the best for you, because we're B1 always, right? So I want to just share that with you guys, how I came to be part of the Fly Nubian Money Club, and I'm just so excited to be a part of it. So today, our overview, our presentation, we're going to cover strategies that the high net worth people are using, right, to enhance their legacy, and using the 4 cornerstones, right, to protect their money, to save it, grow it, and also to have the tax advantages that comes with owning a policy. Again, being your own bank is a life insurance policy. So all these strategies and all the benefit that comes with it, right, it's even more than people don't even think about, because you're saving, you're growing, you're protecting, and also the tax advantage that comes with it. Right. So that's one of that. And then today our objectives are this: to understand the key financial concepts, learn the power of leveraging, and then we want to close that wealth gap, because if all of us understand what we need to do, we will close that wealth gap very quickly and gain confidence as we use this non-asset class, which is a tool as a life insurance policy, to build wealth for our family. So now you're thinking of being your own bank, and you say, wow, well, how am I going to be my own bank? What do I need to do first? How do I make sure that I have the things that I need in place to be able to really make this happen? Because really, you can't be your own bank if you don't have the resources. You have to have the resources to now establish your own bank. So now let's go through the fundamentals that have to be in place. And then now we can now transition to actually owning one. Because sometimes what happens is, if you do it prematurely, you don't have the right funding in place, you might end up actually not being able to keep it. So now let's go through those fundamentals that are important for us to know as we plan to establish our own bank. You have to look at your cash flow. What do I have? How much money is coming in? Am I even keeping a budget? Do I know what I'm spending on, my budget for the month? Do I even have that ready? And how much am I making at the end of the month? Am I over or am I under? Because if you don't have the money you to fund the policy, how would you fund it? So cash flow is very, very important, having your cash flow in place. And then your savings. Before you establish this, do you have an emergency fund set aside 3 to 6 months at least? Do you have that separate where it won't interfere with you trying to be your own bank? Very important. Do you have debt? Because if you have debt, we all know that it delays anything you want to do. That debt holds us down. We can build, we can grow, we can really do things that we need to do. So that's very important that we understand that our debt also matters. And then also having a proper action. Do we have what we need? Is our family, if something happens to us, is our family going to be okay as we're building this bank that we want to build for our family? And are the tools that we have outpacing inflation? So are we getting money back that will close the gap for us? Because if you think about it today, what you're able to purchase 2 years ago, the price of those items are probably 20-30% more today. So when you're planning to become your own bank, are you taking into consideration all these nuances that also comes to creating wealth? And then finally, when we now have this set up for you, do you have the tools to make sure that you preserve your wealth and you're going to transfer them properly using your estate planning? all this really come to play when you're trying to create your own bank. Because when you create your own bank and you don't have all these fundamentals in place, your banking will start to collapse. Because any kind of bank has to have a plan. And these 6 key fundamentals are the plan for you to have to create your own bank. So I hope that as we've gone through that step by step, that you start taking notes, also thinking, okay, well, you know what, let me make sure I check my cash flow. Do I have the right proper cash flow that I need for this? Do I have my emergency fund in place? Make sure that if something happens, I can take care of my, my emergencies. And am I managing my debt properly, or trying to strive to at least eliminate my debt if possible? Because I know we have good debt and bad debt. The bad debt, we don't want them. And am I properly set up to protect my family? And do I make sure that I'm also making money enough to cover inflation? And am I ready to pass on my wealth to the next generation? And we're thinking 2, 3, 4 generations down the line. We have to think like that. Those are the fundamentals that comes in place when we want to create our own bank. Now let's move to the next slide. So you say, okay, there are different types of life insurance, and we need to understand each one for us to understand which one best suits our family. You know, when you go on TikTok, you go on Instagram, you hear small tidbits about insurance and what you need and what you don't need. Actually, at the end of the day, as a professional and as an expert in this space, it just depends. Even though today we will talk about how you can use your insurance policy to be your own bank, I don't want any of you to leave thinking, well, I can do this, so for that reason, I'm not going to do anything. So we want to make sure that we understand the types of life insurance so that then we can do what is right for our family right now as we plan to continue to build and be our own bank. Because it doesn't matter if you want to be your own bank, but you don't have the tools and you still do nothing. So I rather us understand at least the types that are available. So maybe you cannot be your own bank now. You can at least plan for that later. But before that time, you still have something in place, because at the end of the day, we still want to protect our legacy. So now let's talk about the types of life insurance that are available. The term life insurance, right? Again, term. It terminates 10, 20, 30 years. So you're buying it, right, for that time, 10, 20, 30 years, right? So think about that. Okay, wow. Maybe you bought your home, you have a mortgage, it's 30 years, and you say, okay, well, listen, I'm going to buy a 30-year life insurance policy. So if something happens while I own this piece of asset, it's protected. So I don't have to worry if my kids will have a place to stay, my spouse will have a place to stay. That a term policy works great in that space, right? And also for education, most of the time we use what we call a DIME method, DIME, to cover your debt, for your mortgage, for your income, and then for the education of your children. A term policy works great in that space, right? And if you cannot afford to be your own bank right now, a term policy will do until you're able to create that. And then now we have the whole life policy. And the whole life policy is the oldest of all of them. They've been around since the 1700s, right? And then over the years, that is, the whole life policy has now evolved to now what we have now, the IUL that you hear about, or the ULs, or the variables that you hear about. And then the universal life policy is a whole life policy, but you fund it minimally, right? But then you put, if you borrow money, you put it back. That's your universal life policy. And then you have the variable policy. Variable, meaning it's attached to the stock market. As the market goes up, it participates. When it goes down, the same. Just like a stock market. So there's life insurance policies that are actually attached to the stock market. Because some people that love the stock market, they have the variable universal life policy. That's a VUL. And then the index universal life, which is what we're all talking about today, and has all the indexes that you hear about, and all the be your own bank you hear about, is actually all has to do with index universal life. So now that we've talked about this, put in the chat, which ones do you have, and how has that been working for you? Let's see what you have to say about those, because I know some of you already have policies and some of you, are looking for new policies. So let us know, which ones do you already have already? Are you trying to upgrade your policy? Are you trying to make sure that you have enough? So let us know. Just put it in the chat. Let's see which ones that you have. Thank you as you're doing that, because I know that, sometimes we already have what we have and we're just trying to learn more. Oh, are you well? Great term. I see that. Great. Universal life through your job. Okay, great. So I will tell you guys, sometimes through your job, you want to make sure you have your own. Please, please, please. When we have group insurance policy that our job provides for us, is truly, remember, think about it. When somebody gives you something and you're no longer there, it means you don't have it anymore, unless if you assume that policy when you leave there, and you have 30 days to do that. But just know that if you have something through your work, I truly believe that you should think about having your own personal one. But thank you so much for letting me know what you have out there. And if you don't have any, I encourage you to please, at the end, let's talk about how we can make sure we get you going, because we want to make sure our community is protected, that we have what we need, or if you need to upgrade, anything you need to do, that we are here to support you and get you where you want to be when it comes to life insurance policy. Thank you for participating and answering the question, letting me know where you're at, because we can certainly, help you. If you want to upgrade, let's do it. So now, life insurance, excuse me, is a non-asset class. And so what does that mean? It means it's a product that is not looked at. So if you're looking for a loan, you don't have to put your life insurance policy as part of your asset. It's a private asset that belongs to you and your beneficiaries. Life insurance is also an endowment. That is why sometimes when somebody passes away, some people that are wealthy, they transfer their money to a school. Like Harvard has a lot of endowment because when people put them as part of their beneficiary in the life insurance policy. So I am hoping that all of us here too, as we're learning more about this, perhaps we can put the Black Business School as part of our endowment to benefit from our policy. Because sometimes people think, oh, I don't have a family member, I don't have anybody to. Yes, you can create an endowment for an institution that you respect and love. Example, the Black Business School, right? So you can absolutely get a policy and let them benefit from that endowment. And also the tax advantage of a life insurance policy. Any cash properly removed from the policy, you don't have to pay taxes on it. So you can grow your money in your policy, and when you take the money out, it's really tax advantaged, right? And of course, you're preserving your wealth using it. So example, tell me if you can in the chat, if you think about wealth preservation, what are you thinking? Are you thinking of just your asset that you own? Are you thinking about a trust only? Are you thinking about maybe a will? Is that what you're thinking about when you think about wealth preservation? Because life insurance can actually help you preserve your wealth. So let me know in the chat, what are you using to preserve your wealth, right? Are you using life insurance as well? Or do you have other tools that you're thinking that you're using to preserve your wealth? Because life insurance is a great wealth preservation, because what happens is sometimes we get ill and the assets that we've already grown that we thought we'll pass on to our family members, unfortunately, we don't do that, because then now we use the asset to care for ourselves so that we don't preserve our wealth. But if we have life insurance, whatever happens, that proceed goes to preserve what we're really trying to pass on to our family members. So let me know in the chat, how are you preserving your wealth? Have you been doing anything to preserve your wealth? Right? Let me know in the chat. I like to see what you're doing, so that as you learn today, you can say, oh, wow, I didn't know that I can use my life insurance policy to preserve my wealth as well. Because a lot of time we do not think about the things that can happen to us, that we will have to now liquidate our assets to cover those expenses. But today with life insurance, the proper life insurance policies that have living benefits, even though you're trying to be your own bank with that policy, you actually have what we call living benefits that protect you, so that instead of you to access the cash that you have, that you're saving, you can actually use your policy to take care of any kind of loss that you have, right? So, and then we also use it for wealth transfer. how we transfer in our wealth, making sure that those that we want to benefit from our asset are the ones that receive it, right? So we do our wealth transfer and estate planning. Within a life insurance policy, you can truly create a plan in it to say who is going to receive your assets, right? Because it protects your asset from taxes and any kind of maybe creditors coming in. It will help to also help you with that as well. So I want to hear from the chat. What are we doing for wealth preservation that is not life insurance policy yet? Are you doing anything? Do you have anything in place? Let's see what you have. All right, let's see. A trust. Thank you, Sophia. Absolutely a trust. Well, perfect. Let's keep that coming. Yes, we have a. That's right. That's right. Perfect. Looking for a trust as well. Great. And today as well, there are life insurance policies actually that also allow you to create a trust within the life insurance policy, because every provider gives you different benefits. Some of them give you the benefit that you actually have your own trust within your policy at no extra cost. It comes with that. But again, not every policy provides you with that. But just to know that you can actually have that. If you are looking for something specific like that, you can. But have a will in place, right? And have a trust in place is so important, because you want the right people to, be the one to inherit whatever you're leaving behind. All right. Thank you for sharing. So now let's talk about how to fund our policies. Now we're coming close to where we're going to talk about how to properly fund the policies that we're looking for if we're trying to really create a legacy for our family, right? There are different ways you can fund your policy. We have the monthly contributions, mean you're putting your money consistently, just, if it's whatever amount based on your age and your age and your health, it's calculated for you. You can pay monthly, right? And there are people that, okay, they really have a lot of money saved. We do what we call a 1035 exchange from another policy, or you front load because you have so much money in the bank and you wanted to put it in your policy right away. And this also, you can continue to contribute. Even though you front load your policy, you can keep contributing as well. And it gives you a long-term strategy. So this way, you're truly creating a space where your money is growing, is safe. I think the biggest challenge people have about putting their money in their policy is they feel they're not getting enough back for their policy as they contribute to their policy. We have to think long-term and also compounding interest long-term, right? So if you front load it, you're thinking long-term and the compounding interest that you get. And then we also have what we call the max funding, meaning the 7-pay. The 7-pay is the policy allows you to maximize your contribution for the first 7 years without triggering any kind of tax consequences at all. So I want to ask you, has any of you heard about that before, where, wow, I can really fund my policy. I can put as much money as possible in my policy so that I can front load it and start making money on my money. Have you heard about this concept before? Because I didn't hear about the concept until I started, in this industry, that you can literally actually put so much money in your policy and then allow it to grow your cashes in there. So thank you, Agnes. Yes, people don't know about this, that you can really do what they call a front load. You can put a lot of money in your policy. There's a provision that allows you to do that. It's calculated and given to you, right? So you do have the specific amount you have to put in, but it allows you to do that. And I know a lot of us, because I didn't know about that either. But after learning about it, I say, wow, you can literally put in so much money in your policy and it's there for you and it's safe and you don't have to worry about anything happening to it. So yes, you can do that. And that's what we call the max funding, 7-pay. And you avoid any kind of consequences with that. And you can save your money, especially if you're an entrepreneur and you have money, you're making money, but you don't want to keep spending, even though you put money back in your business, but you also want to put your money where you have something for yourself. That's a perfect way to actually put your money. That 7-pay is a way to actually put your money in a safe place where you know the money will be there for you. Thank you for those who I know tell me that you've never heard, because I didn't hear about it before either myself. And now let's transition now to some of the myths that surrounds life insurance policy that we should be aware of, and also ask yourself, does any of this myth actually apply to me? Do I see life insurance the same way? And these are just some of the myths. There's plenty and plenty of myths out there that I've heard over the years, but these are the most common ones that I hear about, that in this industry that people talk about a lot, about the myths of life insurance policy. So now, only for the elderly. Who believes this is only for the elderly? Let me know in the chat that you think, wow, life insurance is not for me. It's only for the elderly. Right? That's right. And then also, another myth we hear is, I'm a student, I don't need it. Or I'm single, I don't need a life insurance policy. How many of you have heard that? I'm single, I don't need a life insurance policy. Right? People talk about that all the time. And then, oh, my job provides my life insurance policy. Again, you have to remember, whatever somebody gives you, they can take it away from you. Right? So it's a myth that because you have it at work, it means you have your protection. You'll have a temporary partial protection. It's good, don't get me wrong. If a company gives it to you, take it. But it's important to have yours. This is a big one. This is one of the big one. It says, too expensive. Have you heard about that before? Oh, life insurance is too expensive. It's too expensive. And then you realize that it is actually not as expensive as you think. It's truly a cup of coffee per day can get your life insurance policy. And then there's also the myth about term versus whole life. Which one is best? There's no which one is best. It's which one is right for you at a particular time. Right? So there's no one is better than the other. Instead, is which is appropriate for my family right now? Which one can I implement right now? The goal is that we implement it as quickly as we can. And then another myth is the agent is just for the commissions. We have to get paid for what we do, but really we're there to serve the family. And at the end of the day, when something happens, it's a family that's going to benefit from the policy, not the agent. Right? And then another myth we hear is that it's a long waiting period. I have to wait for a long time to get my money out of my policy. It's a yes and a no answer because it depends. Right? It depends. What about, that's a good question. Some policies will, or some providers actually do work with clients that have pre-existing conditions. So not all policies will just automatically count you out. So I always tell people, don't count yourself out because of that. Just because you have a condition, still, sit down and find out what your options are, right? Until you really have done that and gone through all what's available to you, then you can say, okay, you know what, I can find any. But until that time, I really encourage you to still look, because we have a lot of providers that take care of high-risk clients. So that shouldn't be something that would deter you from at least looking into it. Okay, so these are some of the myths of life insurance policy that I think that we should keep it behind our mind and know that they are just myths. They are not true. Life insurance policy is truly there to help you and to make a difference in your lives. And now let's talk about the IUL. And I'm going to do a case study for the IUL so that we can really see now the meat of what we're here for, which is to be your own bank. So North America is one of the providers that I have. I have over 35 providers, but I just pulled up, one of the, so just to show you what it looks like. And most insurance policy really are similar. Some of them may give you a certain kind of benefit. Some of them may give you maybe a different allocation, or they may participate in different strategies. But at the end of the day, the core of it is the same, regardless of what company you're using. But I always tell clients, when you work with a company, make sure that you're working with A-rated companies that have been in business for many, many years, and this is what they do. This is their space. This is what they're known and good at. So those kind of companies, and this is one of the companies I just want to use as a case study. I just want to company that I represent. So that doesn't mean that this is a company that you have to use if you want to get a policy or you want to be your own bank. There are several options out there for you. So now, do you know that in the United States today, 54 million women are uninsured? And this study came from this company. 57 million women are uninsured. And it's also because women think that they don't need insurance policy because their husband has a policy, so they think they don't need a policy, or they're single, they don't think about it. But we need to work on this, especially those of us that are women and we're here, the queens, we want to pass our family legacy to the next generation. We shouldn't be in this category. We should make sure that we have something in place, right? And then the builder 4 is what I'll be showing you in my illustrations today. It builds, it's for building. It's so, because policies are not created equal. Some of them are just meant to just be a policy, and that's just what it is, just to protect you. And then some of them are actually meant to build, right? So then this particular one I'm going to show you is about a building, to build your legacy, right? And then I'll show you illustration and show you how to fund your policy properly using all the funding that I showed you, so you can say, oh wow, this is how it looks like if I'm going to properly fund my policy. So I hope that sounds good. So now let's go now, get going with those. I think now we can go through that. Yes, thank you. So if you can see my screen right now, I have, this is what the builder 4, and this for a builder policy, it does show you how you can really fund your policy, to build it, to put money in it, to grow the money properly. And this is just a case study of a 40-year-old. So, I want to get a policy and I want to fund it. I want to really fund it a lot so that I can really become my own bank. And this 40-year-old, if you see right there, it says monthly premium, and they're putting $2,000 a month. Say you're a business owner and you have a business, and you because now you have to fund your own retirement. Well, how do you do that? This will help you fund your policy and you become your own bank. So this way, as you earn your money, you set aside $2,000 every, if you want to do this particular tool, you set aside $2,000 every month, and that's $24,000 a year. Right. And what we're doing is we're going to allow this policy to increase over the years. So as the cash keeps growing, the policy as well grows with this with the client at the same time. So if you go, let's say now this policy has been funded for 10 years, you'll be like, wow, that's a lot of money. Yes, because this is going to be their own bank for the rest of their lives. They don't have to depend on anyone. They don't have to go borrow money anywhere else. So they're really funding it to become their own bank. So at 40 years old, they're putting $2,000 as a business owner, or maybe you're successful and you're making a lot of money. You put that money aside every month for yourself. You just want to make sure you have your own money. So now for 10 years, you've contributed $240,000. I want you to go to the far right on the column where you see the cash growing. So the cash in the policies at that time is $278,000, right? And that's the client's money, the money you put in. It's the money that belongs to you. But then look at the death benefit as well. The death benefit started at $458,000 to start with, right? Just to establish this bank. But now look at, the bank has grown now to $776,000 in 10 years. $736,000 in 10 years. And this continues to grow. If we keep scrolling up with this particular illustration, you will see that money in the policy continues to grow, and also the cash value continues to grow. So when we talk about being your own bank, this is what we mean. You have to properly fund it. You have to put in the amount of money that is required to actually fund it, and to see the money that you put in to be your own bank. Because you can't have your own bank and you haven't put the money in the bank. Right? So this is how you create that phenomenon you hear about being your own bank. So this particular value client is putting their money, and this is what it goes. So let's see. You can see it on your end. Let's see here. I can see it on my end. Anybody can, and anybody tell me if they can see the values in the screen? Because on my end, I can see it. Okay, is that better now? Let me know if it's better now, if you can see, because someone said they couldn't see that it was distorted. So so this is how they look like. And then as you keep contributing, it keeps growing, right? It keeps growing. So this is how we actually be our own bank, and understand that when you want to be your own bank, that's why I also talk about the key fundamentals. What is your cash flow? Do you have the cash flow that goes with actually creating your own bank for yourself, right? And as you are funding this policy, is increasing over time. So then this same policy will actually end up being millions of dollars over time. And the beauty of it is that when you take money from yourself, as the money is growing, you don't have to pay any taxes, right? So you borrow from yourself, you spend it as a loan, and you put it back, and your money just keeps growing and keeps compounding and keeps growing. That is the beauty of being your own bank. I know. Can we scroll? Can we scroll on the values, or this? Can we scroll to the next page? Great, thank you. So now this particular client, and this is an example, paid into this policy until they were 60 years old. That's 20 years. They kept contributing to their policy until they're 60. Now I want you to see how much now they've grown. I know you can say, oh, well, I can put my money elsewhere. And this is another tool that you can use, right? Because at the end of the day, we want to make sure that we have a variety of tools that we're using. We want to be very diversified in our portfolio so that we have one that is always there for us no matter what. So if somebody's going to retire and they want to make sure they always have money, this is a place that they know that, okay, I've been putting money up. When I make money in my business, I put some money aside, and when at this 20 years later, and I'm done paying, literally the client stops putting any more money in their policy. Now it becomes a retirement plan for them. So if you now just keep at 21 years later, they have 800,000 in their policy, but the death benefit is now 1.3 million. Right? And the money just keeps growing. And then by the time they are ready to retire at the age of 65, they have $1.1 million in cash available for them. That's how you be your own bank. And this literally belongs to them. Nobody can touch it. It's yours. They're really protected. And if something happens to you prematurely, then the family will inherit the death benefit. Is somebody listening to what I'm saying? If you can do this, right? Okay, maybe I can't do 24,000. Maybe I can do 12,000. That's fine. But just know that if you want to be your own bank, you have to properly fund it. So this is just one example of how you can fund a policy for it to become your bank. So now this client owns this. This belongs to them. Maybe sometimes we have, maybe some children, because they were born in their family, decide to create one for them right from when they were young, and then they fund it until they get to that age and they stop funding it. You hear about the trust fund babies, because the families really created this for them so that they don't have to worry about giving them money. They can just go to their policy and grab the money and give it to the child, and the child can put it back and it belongs to them. Really, that's how you can use this. And we have another example again we're going to show you just to see the different varieties of how you can fund, be your own bank. So this is just one example, paying off for 20 years. And then we have another example to show you just paying for a more shorter time, 5 years. Say you are very wealthy and you have a lot of money and you just want to put the money aside just to have it right away. You can also, create this particular funding for yourself and create your own bank right off the bat, right? So this other one, I don't know if we have them going on, you can fund it for 5 years and you're done, right? Yes, 3 scenarios, because we have to show you the guaranteed, right? Because it's an index policy. Remember, index meaning it looks at what the market is doing. It says what the market is doing. So that's how we credit you. So they always tell you, they'll show you the guarantee without any index, just 2% guarantee, right? And then they tell you, okay, what's going on right now? in the market and then what is actually happening. That is an exact index that's happening. Most of the time, the S&P 500 returns over 9-10%, and most of the policies are looking at the S&P 500 to credit you. So, and they give you very conservative returns. And these returns could even be more than this. But they go very, very conservative. So they're actually using 6.5 and 4.5. And this is because also the government said you have to show them very conservative numbers. Don't inflate the numbers and show 12% return from the market, because you know what, the market doesn't consistently return 12%. But if you look back 20 years with AG 49 rule, if you look back 20 years, you see that the return in the market has been at least consistently 9%, 9%, 9%, 12%. So they look at that and they credit you on your cash value. That's why you see the difference. So they have to show you all the different numbers. But at the end of the day, really, the 6.5 is more accurate. That's what you get. So like me, when I receive my annual policy review and I look at my policy, and because you have it in front of you and you look at the numbers, like, wow, actually I have more money than what my illustration says. And that's because they're only illustrating at a very, very conservative number. I couldn't say that word, sorry. That's why you see that, wow, okay, wow, I'm actually making more money in the true annual policy compared to my original one, because your money grows more and you see the true return that you were giving on your policy, right? So that's how they look like. So I don't know if we have the other slide that we prepared to show how when we fund it for only 5 years as well, because truly you can fund your policy for however you want. Look at this policy now. The person has stopped contributing, no more contribution, and by the time they are in their 80s, the policy has $2.7 million in cash, and the death benefit is $3 million, and they only put $480,000 20 years ago. Now this family truly has a bank that belongs to them. This is how the wealthy continue to pass money to their families for generations to come. So if they pass away at age 80, the family gets $3 million. If they pass away at a later age, as long as they own the policy, it just keeps growing. It just keeps growing because the money in the policy, because they keep crediting you as the money is in the policy. So that's how powerful it is. So I hope that you're seeing the value of this. And please don't also get caught up on just that. If you can only do 1,500, do what you are able to do at your level. But just know that the policy is the power of the policy is based on the funding. So your bank is based on how you fund your bank. It's just, but I know that when you have a younger child, because the younger child has a long time to accumulate wealth, that will be great for them. So if you can actually establish it for a younger person, it's perfect, right? Because then they have a long time to not to catch up, but to actually grow the money, to compound the money over time and over the years. Because this is a 40-year-old person, and imagine that they're able to put that money aside, and by the time they're in their 80s, or they have the money all this time that they have access to, right? So in the chat, let me know, does this make you start thinking like, wow, okay, now I can see why maybe if I have a regular policy, it's not doing the same thing. It's because I'm not properly funding it, because the funding is the key. But at the same time, I want to also understand that we can start owning our own policy at different stages. We could start with a term policy and then graduate to be your own bank, or we can also have an IUL that doesn't necessarily be your own bank, but it protects our family. So when I sit there with a client, I actually want to know, what are your needs? What is important to you? What are you trying to accomplish? And then based on your cash flow, again, back to your cash flow, do you have debt? How can we make sure that you're able to actually have this tool that you really, really want? Because a lot of us have heard about this. Be your own bank. We hear it out there a lot of times, but we have to also understand that there are nuances that come with being your own bank. And I hope that as you're learning today, you're seeing the difference and say, okay, wow, okay, now I see what it means. And perhaps I can start maybe for myself or for my children or for my grandchildren. I can begin early so that they can have more time to grow their wealth. So put in the chat, have you learned something today so far? What have you learned so far? Let's see how you're feeling and see what you're learning, because that will help us continue to say, okay, wow, this is what we need to focus on next time. And how can we make sure that our people get the information that they need so they can really do the things that they need to do to grow their family legacy, and to grow for their families. So let's hear what you guys are thinking out there. And after this, we're going to have our Q&A section so I can really dive down. And if you have any question that you've maybe in your mind now you're thinking, please ask them. Let's go through those questions. Let's see what's happening. Let's see what we need, right? Or you need more cash flow. I agree, more cash flow, because that cash flow is what's going to help you do more. Because if you're tight at the end of the month, it's difficult to really do what you want. But at the same time, I also believe that be where you are. Start where you're at. Start where you're at. Yeah, start where you're at. Don't allow, because you're not at the right place, not allow you to do it. Please, wherever you are, use that space to begin something. If not for you, the next generation. Start for the next generation, right? Because we can do it. It doesn't have to only end with us. It can begin with us and the next generation as well. So thank you guys for answering. And this is only, somebody asked a question. Let me say that question again. Can I only deposit 1K? That's okay. That's a good question. So it depends. Because every time we run the numbers for you, it depends on what you're trying to do. But every time, yes, we run the numbers because we go based on the age. No policy is the same. Not a single policy is the same. Every policy is different because we're different people with different ages. So yes, we just run the numbers for you. We collect the numbers, we run them for you, and then we show you all the options, right? So yes, you can totally do different things. Yes, we have what we call a conversion, where if you want to convert a term policy to an IUL, you can totally do that. But not all companies allow you to do that. Maybe that company doesn't have IULs, then you can do it because if the company doesn't provide or provide IULs, then they don't have anything to convert to. So maybe you have to go to a different company. So then what happens is you do what we call a 1035 exchange. Then you move it over to the other company. Then you just stop paying the other one. Now you only have an IUL. Right. So that's how that will be able to have happen, because people do that. It's a trust necessary. That's a great question. I think if you don't have a policy and you want to transfer your wealth to your family, even though I'm not an attorney, but I know that in this space we've been also trained to say, yes, a trust is very important. A trust is very important for you to transfer your wealth properly to your family members. You need something to stipulate who you want to receive what your assets, instead of it going through probate, right? Can you increase your policy monthly premium over time? Yes, there's actually a provision for that. If you want to say, let's say you have a policy already, but you want to add extra cash to it, if you have an IUL, because an IUL is a flexible tool. A whole life policy doesn't do that. If you have a traditional whole life policy, it won't allow you to do flexible premium. But an IUL does allow you to do that flexible premium. So you can adjust your premium, you can pay extra. And there's what we call when I talked about the funding, it will tell you how much you can put to prevent that threshold for triggering a tax consequence. And all you have to do literally is a phone call. You call your provider, say, I want to put more money in my policy, and they'll tell you how much you can put without triggering the tax consequence. If you don't deposit every month, will you lose your policy? That's also a great question. Yes and no. If you have enough cash value in your policy, you will not lose your policy. I'll give you an example. I had a client that had a policy for maybe 3 years, and he was going to travel out of the country, and he didn't want to worry about paying his policy. He just called me and I said, yeah, no problem. But of course, I cannot do it for you, because once your policy is established, that's a document, that's a contract. I can't go into and make any changes. So this client was able to just call the company. I said, yes, go ahead and call them and just tell them, you know what, I need to skip payment. And he said, I want to skip payment for 3 months. And yep, he skipped payment for 3 months, doesn't have to worry. So what happens there is your policy pays itself because you have cash in your policy. It pays itself. And then when you come back, you just resume payment. But if you don't resume payment and the cash in your policy is now spent to pay your policy will lapse, meaning you're going to lose your policy. If you don't resume paying the policy will lapse. Can life insurance policy? Yes, absolutely. If you have a life insurance policy and you want the trust to own it, so then the owner of the policy owner will be the trust. So not a person, but a trust. So yes, and then sometimes also the family trust will be the beneficiary of the policy. So then that way, not one person is getting the money, but the family trust. That's a great question. Yes. So can you transfer? Yes. Can you transfer it to IUL? Yes. If your company is allowing you to do, if the provider that you're with currently right now has IUL available, you can do what we call a conversion. You can convert a term policy to an IUL. Yes, you can. What is the minimum I can open for your grandkids? That's a good question. It depends on what you want, and because for children they can start from 100K and up. But I also caution client, if you want to get a policy for your child, because the insurance company is also going to ask about the parent and the grandparents' assets, because your policy, you cannot outbuy policy that your net worth doesn't cover. So you cannot say I want to buy a $10 million policy, but your assets are only 100,000. It doesn't match, because they will check to make sure that your net worth actually matches what you're trying to purchase. Okay, so for your grandkids, 100,000 and up, absolutely available for them. You can set it up for them for each child. Yes, that's a great question. If they're for children, can they be under one policy together? No. If you want to really pass a family legacy, you don't want to do what we call a rider. When you put multiple people in one policy, it's called a rider. There is a primary, and then everybody else is a rider on the policy. And usually when you have a rider on the policy, there's limitation. You can only do maybe $25,000. That's it. But if it's a parent, and a parent maybe has a half a million dollar policy, but they want to put their kids to have maybe 50K, they can do that within the policy if their policy allows it. But most of the time, there is a limitation when it comes to that, putting everybody in one policy. My advice for that is each person has their own. That's the way the wealthy do it. It's not all of us in one policy. No, it's each person has their own policy as the insured. That's the best way to do it if you really want to maximize what it's supposed to do for the family. Otherwise, a rider is very limited. It's very limiting. Great questions. I love it. We have a lot of great questions coming in. Can I convert it into the IUL? Yes. Anytime you have any kind of policy, you can do what we call a conversion whenever you're ready. We have what we call the 1035 exchange. In real estate, they have what we call 1031 exchange. In life insurance policy, we have what we call a 1035 exchange, meaning, okay, I have this, but I don't like this anymore. I prefer this other one. You're allowed to do it. For us, as long as it's in the best interest of the client, we can do a 1035 exchange. So yes, you can do it if that's what you want. Yes. Will you be taxed on the money you withdraw from your IUL? That's a very good question. So when you have money if you have cash value, every time you see what they call the cash surrender value on your policy, that's money you can take out with no tax consequence whatsoever. But let me preface it by saying this. When you take money out of your policy, my advice is you don't want to withdraw the money. When you withdraw money from your policy, you cannot put it back. right? It's like going to your bank and withdrawing money, you cannot put it back. But when you take a loan from your policy, you put it back. So because you have two ways of taking money out of your policy, a withdrawal or a loan. So when you see a loan, you feel, oh, I don't want to take a loan. But actually, that's how you actually be your own bank. Because when you withdraw, you cannot put it back, right? And when you withdraw the money, you're not taxed because it's 7022 code. You don't know. You don't have to pay tax on it. 7702, sorry. So money you take out, you don't pay because it's your money. The insurance company is giving back your money. They're giving you back your money that they took from you. They're giving it back to you. So there's no tax consequences. But just be mindful of how much you're taking. If you withdraw the entire money out of your policy will lapse. So only take what you need. Our advice is take perhaps up to 80, 90%, but don't withdraw all your money at any time in your policy because your policy will lapse. Darian, if I borrow from the cash value, do I have to pay it back? You don't have to pay it back, right? If you borrow as a loan from your bank, let's say God forbid something happen, you cannot pay it back. All that happens is that the debt benefit will be reduced. So let's say you take 50K from your policy, right? And something happens, you couldn't pay it back. Well, if at the end of the day, they have to pay out that policy, they will just deduct the 50K because you took the money and you didn't give it back. So then they'll deduct it. But if it's your pure cash value, you don't have to put it back. You don't have to, no. It's only when you've gone over, then they take it out of your debt benefit. What about the interest on loan? That's a good question. Yes, that's a good question. So when you borrow money from yourself, and yes, there is a percentage interest. Guess why that is done? The bank requires them to do that. So that because everybody wants to put their money in a life insurance policy, so they don't have to pay anything. So though you are paying that loan interest, but don't forget your cash in your policy is also getting credited back that loan interest, right? So it's a wash. So on paper, you're paying interest, but on the back end, you're being credited back into your cash value. Because when you take money out of your policy, your money is still there. They give you as a loan. Your money is still growing, right? And mostly the loan from an IUL is very minimal compared to other loans from whole life policy. And full disclosure, I have access to all the policies, so I'm not biased to any one of them. I care about my brothers and sisters, what is best for them. I have access to term. All of them I have access to them. So it doesn't matter to me, but yes. What about the interest of loan? So that's how they work. What age is best for IULs? 2 weeks old. That's the best age. 2 weeks. 2 weeks till you're 82. That's when it ends. What about the compound interest? What's the rate? That's a great question. The rate depends on the company. Like the one I showed you, the example was 6.5. Right? That's a compound interest at 6.5. Some companies, but that is, again, don't forget, that is they're showing you the conservative numbers. Actually, they're like usually around 12%, 13%. That's actually the actual versus what they have to illustrate. So they illustrate but so your cash value, you see, is more than what you expect because, again, they can only show the conservative crediting to you. Yes. And the best part is your money is safe. You don't have to worry. It's not exposed. It's pretty fantastic. So that's why people don't talk about it that much because they know the secret of it. But we have to talk about it so that our people can get involved in this Okay, can I do IUL to cover a family member? Absolutely. But if the family member is 18 years or older, they also have to sign. They have to sign the document as well. That's all. But you can absolutely get policy for your family members. As a matter of fact, most wealthy families buy for their children. They don't even think about it. They just buy for each. They just pay for it. Their business just pays for it. However they want to do it, just pay for it so that they all have it. No, 63. You're not too. As a matter of fact, IUL go up to the age of 79. That's the question now will be the cost. Right, but yeah, absolutely, you can get a policy. Absolutely, at 63. Yes. Great questions. At 82, does only the funding end, or will the policy be paid out? That's a good question. So when you are that age, you can decide to just say, I want my money. They'll just write you a check for whatever cash value you have in there. If the cash value has grown to $2 million and you say, you know what, I'm 82, I don't need the policy anymore, they'll just write you a check and give you the check of your cash surrender. But then guess what? Your death benefit goes away, right? But for me, I tell my clients, you are owning the policy to own it until the day you expire. You do not want to take it away. Borrow from me, do whatever you need to do. You want it to be there for the next generation. So even though you saw that you paid up, even 5 years later, you've paid it up, you put all the money, you're done, it's just growing, leave it. If you live to 100 years, it's still there, belongs to you, it doesn't go anywhere. Yes, but you can take it out. Yes, Geoffrey, there are health questions that are part of every life insurance policy. They will ask you some health questions, and sometimes if they have more questions, they might just have you do blood work, and that's about it. But I always tell, don't worry about that too much. The only thing I want people to worry about is if you're a smoker, your cost literally doubles right in front of you just because you're a smoker. But health, like you have diabetes, you have those are common. What you say are standard, actually health issues. But again, it depends on your medication type. Are you taking serious medication? All those come to play. But I also tell my clients, please don't let that deter you. We have providers that allow you to do, even though you have health concerns, that will actually look at your case, right? And then now the question is, are you able to contribute or fund the policy once you've been giving you, when they say, okay, now we're going to approve you, and they give you an offer? Are you able to accept that offer, right? But don't count yourself out because of health issues. Can you put Social Security into IUL? That's a good question. When the IUL is set up, Karen, however you pay for it is up to you. If you're using your Social Security to pay for it, they will ask us the question, is the funding coming from the Social Security? And we have to answer the question. It's a yes or no question. And I think they also ask that because to make sure that the client can afford it and that the client will not go into hardship because they're doing that. But if you have other assets that you're using, then there's no problem because they will ask you, about your net worth. What do you have already? Yeah. Oh, thank you. Can they know if you're a smoker by health tests? Yes, they do. Sometimes if somebody wants to say, oh, I had a client also that was a smoker, and when he saw his premium, he's like, oh my God, that's a lot. I said, well, you can get the policy now and pay the premium they're giving you, but then you have the 24 months to stop smoking, and they'll redo it again and give you a cheaper price or cheaper rate. They are very flexible. They really want to help you. Thank you, Elizabeth. That's my daughter's name. Thank you. Yeah, so they really, honestly, let's really quench all the myth about insurance. I really spent my time meditating on life insurance and the importance of it, and reading and studying it very well. Truly, 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 all of you that are here, they are meant to truly do what they're supposed to do. That's what they are meant to do, to protect you. And when they were created in the 1700s, it was because there were a lot of widows that lost their husbands and they were begging on the streets. And they said, this is not right. So then they created a space where people can put money aside. Something happened, a family member, they would take this bucket of money and give it to them, so they won't be begging on the street. That was why it was created. It wasn't created to scam you or to take your money from you, but then it was small. But now it's become bigger because now over time, we need to make sure that we can take as many people as possible and protect them. That is why now you have policies all over the place. But before, it was done in smaller groups. We all put the money together. Something happens, this person gets what they need. It's so, so important. So important. All right. So these are some of the things I want us to think about when it comes to protecting our family legacy, right? And these are my thoughts that I want us to really please think about, right? We want to protect our family. We love our family, and they represent us. Even if you don't have a family, you have people that have touched you one way or the other. It could be your pastor. It could be the Black Business School. It could be somebody that you value so much. You want to do something for them, right? You protect that person's legacy as well by you putting something in place. But I know we have brothers and sisters, cousins, children, spouses. We want to protect them. And when we protect first, right, and then we earn, so we can go out there and earn and make money, and then we multiply the money that we have, and guess what, we repeat the process again. We keep protecting what we've earned, and we multiply and go back again, because it's cyclical. It just keeps going round and round like that, and just keep going, because that's what we should do. Because for us, knowing what we need to do from the ground level for the foundation allows us now to freely go and do what we need to do, because then we have peace of mind. When we have peace of mind, we can really go out there and earn, knowing that I am working hard, but whatever happens to me, the people that I love so much and care about, or the people that I care about will benefit from me no matter what, because we have value. And so what we're doing is to protect that value that we have, that we have for each other. So yes, that is what we should be doing. And we are here. However, we or whatever we can do, however we can help, whatever we can do to help the Fly Nubian Money Club, the Black Business School, we are truly committed to making sure that this is what we do. In and out, in and out, in and out. We want to make sure that's happened. And if you go, you see this QR code out here, just to help you see what is out there, right? But at the end of the day, whatever you do, we want to make sure that we benefit what the Fly Nubian Money Club is doing, what the Black Business School is doing. Really, we want to make sure we put that behind our mind, that whatever we do in this space, we're really making sure. So don't feel that whatever you do always no, whatever you do that has to do with what we do today, and you come to us, you just know that you're doing the right thing for your people, and they are going to be the one to benefit from what you're doing. So reach out to me anytime. My info is up there. I'm in the Black Business School. I'm a coach up there as well. And, really, anytime, we're here to help, to make a difference. That's why we exist.
Aisha, this was amazing. I got so much clarity today. Even if I thought I knew what I knew, even if I have insurance, I walked away with so much information, just more clarity than I had before, especially about building your own bank. So thank you for helping me understand that, because I was like, oh, and okay. I want to know from you. I know you all are in here asking so many questions, and I love that for you. I love that we're able to make some things clear. What is one thing that you took away today? And actually, like the compounding interest, like understanding how that worked, and then how much money I can put in at once. Either you can front load, like you said, or you can put it in as you have it. What it sounds like, because I know a lot of people were feeling like, okay, I'm not rich, I'm a little overwhelmed by the $2,000 figure, or 1,500, or whatever it is, but it feels like, as long as you're consistent, like anything else, and put your money in as you have it, and just build that way, at least you'll have more than you had before.
Yes.
Right? You'll have more, and then that compound interest still applies.
Always.
It still applies to whatever it is that you deposit into that policy. That money grows no matter what.
Continues to grow. Honestly, continues to grow. When Miss Tierra, when I found out this, mind blowing. It's like, wow, but don't talk about it. But it's there. It's an alternative for you to use. Put your money aside. And again, and I'm so glad you brought that up. Do not allow that to overwhelm you. I had to show you that so that you see that, okay, if you really want to be your own bank, you really have to fund it properly. You have to, right? But at the same time, you don't have to start at $2,000. You can start at where you are, but just know that you do need the money to put in to grow that bank.
Yeah. You know, it's so interesting because when I see that people's priorities, and maybe you can talk about this, is that, you know, you'll have someone who is willing to pay $900 a month for a BMW or a vehicle and not see the important. But when it comes to things like this, it's too expensive. I have a family member who's, when I think of people that pay like $1,000 for a car note or whatever, I'm like, wow, that's so much money for so long, right?
It's
Before
so
you're
long.
able to actually, you know, but we're saying you take that same money and put it into an insurance, you know, an insurance policy, let it grow. You can take some of the interest from that and then buy your own car, buy a car, but still have money
That
that's
is
growing.
growing. That is
Yeah.
growing. You
So
can
even
leave
if
that
you,
literally. You can take the money out. But okay, let me even clarify. Even clear how. So when you say it like now, let's say example, your policy has 50 grand, and
okay.
you say, you know what, I need to buy a car, and it's 20 grand for that car, and you go call your insurance. I say I need 20 grand. They'll send you a check, no question asked, none, zero.
Mm,
No, I have to write a loan. I have to pay none of that. They'll send you 20K, right? You buy this car, but guess what? Because you take it as a loan from yourself, your policy still has 50K
mm-hmm,
growing.
mm-hmm,
They just gave you 20K as a loan. So
mm-hmm,
when they charge you the interest that you think you're paying for that loan, they're actually crediting you back to your account.
mm-hmm.
It's pretty powerful.
Yeah, so the money that you would pay for a car note, right? You just really pay to the bank. And then we're saying that there is, you got to be disciplined for that.
Discipline, yeah.
But if you're saving 50 grand in a policy, you're pretty disciplined, right? So you already got that down pat. But we're saying the money that you would pay back to, then you won't have to $1,000 you know, payment to pay off, or you
It's
won't have to
yours.
deal with all of that. You pay it off as you get the money, right?
That's right. And guess what? You don't have to pay it. The money there keep growing. Let's say you say, well, I'll just pay it later. But of course, if you pay is better, because then your policy can get bigger and bigger and bigger, because the more
Yeah.
money you live there, the more money grows. But you know, but the beauty of it is that it's your money. You don't have
Mm-hmm.
to ask permission, and the interest goes back to you.
Mm-hmm. That's amazing. Listen, I see so many questions.
Yes,
So let's
please.
talk about them getting in touch with you. Obviously, we have the slide up. We've had it up. Just talk to how people, what's the process for getting in touch with you? How do they take you through? How do you take people through the process? Just give us some insight on that.
Sure, sure. Thank you, Miss Tara. So, you know, the QR code right there, what I put it up, so when you go there, it just gives you different options. Oh, term policy, whole life policy. And you see my name there. It just guides you to tell you, and you put your information in there. And anything that I say from there, if you write me your name, say, you know, I'm from the Black Business School or Nubian Money Club, it's right there. Right. But here directly, if you go here to be Black Business School, because I do a coaching there, you're going straight to the Black Business School, and we have an offer there. If you want a 2-hour consultation with me, it's in there. If you have a group and you want a consultation with a group, it's also in there for you. But just know that you have options, right? That you can do so many different ways to get in touch with us. But if you go to Black Business School, you can find me there. And if you have more questions, and just also know that even as I'm helping you, what you saw today is only truly a fraction of what
Mm-hmm.
I can help you with. It's a fraction, right? There was a slide that had all the other providers that I have access to. There's Prudential, there's Banner, there's Mission of Omaha. So we have so many providers that I can work with, not just one company, right? So don't think, oh, well, maybe not me, but you, because you can be helped. There's Foresters. There's so many companies that I have access to that I can help you. Whatever you're trying to do when it comes to your legacy planning, just really go to the Black Business School. We're there to help you. And it's very important to us. And also, I want to say this, right? And Dr. Boyce and our sister here in the Nubian Money Club have to me changed my life. This has been a dream come true for me. I cannot. Sometimes I feel like I have to pinch myself that I'm doing this today, and I do it with such. I don't want to. I do it with such,
It's real.
I do it with such excellence and pride, that we have a space where we can go and get professional advice
Yeah.
without doubting ourselves and get the right information at the right time. I've spent a long time learning about this from people that don't look like me, that are super wealthy, and I see the difference. And I say, and they even tell me, you need to take it back to your community. I say, yes, I'm going, and then I figure I'm doing that today. But I want to also make one thing clear, that everything we do here is also to make sure we benefit the Black Business School. So if you can look for any kind of help that you need for advice, come to us first, because then we can also build the Black Business School, and we can also build the Fly Nubian Money Club. We want to build it. We don't want it to go somewhere else. Come here. Let us, so we can help each other grow and really put it back to our people. Please, I really encourage you to do that. Don't go out there looking for something. Try the Black Business School first. Try the Fly Nubian Money Club first before you go anywhere else.
That is a word. Listen, I hope y'all got that sermon today. Hallelujah. Listen, and I want to make sure that you know that for those that came in through Money in the Morning or Dr. Boyce's Black Business School, you may also want to check us out at flynubianmoneyclub.com. I bring in professionals. If you don't know by now, I bring in top professionals bi-weekly. We have weekly hot seats, weekly resources, really just trying to take it to the next level. Obviously, you've experienced this training, and we have other trainings that we've done, several other trainings that can teach you from having your 7-figure blueprint all the way till now building your own bank. So we're taking you through the process of wealth building. I think it's so important for us. People are confused and scared about what's happening with our economy, this recession, the administration. But I'm telling you that if we come together and we stick together, I'm not saying that you're going to be rich tomorrow, right? But I'm saying that what we can do is we can take this route together and take it one step at a time, be each other's accountability partners, and really we're able to retire and do all the things that you all want to do, some of those things that are a goal for you. So go to flynubianmoneyclub.com. Please definitely reach out to Aisha. She is such a wealth of, I'm going to reach out to Aisha about my personal bank for sure. There was a question, Sophia, who is one of our members who I absolutely love. Sophia asked, what's the minimum payment that she can deposit to start a policy? And I think that's a great question for the rest of us that want to know, like what we can put in here.
Yes, thank you, Sophia. And actually, it just depends. I actually tell a client, you tell me your budget. Let me know what your budget is, because first I have to do an analysis first, see where you're at, what you have, and then we say, okay, oh wow, you have this excess of 500 every month. Let's allocate it somewhere. Then we allocate it. Then we say, okay, now that's the amount you're going to use, right? So really, there's some policies that I have for clients. Do you know that I set up a client for a young person, $500,000 policy? They're 20 years old, $500,000 policy. They're only going to pay like $100 a month.
Amazing.
Now, that 20-year-old, by the time they are 40 something, they will have so much money that belongs to them.
Yeah, that's amazing. You know what? Y'all, can I tell y'all my biggest regret is when I was 20 years old, when I was 18 years old, I had a free ride to college, a full scholarship to college. And when I got there, I realized that I can take money out for this loan. Like, they were advertising Sally Mae. And I'm like, so wait a minute. If I take Sally Mae's loans, she'll give me, I don't know, $6,000-$7,000 every semester, and I can just spend. And I bought tops and pants and whatever. Like, y'all, I bought all the things. I paid rent. I made it rain. And that is, and obviously I still have that student loan debt to this day. When I graduated from college, it was $40,000. And then, I was still young. So I was like, I am not about to pay that. Right. So I just got myself into a world of trouble. So I wish that at 20 years old, somebody would have told me to just get a policy, and by the time you turn 40, you will be a millionaire. All you have to do is pay $100. It would have been life-changing.
Yes.
Yeah. But it's not too late.
It's
But
never
can we
too
make
late.
people? It's not too
Literally,
late.
till age 79, we have some policies that you can actually purchase until age 79 and IUL. Some companies will go up till age 65. Some will go up to age 82. It just depends. And we have access to all of them. So it's just about being open, your conversation. And because when I sit down with you, I really want to understand where you're coming from so I can help you put you in the right vehicle. So that even if you want to maybe later on do something different, you'll be ready to do something different. Right. So I'm there with you, Tiara. When I remember those days, I was buying shoes and handbags. I can kick myself all the way to the end.
I should have invested in Amazon or somebody. Well, not no, well, I
Something,
wouldn't invest in Sam.
something,
But I'm
right?
saying like I would. I wish I would have taken that money and started a business. But of course, like if you don't know, you don't know.
Don't
Like
know.
you don't know what to do if you've never had to do it. So we've seen people in the chat saying, "I'm 63, I'm 65."
No
What we've
problem.
learned today and what we want you all to walk away with is that it's not too late
Too late.
and that you still have time. And it feels like a lot of time, 15 years,
You do.
you
A
know,
long time, yes.
depending on how old you are, like almost 20 years, right? So,
But also, Tiara, what's even more important is that somebody at 63 might be thinking about living a legacy. So
mhm,
it's not even about being their own bank any longer. Just I don't want to live a legacy. They'll go, "But can I still get something?" Yes, you can. You can get something
mhm.
that you can still pass on to. So then the next generation now will have a place to stand up on. And so it's a staircase. So we're not going backwards. We're standing up on the shoulder of our next, and we keep. So yeah, you can absolutely. It's not too late. Let's talk about it.
That's right. Listen, we appreciate your time. We appreciate you coming in and teaching us this this valuable tool. I'm amazed. I cannot wait to have my consultation. There's a little bit for me. I feel obviously I'm still young, so I want to have something for my daughter, but then also have something for my daughter. Like for me, leaving it for my daughter and for myself, but also for my daughter. I'm definitely thinking about that legacy, not wanting her to be caught without knowledge. By the time that she just turned 14 last Saturday, and I feel like this is the home stretch to getting her, she's already talking about going to Howard University. I'm like, okay, right? So this is my time to get it right and to really prep her for that. So she doesn't have to, take loans out from salary. She just doesn't deal with any of that. So that is my intention. We want to thank everyone for coming. We want to thank everyone for
Thank you.
coming.
Thank you.
Please reach out to Aisha. If you are looking for the replay, you can find it on flynubianmoneyclub.com. Again, please come and join us at flynubianmoneyclub.com. Please come and join our group. We definitely want and are adding our accountability aspect to the group very, very soon. Like I said, hot seats. If you're an entrepreneur or you're trying to grow your business, we're going to offer weekly hot seats for you to come in and just, tell us about your business. And then I bring in an expert outside of myself, and we just kind of give you live consultation and coaching. We just want to make sure you have everything you need, y'all. This is a real thing. So go to flynubianmoneyclub.com and sign up and get the free trial, and I promise you'll receive that value that you're looking for. We thank you for coming, Aisha. Thank you for coming. Any other thoughts that you want to tell these beautiful people before we let them enjoy the rest of their weekend?
Yes, I
Final
do.
thoughts?
I do have a final thought. This has always been in my heart for many years, and I hope that I want you guys to please lean in and listen very closely. Our young men, our young men, a lot of times something happens to them. They're being treated, and we know they can get hurt very easily. I guarantee you, if every single one of us, even if we buy the smallest policy for our children, our male sons, all our sons, all that nonsense is going to stop. Because when the insurance company starts to pay out money they'll be like, wait a minute, that will stop, right? Because they know that, wow, these kids are protected. The only reason why we're so vulnerable is because they know that our people are not protected. So it's easy to just eliminate them. Something happens, they're so easy to quickly hurt them very easily. But if every boy, girl has a policy, And the insurance policy has to keep paying out and paying out and paying out. Let me tell you something. Somebody will be told to say, hey, listen, go and retrain your men, because this is too much. Just think about what I just said. I thought about it very deeply. I'm like, if we can really make sure that our kids are protected with insurance, trust me, we're not going to have to end up problems again.
Yeah, I love that. You know, what I noticed is that yesterday on Fly Nubian Money Club, the podcast, which we go live every Monday through Friday at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Yesterday, though, we talked about, or the day before yesterday, we talked about a rapper who was gunned down, and the mother of his child, his 5-year-old daughter, and he was killed at a car wash. And the mother immediately went to GoFundMe. And so we talked about GoFundMe on the show, and how it's so important that we really are diligent about, if the unexpected, like being taken care of and protected if the unexpected happens, because GoFundMe is not fair. GoFundMe should not be an option for our lives. Think about it. How much money have you contributed to a GoFundMe for somebody's death? Or if somebody needs some money moving forward, they go to GoFundMe and you have to put in $10 in a collection plate. We just want to encourage everybody to make sure that doesn't have to be an option. At the bare minimum, leaving yourself with burial, making sure that your family doesn't have to figure out those things, and they can just they already have to grieve, but leaving them with extreme amounts of debt and and just heartbreak. It's a lot. It's a lot. So we want to, I thought it was important for us to have this insurance conversation just for that reason, but also just making sure that we are building our own bank so we never are left vulnerable to the unexpected, because disasters happen every single day.
The
right?
uncertainties every day. Yes.
Every day is yeah. And Nicole said is a GoFundMe is out of control. Yeah, we just want to make sure that you all are taken care of. So with that being said, we love you, love you, love you. Thank you so much to the Black Business School students that came in. Please make sure you go to Fly Nubian Money Club and just become part of our community as well. And for the Fly Nubian Money Club members, we love you and we thank you for your support. Aisha, thank you so much for coming. This is a dream come true for me, because it's something that I wanted to build. It's something that I felt like I needed personally. I've been around all of these amazing women, and I was like, you know what? Everybody should know this. Everybody should know what I'm learning and what I have had access to. And it's really changed my mindset. And ultimately, my mindset being changed has really maximized my money and really just changed how I think of money, how I approach spending, all of the things. So we love y'all, and I'm here for y'all. If y'all need anything, please reach out. I'm around and available. And yeah, we will see you next week.
Thank you so much. Thank you. What a blessing. Thank you so much.
Have a good weekend, y'all.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Fly Nubian Money, where we help you master your mindset and maximize your money. Today, we're having a conversation that's going to shake the table a little bit about Dawn Robinson. She is one of the powerhouse voices behind In Vogue, Lucy Pearl, and even Dr. Dre's firm Supergroup has revealed that she's been homeless, sleeping in her car for nearly 3 years in Los Angeles. Now, let's be real. How does someone with that level of talent, fame, and success end up in such a position? Is this an isolated case, or does it highlight a bigger issue within the music industry? And beyond entertainment, how many Black women, especially those over 40, are struggling financially despite once having strong careers? We're going to break it all down to the real reasons behind these financial pitfalls, bad contracts, lack of financial literacy, industry politics, and even the pressures of maintaining an image. What lessons can we take from this? And how can we be sure we're setting ourselves up for long-term success. Listen, I have a wonderful royal court today. We have Joe Corley, licensed therapist, mental wellness coach, and educator. We have Tierra Williams, our producer and actress. We have Shalay Camillo, CEO of Vital Source Realty, and Dr. Lene, Brand Your Brilliance coach. Look at her shine. Look, she's shining already. Listen, I need to have everybody's quick response to this because this video just came out yesterday that Dawn put out. Okay. So I just want to hear your initial reaction. Were you shocked that she came out with this statement about her being homeless? Because in the beginning, which we're going to see the video, she was like, oh, Jesus, I put it out there. So I was just curious to know, what was your first reaction, Joe?
I really just need to know more about the story. So I'm gonna process as we go, and I'll answer you later.
All right, Shalay, did it shock you?
It shocked me, but I'm not surprised. And I know those are synonyms, but it shocked me, but I'm not surprised. The music industry, the entertainment industry.
Exactly. Dr. Lene?
I'm shocked. I would say shocked and surprised. You hope, I guess, and pray that when you get that kind of access and that kind of money, that you're going to make good choices and decisions. And then I guess more so sad that it's played out that way, that the people, maybe she didn't have the right people around her, or her choices, or, we know some of the different things that she did in the industry. So it's just sad that you get that level of fame and then you lose it.
Right. I think it shows that, fame ain't always everything. People like to think that it is. Fame and money is not everything. How about you, Tierra? You're in the entertainment industry. You're in LA.
Yeah, fame doesn't equate to money. I just want to say that. So she could have, listen, TLC was all over TV and didn't have no money. So we can say like she got all that money and all of that, but we have no idea if she in fact got all that money. So am I shocked? Yes, but like Shalay, am I surprised? Nah.
Yeah, I'm not either. So that's my reaction. But my reaction is a little different from everybody. I wasn't surprised, but I really don't care for her personality. And I kind of see the road that she took. This was part of her choice. So if this is her choice, I'm not going to give the reaction that she probably wants from this. So let's watch the video and let's see what she has to say.
You guys, for the past almost 3 years, I have been living in my car. I said it. Oh my God, it's out. I've been living in my car. Oh my gosh. Problem. This is not like, oh my God, poor Dawn. She's living in her car and it's terrible. Oh, what was me? It's not that. It's not like I said, I'm learning about who I am. I'm learning myself as a person, as a woman. And I didn't think if you would have said to me while I was in Vogue, you're going to be living in your car one day, I'd be like, huh? No, I'm always going to have an apartment. I can't live in my car. How can I do that? I won't be able to live in my car. We say that we can't do certain things before you even know we're capable. I'm glad that I made this choice because I needed to go through this fire. If some of you are on your spiritual journey, you may know or may have heard of something called the dark night of the soul. And that's when you go through like a period of isolation, a period of separating yourself from family and friends. And I'm in the trenches of this right now. And I'm like, I wouldn't trade my experiences and what I've gone through for the world. I hope from this you can gather that, wow, if Dawn could do that, I can do anything. It's been an unexpected path that I've enjoyed quite a bit. It's not like, oh my God, she's got somebody to help her every day. I don't. It's just me. But that's the beauty of it. Like learning that I can do all these things myself. Wow. Come on. I'm really, really, really proud of myself. This was no joke. And it is not something that I would have chosen, but I'm glad that I put myself out here.
Let me give you a little bit of history. Okay, Dawn is absolutely a powerhouse. Her voice is powerful and it's beautiful. When she is doing her thing, she's doing her thing. But Dawn also has a history of not being a good team player when it comes to working in the industry. She was with En Vogue. En Vogue fell apart a little bit. En Vogue said they would always have her back. She said she would do it as long as the other singer that replaced her would go away. And En Vogue said, no, she stays. Okay, that was one. Two was with Lucy Pearl when she worked with other artists there, and it fell apart. And then she blamed another member for that, only to find out that wasn't true. Three, she did R&B divas. And I think that really showed that she has a lot of issues. So I just wanted to give you a background, good and bad, of what Dawn is known for in the industry. And I'm trying to not be biased, but I want to say a couple of the comments that we have. Constance, hey, Constance. She said she's the common denominator. And I feel that way. Roger Holloway says, what about being difficult to work with? They call it burning bridges. So we now have a little bit of both sides of this. And she said that she chose this, but yet she wouldn't have chose this way. Joe, I want to talk to you a little bit about this because I want to get your initial thoughts on this video. Does this sound like someone who is stable in her thinking or may possibly need some type of intervention with therapy?
So as a therapist, my role is not to look at your situation and then make judgments on it. So everything that I know about anybody sitting on my couch, I get from them. So if I'm looking at this situation and hearing what she's saying, and until I get the signs or the feelings that she's being inauthentic, I have to take her for a word. So not knowing just looking at this, I don't know anything. I haven't sat with her. I don't know her. But looking at this, that all sounds totally logical to me. If that's what she wants to do authentically and that's who she wants to be, then who am I to say that that's unstable? So my goal is always with every single client is to live the way that you authentically want to live, whatever makes you feel joy, happy, and peaceful. If that's what she's doing, that's what she's doing.
All right. I like that perspective because a lot of people think that when you go to therapy that they're there to bash you and beat you into a certain way, but that's not the case. You just told us that. But Tiara, how does someone go from being one of the R&B's biggest groups to being homeless?
There's a lot of factors, right? It's a lot of circumstances that could happen. There's a lot of things. So in this video, I do want to say, though, what we didn't hear is that she was living in Las Vegas with her mother. And she said after a while, it fell apart because her mother had an issue with her or whatever. And so I hear her saying, like, just kind of pointing the finger at a lot of people. Over the years, I've seen her point the finger and say, like, I'm the victim in this situation and they're doing me wrong. And so I think that's the number one way to be broke, right? To be 50 some years old and not have anywhere to stay is kind of, taking in that victim mentality. The industry is filled with people who don't know the business. They aren't looking at the business side of the business. I always say that each industry, music, entertainment, no matter what business you work in, 90%, no matter what part of the entertainment industry you work in, 90% of it is 90% of it is business and 10% of it is show. And so you got to know that other side of the business. And I think a lot of artists are just like, I don't care about money. Y'all know the artists that be like, I don't care about money. All I want to do is give my art. That's all I want to do is just feel the world with my art. And they be broke because you don't want to learn the other side of the business. You just wanted to feel the world with your art. So your art and you are going to be sitting outside, unfortunately.
All right, Shalay, I love your response. So I'm going to you next. Okay, I'm going to you next. Tag on what your thoughts are.
So fame is fleeting. And I believe that, especially in this day and age, and maybe always, but I feel like more now that artists are really into it, most artists, for the fame of it, and that is fleeting. And like Tiara was saying, you got to think about the business side of it. So I grew up in the music industry. Me and my sister singing. We used to be called Baby in Vogue. And so, like, I remember meeting with record companies and everything. Our mom was our manager, and we would sit down and we turned down contracts because those contracts ain't shit. They really aren't. So if you're after the fame, there's a certain level of when you come in and you got to pay your dues and things like that. You're going to have to do that. But I feel like she's been in the industry so long, like what happened over the long term, why she ended up in this position. It has to be a mismanagement of relationships, a mismanagement of opportunities, a mismanagement of money. It has to be a melting pot of all of those things if she ends up in this spot. So like Joe was saying, I don't really know I was kind of shocked to hear that she's in that position. But then on the other hand, you can look at her past behavior and say, okay, she probably burned a lot of bridges.
Right. Now, don't forget other people like Sly Stone, same situation, was living on the side of the road in a van. But that was definitely because of how the record industry did him, and he was not getting his royalties. And currently also two of the DeBarge brothers are also living in a trailer on the side in LA. So this is not uncommon, but I think this situation of how we're seeing it is being uncommon. Dr. Lene, I'm going to get your response when we get back. We're going to take a quick commercial break right now, and we'll be right back.
It's a good show right here. But I'm biased. If you are just tuning in, you are watching Fly Nubian Money, where we help you master your mindset and maximize your money. My name is Tiara Williams. I'm also known as Miss Black Hollywood, and I'm the proud producer of this show because it is lit. If you want to receive notifications for when we go live Monday through Friday, 1 to 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. All you have to do is text the word Queens to 87948. That's Queens to 87948. That's QUEENS to 87948. Also, if you want to grow your money and not blow your money, all you have to do is go to flynubianmoney.com. There's all kinds of resources, there's courses, there's free giveaways. There's just no reason to be broke in 2025. All you have to do is go to flynubianmoney.com. Obviously, you don't want to be entertained here. You want to know enough to grow. Wait, I need to put that on a shirt. You got to know to grow. Got to know to grow. So know and grow with flynubianmoney.com.
Listen, we do all the things here, but if you don't want to miss all the things, you want to know when we go live, I get the notice every day and I'm on the show. You want to make sure that you text the word Queens, QUEENS to 87948 so that you can get notified every day of when we go live. So, you love to talk, but we always make sure that we turn around to talk about some type of finances in here on how we can do better and try to give some solutions. Dr. Lene, we hear a lot of entertainers go through this type of situation. And, you're great about branding your brilliance. That is their brilliance, their art, right? So how can Black entertainers better protect themselves financially from this type of situation?
That's an easy answer, and that's strategy. The basis of branding your brilliance is all about strategy. I think when you're going into not just entertainment, but any type of, let's say, high income or high return situation, there should be a strategy for it. All the money that passed through their hands at some point in time. In the video, she said, I can't believe I won't have an apartment. She didn't say a home. She didn't say a house. Like, you have that kind of money, a house should have been bought so that you can make sure that you always have a roof over your head, so that there were some type of an investment, right? You go into that particular industry, but I'm going to make this a blanketed statement. Whenever you get large sums of money, we get so excited and we just start spending and living our best life. And then when the money is gone, we don't have anything to show for it. We go back and talk about what we did have and who we used to be. And I feel her on that when she said that I wouldn't change it for anything. She probably wouldn't. It's a lifestyle that everybody didn't get to live, but she didn't handle her blessing well, right? And Vogue is still traveling the world, making money today. And she said no. One of them, I think, is married to a football player. Like, you didn't use your talent and your skills, your brilliance well. And so I would say strategy. Use your brilliance in a way where it can pay you for the rest of your life.
It's really interesting that you brought that up because honestly, In Vogue, I think just announced this week that they're doing like a tour. And then this came out immediately after that. So that was just announced, I do believe, on Tuesday, that they came out with new dates of where they were going to be performing. Do I think this is a little strategic on her part? I honestly believe it is. But Big Mac says, I don't think living in your car is considered normal unless she's in an RV, especially someone of her stature in the industry. And I do know a lot of people right now who are living in RVs. They live in their best life, but they chose to do it and still are making money and choosing to live in their RVs because of the rent and everything else, but they still invested in their RV. This just feels different to me. So let's check some stats because we like numbers around here. Okay. So let's look at this one. Only 19% of recording artists own their rights to their music, meaning the majority do not profit long-term from their work, such as I told you earlier, Sly Stone, especially. That's why he was on the side of the road. Same with the DeBarge family. Women in entertainment are twice more likely than men to struggle financially after their careers slow down due to industry ageism and lack of opportunity. Wow. I think that ageism is something I do want to tackle. Tiara, do you think that is part of the situation with her? And do you see it a lot in the industry?
No, some divas are able. So, based on I've met a lot of celebrities, I've worked with a lot of people, and it's so interesting that certain people just do business well. Like, I noticed the way they move, how they handle people. They're gracious, they're nice. Every time you see them, they have an air about them that keeps them working, right? And then there's other people that don't have that, right? They're mean, they're combative, they're difficult, and those people tend to be the people sleeping outside after a while. And not always, but there's just people that have a thing about them, like they know how to handle their business and understand that the way they deal with their relationships is very much part of the business. And so I do think that ageism is a thing. I'm not saying that it's not. But I think that it's all a mentality. I mean, somebody just asked me yesterday. I mean, I'm 42 now. Somebody just asked me about I have an album coming out soon. And somebody just asked me about a record label yesterday. I'm not 20 anymore. And I was like, I don't know if I want to. I know I don't want to deal, but for different reasons. But I just think it's just how you handle it's just a mindset that comes along with it. Like I said, if you know the business, if you know how to handle your business and how to treat people, it'll take you really far, no matter how old you are.
I agree, which I'm going to tap into you, Joe, with this, because this is a mental thing. This can affect you mentally when people are saying you're too old, you ain't the right size, you don't do what we want right now musically. Those things, when you are constantly being told by the industry these type of things, how can someone prepare mentally for those things to help get them through that struggle?
I think In Vogue said it best themselves. Free your mind. The rest will follow. Listen, reality, we have to anchor ourselves in our realities. And that can be difficult for some people. Like, we are out here right now talking about how this doesn't seem normal. But how normal is it to live in a situation where you live basically beyond your means for your entire life, paying $600,000 for a house that costs $250,000, that doesn't seem normal to me. So we have to readjust what we consider normal. How do you prepare for the situation that she's in right now? It's adjusting your reality. Okay, here's where I am right now. Here's what I'm capable of doing, and that's what it is. I can't go back in the past and make any changes. I don't have a time machine. I can't do any of that stuff. What is in front of me right now, and how do I actually want to be living? And that's a really hard concept for a lot of people to grab. It really is, because we've been conditioned to kind of accept a different kind of normal for ourselves or a standard normal, but everybody's normal is different. So this woman's normal is different. So we just got to figure out what her normal is and help her adjust to her reality as soon as possible. If she's, or maybe we're wrong. Maybe she's already adjusted to her reality.
Can I just ask Joe a question?
Yes.
If that is the case, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Joe, so she goes into this whole soliloquy about it being the midnight before dawn or whatever she said, right? Like whatever she was talking about a spiritual awakening and all of that. I'm not gonna lie to you, it does sound a little detached from reality. Like I know we all, to throw yourself into, I understand, there's a part of me that understands. Like she's saying, I'm going through obstacles and I realize I can do those things on my own. Like I have a sense of freedom because I'm able to now do things on my own versus whatever her life was before. But part of her rhetoric sounds really detached from reality. What do you say about that? Like some of it, just a little bit. She sounds crazy as hell a little bit.
Yeah, it's really hard to grasp that without talking to her, because her lived experience could be dictating the things that she's saying, and I have not lived her life. You know what I mean? So giving her an opportunity to sit on the couch and process everything that she's been through, and then try to figure out how close or detached from reality she actually is. That's what it would take. But everything can come from lived experience. We don't know what that woman's been through. You know, we really don't know. She could be the problem or the common denominator, as everybody says, or she could really be getting taken advantage of in every situation that makes her feel the way she feels. We don't know.
Or acts the way she acts. But the dark hour, that's a real thing. That is a real thing. And we use it as speakers when we tell our story, where you go through the dark night and you come out. So that's a legit practice. She read that in a book somewhere, I'm sure of it, but it is real.
But I mean,
thank you for
I don't know,
tapping
maybe
into
it's the
that.
way she said it. I understand the dark night and the midnight or whatever, but I understand what you're saying, right? But she just sounds okay. Go ahead.
But no, I'm really like Dr. Lenny, I'm glad you brought that up because, you know, I'm sure she also reads a lot too. I mean, you tapped into that too. So it's got to be a part of something that she's read in her psyche. We're going to take another short break. And when we come back, we're going to continue this conversation. This is hot. But listen, we're not talking at you. Y'all know that, right? I need to see all them comments will come a-flying. I'd love to see what you have to say about the situation. We'll be right back.
After midnight.
You're busy, you got things to do, and you can't take us on the go with you every single day. Good news for you. We are now on Spotify. So if you can't watch us, now you can listen to us on Spotify. Search Fly Nubian Money and all the episodes shall appear. All you have to do is like, subscribe, leave a 5-star rating, leave some comments, tell people how you love us so that when other people come along and are looking for a great show to watch, they can find Fly Nubian Money too. One last thing, and just in case you've been sitting under a rock, Fly Nubian Money now has an investment club. We are the Fly Nubian Money Club. It's easy. All you have to do is go to flynubianmoneyclub.com, and I am committed to bringing in top experts from all industries to help you level up. They're teaching us the skills that we need to compete in this market. We often say that nobody is coming to save us, not the government, but guess what? We're coming to save us. I'm coming to save you with the Fly Nubian Money Club. So listen, all you have to do again is go to flynubianmoneyclub.com. We have a 30-day free trial set up just for you, just for those people that are struggling. Even if you ain't struggling, you ain't got to struggle. I'm coming. Okay, let me stop playing. I'll see you soon.
Hey, we already told you. You if you don't want to choose to live in your car, we have options for you. Okay? Listen, I'm not joking about that because I know who all has taught on this panel with Fly Nubian Money Club. And I can tell you every last one who has taught has brought it 1000% to help you to make sure that your financial house is in order. Sign up today, 30-day free trial, flynubianmoneyclub.com. Okay, now listen, I want to dig back into this, but Shalay, you mentioned, you were a part, you were part of the industry, you were considered that like the baby in vogue. So one of the things you talked about the contracts, but what are some of the biggest financial mistakes that entertainers make?
Oh my goodness. So many things, but number one, it's a mentality. And coming from a community, and I'm talking about Black entertainers, coming from a community where it's like, you know, the fast money seems to be the way to get out of the poverty and things like that. They're not really thinking about the long term. It's about survival and getting out and then being flashy with it. I think that the biggest problem is doing all the flash, all the cars, all the houses that are not needed. And a lot of those houses are rented and not even owned, which is a big problem. But like the cars and the jewelry and the clothes and the makeup and the flying here and there and the jets and the entourage, artists aren't really thinking about that. Ain't your money. Like the record company is coming back to recoup all that. They're like, go ahead, spend it. They have to recoup all of that before you actually make a dime. So it's about being strategic about what is it that we're really doing? And what is it, the mentality that we're doing? I mean, the mentality that we're using as far as business wise, who is advising? Oh, so many times you have people who are supposed to be advisors and they're just there to siphon from the artist. So it's really important to set yourself up as a business and think about that long term, because it's not about the flashy this and that, because you're paying for all of that. But what do you have at the end of it? A bunch of clothes and some Fendi this and Fendi that. Like real estate. What are you thinking about? Businesses that you're going to start so you can strike while the iron is hot. And once you're hot, you know, collaborate with other artists, do things like that. So like artists aren't really thinking about that. At least traditionally, artists weren't thinking that way. I feel like now maybe since these things are getting out in the open, more people are thinking about it. But it's really about strategy and mentality.
Exactly. I'm going to say MP Hammer.
Go ahead. Tap on in, Dr. Lene. Tap in.
Huge entourage. He used to travel with all those dancers, all those people paying wages, and then broke. All them folks had money. Some of them probably made investments. The dancers could have potentially probably ended up in a better situation than him.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. I think the industry and all industries, not just music, we're talking about because she's in music today, but writers, artists, you know, any movie people. I mean, we hear every single day that they are not getting paid or protected correctly. And when you first are getting into this, you've worked so hard that they dangle this golden carrot that looks so beautiful that you don't open that carrot up and see that there's a lot of rotten shit in there that you need to be paying attention to. And, you know, sometimes your vision of what you want to be, you choose to ignore the other side of it because you think it's all going to work out. But listen, we've talked about Dawn. This is nothing new. Like we've talked about several other artists who are in the same situation, but I want to watch another video and we're going to dive and take this in a little bit of a different direction. Check this out.
It's me. I'm that one check away. Yes. I woke up one day, got let go, and I found out that I had no support.
They say that if a person is homeless, they're crazy, lazy, or on drugs.
No. It's scary. This is death. Every year it gets worse. It's the wrong time to be homeless. Like the resources is bad, meaning because everybody's using them. We're being affected, but now it's starting to hit. I was up, right? I'm coming down. You'll eventually start seeing them because the sun's coming down. Nice cars. People are living in them. What does that say? They were like us. That one check away. Because how do you have all your you already got, you look like you're straight. That makes a lot, you downsize. So now people ain't downsizing to a studio, we downsizing to our car. Let's go minimum, right? So studios, 1,000, right? My car note is over 5. Insurance, that's about $2,000 right there. Right there off rip. That's not including food. That's not including bills, my cell phone bill, phone, nothing.
All right, let's get down to some root of things. We definitely know for sure that inflation and the things that are going up and up and up do not balance with what is coming in and in and in. And more people are choosing to share the struggle with the world. I think it's great that we have these type of platforms where they share, but check this out. Americans living in their cars are finding refuge in safe parking spots. So now there's a need for safe parking lots. Municipalities and nonprofits are establishing secure lots to address the rising number of people who live in their cars or their RV. Guys, I could barely move around Los Angeles. When I was selling homes, I would have to walk through homeless encampments. You're talking Burbank, you're talking Hollywood, you're talking Long Beach, you're talking, Studio City, you're talking Hollywood Boulevard. People like to show the pretty stuff, but they don't want to show the nasty stuff that goes with it. So are we normalizing this and making it normal now that people are now going to be living in parking lots? And I'm going to throw that question to you, Joe. Do you think this is normalizing a really shitty situation so that people just know that, oh, well, other people are doing it, so can I?
Yeah, this is what I've been saying the whole time, right? What is normal? What is reality? I mean, a lot of us, about a good percentage of people probably have not prepared or did not prepare to be an adult. And by the time we figure out what you actually need in order to do some adulting, most times it's too late. So looking at those situations where you're walking through those homeless camps and all that other stuff, I doubt that many of those people, grew up envisioning their life being that way. But because we have normalized basically being broke or living beyond your means, it's a normal thing. And I say that, man, because I did it too, you know what I mean? But getting into this space and really, moving towards the mindset of authenticity and living the way that you actually want to live, you come to discover that, that these things that we have cherished and strive for all this time aren't really that important or really that serious. It's really not about that. So we have to get back to normalizing joy over everything, not over luxury and comfort and all the things that you think you might want, because you're killing yourself trying to maintain or obtain these items, these material items, and you are literally stressing yourself out. I guarantee you, if you did a poll of American people, a large majority of them would say that financial stress is high on their list or number one on their list. And it's because of what you're asking me. Have we normalized it? Yes, we have normalized stressing yourself out for luxury.
I think you're so right. I can't tell you how many people have rolled up to my office in Los Angeles and they have fed up and they want to buy a house. They are currently living with 10 other people in a 1-bedroom apartment. And they still aren't quite making it, and they don't have private space to even woosah. But I'm going to throw this question to you, Dr. Lene, because listen, you help people tap into what they're good at. Have our school systems, have our families kind of failed us a little bit when it comes to teaching us life skills?
Schools, definitely. Family, I don't know if I'm going to say family. I can, but you have to remember our parents, they weren't thinking about these things. So what would they have taught us? I think our parents was probably the first generation of people who probably talked to us about credit, buying a home. And now we're of the age where we're talking about investing, crypto, like every generation gets better. You know what I'm saying? But also, if I'm being honest, when my mom was talking to me about making investment of my credit and budgeting, I thought I knew everything, so I didn't listen. I'm glad she told me about it, because as I got older, I was able to use it and apply it. But when you're younger, especially when you're balling out of control, remember, I used to be a dancer when I was younger. I'm 19, 20, making $4,000 a month in cash. I didn't do nothing with it. I should have had a house. I should be able to say, with all that money I made in those days, I did something with it, and I didn't. I blew it. It just came and went. So even though we do have some of the education from people who know us and love us, we also have to be open souls, open-minded, future thinking to actually use it and apply it, so that we don't end up living in our car.
Right. I agree. Shalay, do you think that we place too much emphasis on image and not enough on financial planning?
Absolutely. And the entertainment industry, the music industry specifically, is to blame for a lot of that. And we're a people right now where we're very easy to manipulate and easy to influence. So when you see the rappers who are, balling out and things like that, the younger kids think that that's the way to go. So they come up, they get a little bit of money, or they get into the music industry. They're not thinking about what I'm going to do when I'm 45. They're thinking about balling out of control right now. A lot of it comes with maturity, like Lene was saying, like, we all had those days, right? Where we messed up our credit in the past and stuff, and we came upon some money and we just blew through it. Part of it is maturity. Part of it is not even knowing what to do with it. Like, what do I do with it? Where are those mentors? Where are the people around us who can say, okay, this is what you got going on. This is what you need to do with it. And a lot of times, most of the time, and especially people of color in the music industry, you don't have those people around to tell you what to do with it. And like I said, those advisors that you do have, they're just there to take from you too. So I think it's maturity. I think it's mentality. I think it's strategy. And it's about having the community of people who are like in place to where when you get into this position, you have somewhere to go or someone to go to say, okay, now I've got this going on. I got a little chunk. What should I do so that in 25 years, my life is going to be better? I can set myself up.
Right. We all have to start changing our mindset. I think too many times we get into, this material thing, but you also have to make sure that your financial household is in a good place. And that's what we do here at Fly Nubian Money. You guys know that. And this is one of the reasons that we are talking about it. But we're going to take a short break and we'll be right back.
Are you a Black business owner looking to expand your reach? Well, has Fly Nubian Money got good news for you? We are building a Black business directory to connect you with customers who need your services. And here is the best part. It is absolutely free. Email us at info@realvirtual.net. Send us your business name. Tell us a little bit about what you do, what services you offer, your website address, and your contact information. That's it. Together, we are going to build and circulate the Black dollar. Get listed today and start connecting with people who are probably already looking for you.
And that's what we're all about. We are helping you build your financial house. How do you do that? You get in front of those who are looking for you. We are on a mission to make sure that our Black dollars stay in our community. And if you have a business, please email us at info@realvirtual.net. Send us all of your information. Don't send us part. We want everything. We want to know your name, your email, your website address. Give us a little bio. We want it all so that we can share your information. And as we said, this is free. And if you are looking for someone's business, then you also can email us as well. And as it grows, you're going to grow too. So make sure that you get yourself in this directory, because the first question everybody says is, well, who do we know? Where can we go? We're giving you the place to do it. Black Lexicon says financial literacy is overlooked skill set that should be taught to children. We are directly agreeing with you on that. Tiara, how should we change the mindset of chasing quick money versus long-term wealth?
Yeah, I think, there's so much information on the internet, right? There's so much information on the internet, and we just have access to so much information. I think it's so overwhelming sometimes that people just be like, I don't know. I don't know. But I just think that if we just got around people, I'm thinking about the Fly Nubian Money Club, and I can't help but to, like, as we're having this conversation, just think about like what we represent. And I'll just use this as an example. A lot of what we represent is knowledge and skills, right? Understanding how to invest, what to do. Community is really important, and understanding the power of investing. I met a guy who came to the All Black National Convention, and he said, you know what? If you just, I just picked one thing that Dr. Boyce told me to do. I did the $5 a day, $5 a day investment plan. So he took $5 every day and invested it, $35 a week. He told me within 2 years, he was able to take the money he invests and put it on a down payment on a house. And I thought, I think around that time I was like, wait a minute, now I'm around this person all the time, and I don't know if I take advantage of the what knowledge I get from Dr. Boyce all the time. But something struck me at that day. It was like 8 all Black national conventions ago, but it really just made me think like, oh my God, this is really working. If you just pick one strategy, if you pick one thing, whatever that thing is, and just learn it and master it, I think it'll make all the difference in your life. Instead of trying to do all the things, just learn one thing, whatever that is. Create a product, whatever it is, just learn it, master it, and just be consistent about it. And you'll see, you'll see your life change.
I think you hit something very important. Is there are so many things right now that many people have shiny squirrel object syndrome. They want to do something, but yet they see, oh, look, a bird, or oh, wow, a shiny nut. All of a sudden you've gotten yourself out of focus. I think there is a lot of power in what you said about picking one thing and sticking to it for a while, because you have to stick to something for a while before you even see if it's going to work or not. You're throwing spaghetti against the walls, each one stick, but make sure that you stay focused on that for a little bit before you move on.
Patience. Even the entertainers that you know and love, and you feel like, oh, they make all of this money. Literally, they put 20 and 30, 10, 20 and 30 years of their life into this one thing and just hit it every single day, and now can make money from that. So like, you got to be patient. You got to like put your head down and really focus on that one thing. It's always just the one thing. You could just do one thing and then just master that one thing, and it can literally change your life.
It really can. But we always talk about how it affects our communities, and especially Black women. So I want to check out these stats before we move on to another great video. A 2023 report found that 42% of Black women over 40 have less than $10,000 in their savings. And we know what these rents look like and things of that nature. That is not much at all. A report by the National Alliance to End Homelessness shows that Black women experience homelessness at disproportionately high rates, with many citing financial instability as the main cause. Listen, the last video that we saw showed and proved that stat, and the fact that she was working, and she's working 2 jobs, and she still could not afford a place to live. Just the car payment and the insurance payment. She's not even talking about what it costs to eat in our country. That proves that whole stat right there. But listen, we've been talking about a little bit of older ladies. We looked at a couple of older ladies, but what is this young generation thinking? Let's check this out.
I'm homeless and I get ready for work at the gym. A lot of people don't understand why somebody would choose to be homeless, and honestly, rent was kicking my. I was paying $2,000 in household bills, and now I pay $20 for my gym membership, and this is where I sleep. When I left my apartment, I thought I'd be living in my car rent-free. The day I moved out, my car completely shut down, but it was too late to go back. I slept in that car so many nights without air and heat until one day I just couldn't take it. I told my manager I was living in a broke-down car, and now I sleep at work. When I tell people I'm homeless, they imagine me digging in dumpsters like this looking for food. I chose to be homeless because I'm tired of paying bills and I need to save some money. They didn't want to give me food stamps, so I'm out here living rent-free, eating ribs. I said I was homeless, never said I was broke. I get my packages sent to a pickup location and go pick it up from there. I'm homeless, and this is how I date. I shower and get ready at the gym, and then I take my stuff to storage since it's not that far. I Uber to and from the date, even though they usually ask to come and pick me up. I don't mention being homeless until the 2nd or 3rd date, but it hasn't been an issue so far. If you have a problem with me dating, just remember I'm homeless by choice, and unlike you, I don't have any rent to pay.
This bothers me on so many levels, and let me tell you why. One of the first things, and Shalay, I'm going to ask you your thoughts on this, is she's living where she works. Her boss knows she's homeless. Am I crazy in thinking there's something wrong with that, Shalay?
I'm not sure. I feel like the boss thinks that he's doing her a solid by letting her sleep there at work. That really bothered me. And the problem is not going away. The cost of rent, even the cost of buying a home, the upfront cost for buyers, the cost of food, the cost of utilities, the cost of cars, insurance, it's astronomical. And as the wealth gap widens, this is going to become a bigger problem. So we need to have conversations like this, and we need to have even more conversations in town halls about what are we really going to do about it? Because I know for me, like I own a house, I own 2 homes, and my plan is for my daughters to have that. But what if I didn't? I have friends who don't own homes yet, and they have children, and they're just paying rent, and they're going to be paying rent unless they get into home ownership. And rent is going to continue to go up. And the cost of home ownership is going to continue to go up. Like, when does it stop? That really bothered me.
The cycle is still continuing to go up. Inga Baby says, I'm hoping she's saving and investing her money. The boss could always fire her. That is a very real thing. But here's another thing that's bothering me. All right, Dr. Lene, am I cuckoo and thinking girlfriend out here talking about she eating good and she's still homeless? What is going on with that? What is going on with that? Am I crazy? What's your thoughts on that?
I think everybody has their own priorities. It can work for me. I'd rather have a roof over my head and eat peanut butter and jelly and top ramen. Personally, that's me, right?
She sounds
I think
crazy
she's
as hell.
glorifying it. I think she's making it look like it's an easy thing to do. Everybody can do it, and that's not the case. Like a home provides stability. Having an address provides stability. I'm not dating if I don't have a home. I believe I can't think of it right now. Maslow's hierarchy says that the first one is stability, a house, a home, like the basic needs. Like I'm not going to say that. You need a home. And if you don't have one, and when I say need a home, the RV is not that bad. You know what I'm saying? At least you got a little living room, you got a bedroom. Okay, I'll go with the RV. I'll go with the RV. The house, the car, and the streets. I don't know about that one, but RV, okay. But not having a home, living at your job, getting dressed, taking showers at the gym, and then normalizing that as if it's okay. I think that's a bad strategy and a bad thing to show other people who might be on the verge of trying to figure out if they're going to push through and go to the next level or quit and scale down.
Can I say something? I feel like if it's a very short-term strategy, like, look, this rent is too much right now. How can I save $2,000 a month so that I can save to buy a house or something? I feel like if it's a short-term strategy and you're doing it to get out of the situation, that's a little bit different.
Just rent a room. Just rent a room. If you got a job, rent a room for $500. Like something. Like don't.
Yeah.
No. Sorry, Shalay. I don't mean no to you. I'm just saying no.
I don't know where she lives, like what city, because I know here in Boston, you rent a room is still $1,500 a month. Like, I know people who cannot afford that. I have clients right now who cry to me because, y'all, it's bad. It's bad. I don't know where this young lady lives, but my question would be, what is she doing with the money that she's saving? Like, what's the plan? Because you cannot.
She's eating ribs.
She's eating good.
She's
paying for her gym membership. And she's paying for that gym membership too. Don't forget that.
Well, she said that was $20. So I'm like, okay.
Yeah, that's not too bad.
Where's she work at there? I guess that's the next question. Where you work at?
That's what I want to know.
The rent place. So she get
Yeah, it kind of cripples her. If she's able to sleep in the office, it kind of cripples her and makes her feel like this false sense of, like you said, like whoever said, like, I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, him allowing her to live in the office. It just feels like he's like crippling her from being able to really like be responsible. I don't know.
I think that
Is
what
she
Shalay
alone?
was saying is probably. I think that when somebody goes to being homeless, I think they think that it's a short-term solution. Like, you know what, I'm just going to do it for a minute. I'm going to get back on my feet. I hope to believe that that's what somebody thinks, right? I'm just going to be in my car for a second. I'm going to save some money. I'm going to get back on my feet. But the point that Tara was making is when you start having people, I think that solidify it or justify it or normalize it, then you stop putting forth the energy and the effort to do it differently when you could just do it this way.
Especially if you're getting attention.
Right. And people, right? Joe, is this is not a mental health situation? Because that feels mental healthy to me. Like it feels like a little off. Now I understand rent is expensive and all of that, but I also wonder if that means that if I can't afford to pay for my life, I need to go get some more skills, baby. I need to get some certifications. I need to figure it out so I can make more money. Like, right? Like, or am I just, is everybody downtrodden? No,
Where's
go
her
get some more
family?
skills. I'm
She sound-
asking.
I got from the video that she's possibly making a kind of a decent living, right? So what's the alternative? My question would be is for her to work a week, 2 weeks, take her paycheck and, spend the whole thing on just her living situation and be stressed and struggling. What's the alternative?
A
What I mean?
room.
Most young people I know only leave the home at this stage out of necessity. Like you have to be out because staying with your parents or your whatever situation you're in is no longer an option. So let's just assume that she's out of the home because she has to be. And if this is accurate, because we don't know, all we know is what she told us. Remember that.
Yeah.
If this is comfortable life for her, she can afford them ribs. Meanwhile, her counterpart or one of her friends is spending all their money on their rent and can't afford no ribs.
But what's the long-term plan?
Right.
Because she can't be.
We don't know. We don't know if she. I mean, we don't. She said she was
What she
saving.
wants
She
to do.
literally said she was saving. So we don't know. What if her long-term plan is to travel the world? You only need a certain amount of money to start backpacking around. You can do that. You know what I mean? But she can't afford that if she's giving up all her money. These young people got different ambitions. Like when I was young, I didn't leave the country until I was 27 years old. These young people today are leaving the country at 18, 19 years old and experiencing different things. So what if she's seen? I mean, I'm just throwing out scenarios that are possible.
Yeah.
What if she's seen the opportunities or the ability to go overseas and spend 2 or 3 weeks and it only costs you, $1,500-$1,600. She got that.
The way she was curling her hair at the gym tells me that is not that ain't. I don't.
She looked clean and ready to
But,
go.
but okay, let me point out
comfortable.
something. Let me point out something that I haven't heard anybody say, and I waited because I wanted to see if someone else picked up on this. Listen to the tone of each one of those ladies in this video. Dawn, the lady who's working 2 jobs and living in a car, and this young lady. They don't sound happy to me. They don't sound like they are happy to me. Your voice and your body language will always tell you that there is something else going on. So I do see this as a mental issue. I see this as us making it normalized that this is how how you're supposed to live. I don't know about y'all, but I want more. Now, if I had to be homeless, then I would really make it a priority not to be homeless for long. Like I would rent a room. All right. I would rent a shed if I had to. But I wouldn't be on these streets. For one, it's not safe for anyone, not less alone a woman to be out in these streets in these cars. I have a problem with that. Their tone is telling me everything.
My response, Paula, I can show you some people that live in apartments with that same tone. As I'm saying, we just don't know. It's not enough information.
We don't know the backstory. Yeah.
Yeah, we don't know enough. Is all I'm saying.
Agree. Point. But but I don't know. Something is still irking on my heart. Sometimes the heart just be telling you stuff. Big Mac said, Joe, come on now.
Hey, listen, man, I'm telling you, man, when you sit,
glad to have you back
in therapy rooms and you talk to people and you get a 100 different perspectives on people's lives and lived perspectives a week, your mind begins to expand on what normal actually looks like. And you start to realize that if people are living authentic, people are going out of their way to be miserable. I've seen that too many times. So if this girl wants to live in her car and that makes her happy, and she's joyful and she's at peace, then who are we to say that that's an issue? You know what I mean? Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know enough. Now, I could talk to her and be like, I could find out that she really don't want to be living this way. And then I could press her like, hey, well, you got to start doing some things that get you inside of an apartment or a room, or go get a room. I can start talking like Tierra. But but I don't know. I see too many people.
But here's the thing. That's what makes it tough. We don't know. We can assume all day long, right? We truly can, because you really don't really know what someone is going through if you're not in their shoes. And you made that a great point, Joe. It's really easy for us to sit on this side and make our judgments, but unless you are in their situation, there isn't anything you can do. Which I will say, this comment that I will tap in before we have final thoughts is, how can you do any better if you don't know any better? We should be praying that we educate people around this whole situation. And I agree with that. Not arguing with you at all, Joe. I see your point. You also made me open my eyes a little bit as well, because I have to say I am right now not really thrilled with Miss Dawn, because I see her being able to do better. And if she doesn't want to do better, then I can't want better for her. And with that being said, I'm going to tap into final thoughts. Dr. Lene, what are your final thoughts, and where can we find you?
My final thoughts are to be strategic with your life, your goals, your plans, your brilliance, whatever it is that you're doing today, right now. Think about, what does that look like for you after 65? Are you going to be prepared? What type of life do you want to live? And then what are you doing to make sure that you have that life? I think that's ultimately what we're talking about. Everybody is one mistake away or one check away. But not let me rephrase that. Everybody is not, because some people are preparing and planning so that that is not their outcome. And so I would like to hope and pray that that is what we take away from this today. Where are we at in our lives, and what do we want our lives to look like after we're 65? And then, are we doing what we need to do to make sure that we can live the life that we want? And so if you need help with that, I am a monetization strategist and a Brand Your Brilliance coach. And I help entrepreneurs to create businesses around their brilliance so that they can make money. You can find me at drlenejavette.com/links to learn all the different things that I do.
You know what she does. And she brings it with some light too. That pretty smile. Come on. You know to get your brilliance all up there. Make sure that you go to Dr. Lene. She told you what to do. You got your marketing orders. Listen, she has the skills, and she has the mindset, and she has the heart to help you as well. So make sure that you follow her and sign up for that, because I'm sure she's going to take you to the next level. Shalay, what is your final thoughts, and where can we find you?
So my final thoughts are like, how can we change the mindset of like chasing quick money to long-term wealth? We've got to change our mindset, and that starts when we are young. So teaching our daughters, our sons, our nieces and nephews, teaching young people who may be in our sphere. I think it's about changing the mindset, and then making sure that we tap into educational resources or mentorship resources to actually access that information. And that not only the information, because like Tiara was saying, everything's on Google. It's really the insight and what to do with it. I know for me, like, there's still so many things that I'm like, even in investing, that I'm like, when you talk about real estate, I got it. But like other things, I'm like, I need other people. Fly Nubian Money Club. So that's my final thought. You can find me at Shalay Camillo on Instagram and Facebook, Shalay.Camillo on YouTube. I can help you move or buy or sell real estate anywhere in the continental United States and Canada. I would love to help you and your family do that. Vital Source Realty, check me out.
All righty, you got your marching orders there. Now listen, just because now I'm a witness, because we in the same industry. Listen, buy a home, get you some land. And if you don't want to do that here, find somewhere else to do it. There's plenty of it out here for you to get into, whether you want to do it domestically or internationally. So you want to make sure that you follow her. Got any questions about that? Tap into her as a good resource. Joe, we gave you the blues today, and I'm sorry. I love you so much. What's your final thoughts? And where can we find you?
I want to quick say to Big Mac, brother, I had the luxury of talking to you, and I know that not a whole lot of people think like you. So I'm going to say that to everybody, bro. We all don't think alike, man. We all just don't think alike. If you are an older person, and you are not living authentically, then let's talk about getting rid of some of those regrets and figuring out how you can live the way you want to live, so that you can be at peace and have joy. And if you're a younger person, I want you to be intentional about the kind of experiences you want to have, and it's okay if you don't exactly know what that is, or if they change later. But for the right now, like, don't listen to what everybody's telling you should do or what you should be, or trying to take. I know people that are buying houses that don't really want houses because they're trying to take care of their younger selves, because their younger selves was poor. So you want to show that you can live a life where you're prosperous and you have money just because you were broke when you were a kid. These are the type of things that I come across every day, and I'm saying it one more time. People go out of their way. I have seen this firsthand. People go out of their way to be miserable, and you don't have to do that. You don't. You can live the way you want to live unapologetically. Holler at me, realuconsulting.com, Joe Corley on all platforms. Tuesday night, Vulnerability is the New Sexy. Had a great conversation this past weekend. Very proud of the conversation we had, and I want y'all to go back and listen to that one. That's all. That's it. Free your mind and rest. Shout out to the Funky Code Divas, my mom's favorite group.
I love it. Listen, he told you go check that out. And when he talks strong. So listen, there are ways that you can balance yourself, and Joe is one of the best. So you want to make sure that you tap into him at realuconsulting.com. And Tiara, what is your final thoughts, and where can we find you?
I'm gonna just give a shout out, because this, for reasons like this, is the reason why we created the Fly Nubian Money Club. So, I'm just gonna tell you what I value is knowledge. I got myself around a community of women. Actually, this podcast inspired Fly Nubian Money Club, because I come week after week and I'm around bomb ass women who know business, who know real estate, who know investing, and it's leveled me up. So if you are about to live in your car, you trying to get you some friends that don't live in their car, like that, get around people that know business, that know the things that you don't. Community is so important. On top of that, don't put all your eggs in one basket, right? Diversify your income while you're working that job. Also, like everyone else has said, put money other places. $5 a day, put it into the stock market, something, so that when you need something, or you're about to be put out your home, you have something to pull from, and just lastly, a lot of people I hear, and nobody mentioned this, it's just like working, the whole idea, like Black people work so hard. That lady's working two jobs. But really, like, the idea here is to shift that mindset and work smarter. Put your money elsewhere. Like, what Black people got to get away from that, like how hard we used to work during slave, like, or just being a slave to corporate plantations or whatever it is, and just learn how to, like, really work that money that you're making. So I would just say that those are our principles at the Fly Nubian Money Club, and I invite you to come on a journey with us at the Fly Nubian Money Club. Go to flynubianmoneyclub.com. Okay, my lights are running around. Okay, come to flynubianmoneyclub.com and let us show you a different way to live. You ain't got to be in your car. You ain't got to go to the gym to wash up. You ain't got to live in the office. Just come through. We got you.
And
I'm Tiara. I'm at Miss Black Hollywood across all platforms. Come holler at me.
Yep, she got a whole lot for you to look at. You better get on over there and follow her. And she truly does mean she is trying to make sure that you have the resources that you need with our club, flynubianmoneyclub.com. Sign up for that. Here's my final thought. I've had to kind of check myself a little bit through this podcast today. I do my best to look at myself and if I'm judging too harshly, because honestly, my business is my business and someone else's business is someone else's their business. Is that how they want to live? But you also can have compassion and empathy for someone because you never know what they're going through. You could be walking around all together with a Coach bag and Jimmy Choo shoes, but there is something internally going on, and it can be the exact opposite. Someone could be walking around in shabby shoes that's not even the glue doesn't come apart, and they could be the happiest person in the world. So first, check yourself before you start doing the judgments. And when you do see someone who truly does need help, try to give a light and a helping hand in some kind of way. Listen, you do not have to stay in the United States. If you are finding that it is just way too expensive to be there, there are many other countries that will help you and your money go a little bit further, especially in today's political climate. You may not necessarily want to be around looking over your shoulder at all times. I can help you make the decision of if you want to leave the country, but first you need to take my free quiz from my website, www.laurakey.net, that will help you assess where you are in that thinking, because it's easy to say, I'm going to pick up and move out of the country. But what does that mean? This quiz will help you really dig into the questions and the answers that you need to make that decision. Listen, guys, this is a tough conversation. I mean, I will tell you, when I first saw the email, the video of Dawn, I just was like, and that's just how I felt about it. But I do see a different perspective now. So, and I hope that you do too. This conversation today is more than just about Dawn. It's about financial literacy, wealth protection, and making sure that no matter how much money you make, you always have some to fall back on. Dawn's story is heartbreaking, though. It's not unique. We've seen this happen to too many other artists, especially Black women who've given their all to an industry only to be left with nothing. So the real question is, how do we break this cycle? And how do we protect our finances, whether we're in entertainment, business, or any other industry? It's time to start prioritizing financial security over fleeting success. I want to say thank you to my royal panel today. And we had Shalay, Joe, Dr. Lene, and Tiara. And thank you so much for dropping so many gems and so many things that we can pick up on and really think about. And to our audience, we always love you. We are so appreciative. We don't take you lightly, because you know what? Without you, we wouldn't have a show. You wouldn't be watching, you wouldn't be participating, but we do not want to end this conversation. We want you to continue to put in your thoughts, and we would love to hear what else you think. So we want to ensure that we're building long-term wealth and security. Drop your thoughts in the comments. We'll see you tomorrow, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Don't forget to sign up at flynubianmoneyclub.com. We'll see you tomorrow. Peace out.
Welcome. I can't hear you. Welcome.
I keep clicking on it and keep going off. That's okay. Gremlins everywhere. Happy Friday, everybody. Listen, we got something kind of interesting and a little fun to talk about, but it is going to bring up a lot of things. So we're going to talk about a dating show clip recently that went viral after a man was turned down for looking like he read too many books. The woman on the show said she wanted to turn up and wasn't feeling his intellectual vibe. Now, it sparked a heated debate about whether women still prefer the stereotypical bad boy or dumb jock over the intellectual, thoughtful guy. Now, is this still a thing in 2025? Are women overlooking smart, educated Black men for more swag? Let's explore all the stereotypes and the social perceptions and how it affects dating dynamics, especially within the Black community. Have we really evolved past preferring swag over the substance, or do old habits die hard? This is going to be very interesting in the fact that we have also had shows where Women are saying there's not enough men out here. So like this is multi-layered. But first we're going to look at the video, and then I'm going to talk to my panel about the video and get your perspective on it as well. So let's check this out.
But we're not doing
No,
that.
no.
No. We are going to start the show with
Yeah.
our memes. And before we start there, because it's hard to roll
Okay.
back. It's hard to go back and forth. So let's do that first, Lala.
Okay. All right. So listen, we kind of changed up things on Lala, and she's a little weird today, but we're just going to step right on into this. All right. So what I have told you and what your perception is, I do want to hear your initial thoughts on this. I guess I've already said mine. So let's start with Tiara.
I think that women. Okay, I wasn't ready for that. I do think that there is a section of women that do prefer the bad boy types or the men with swag. They look at the rappers and the athletes and all of these guys that are being glorified in the media, and they pass up the intellectuals. Not I. I like a good intellectual that reads, but you know, women are. There are women like this. I have to be reminded that not everyone is intellectual.
True, very true. All right, Joe. Now listen, I'm gonna ask you from, I need to hear the male perspective.
I was talking to a 45-year-old woman yesterday about this exact thing, and what I conclude from conversations like that, when the ones I have all the time, they don't care about that. That doesn't factor into it as much as we believe.
You don't care about. I'm sorry. I don't know. I couldn't hear you, Joe. They don't care about what?
I don't feel like. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
I don't think that women care as much about intellectual versus non-intellectual. I think that doesn't factor in as much as maybe it used to. Like they don't care if he's a nerd or if he's not a nerd. There's certain other things that you get to before you get to that part of a man's makeup.
Very interesting take. Okay, so this is based on also a conversation that you had with someone. So that's very interesting. How about you, Minister Connie? What is your initial thoughts on this?
At this age, give me a nerd all day long. I tell you what, I had we are as young women, I used to be attracted to the bad boys, but not anymore because you get your heart broke, you get disappointed, and it's just too much heartache. So give me someone like me. I am such a nerd. I like to read. I like to study. I like to be intellectual. I like to have those kind of conversations. So give me that kind of guy all day long.
I like a nerd, and I think that's one of the things about my husband. He's not a nerdy, but he's straight up business, but yet still relaxed about it. We have fun about it. We make fun of each other about it. I mean, so I'm fine with that. But listen, that's just our comments. I need to hear what our family out here, our viewership family, feels about this. Do you think that women are kind of shooting themselves in the foot with this? I am going to read one comment before we move on because I find it very interesting. Miss 12 Deadly says, "This is foolish by the title alone. Women want to be pretty on top, like a Christmas tree, and smell like a sewer on the bottom, and act like a dictator against the man. Date yourself." Okay, did somebody hurt you? Can you please? Did somebody hurt you? Because we need to hear a little more deepness than that. But now, keep them coming. I'm going to get these comments as we come through. But now, let's check out.
Christmas tree on top. On the bottom, a sewer in between. Okay.
Yeah. I don't understand, but okay.
Hello, everyone. I said I wasn't going to get on here anymore, and I wasn't going to talk about Charles anymore. But I just had to come on here because I can't make this stuff up. We talked about Charles and his passing, and I talked about all his women he had. Well, 2 of his women have reached out to me. And I'm just kind of wondering what I'm supposed to do. 2 of them reached out to me, and they're saying that they have had children for Charles. And one name is Shantae, and she says she has a little boy that's 4. And the other girl name is Alicia. She says she has a little girl that's 3. Well, Trick do love the kids. Okay, I love children. But my thing is this. They're saying that Charles is no longer around, so he won't be able to financially support the children. And I got that. But my thing is this: when you're messing around with a married man, you should secure all of that, because you wasn't gonna really be promised anything if he was still married to somebody else. And so they're asking me, I need to give them something for their children. Now I'm just a little puzzled. Well, I've been thinking about it, trying to see what I should do about it. If you could show me a birth certificate with Charles' name on it, or do some kind of DNA, we could do that. But I don't know, because I feel like if I help them, I could have many more coming out saying they have children for Charles. I mean, I don't know.
Lala's face. So the only piece that's missing from the story is that she got $500,000 from Charles's insurance and policy. This is her ex-husband, and she's wondering what she should do.
Okay. We have entered into the age of Aquarius and Aries, because I'm lost. But okay, this is going to be the question. Okay, what would you do? What would you do if you were in her shoes? What would you do if your mom was at home? I want to hear what everybody in the viewership family has to say. What would you do in this case? Minister Connie, I'm going to start with you. What would you do if you were this lady?
Or what advice would you give?
First, I would dig him up and beat him up for having them kids on me. You know, I'm finding out that here he has 5 children. Man, I tell you what, that's disappointing. But the first thing I would do is ask for the birth certificate, see if he has signed the birth certificates. And if he hasn't, I wouldn't do anything, because that's just, you know, mama's baby, but daddy's maybe, right? So that's what I would do. I would do nothing, because people are looking to get a paycheck by having children. That's terrible.
I have to agree with you on that. Okay, Joe, what would you do?
Well,
what's your advice?
Well, yeah, listen, first of all, do what you want to do. You don't owe them kids nothing. I mean, it is what it is, Ralph. So everything that you do is your choice. So can nobody bully you into thinking you owe them? That man, it's his responsibility to take care of his kids, not yours. But being the kind of person that I am, if they can confirm through DNA that those are his kids, I would put something aside in the trust until they turn 18, and it'd be something there for them when they turn 18. I'm not giving the baby mamas and none of that, nobody nothing for them to trick off. But it'll be something for you when you're 18 and you can have an advantage to start your life. But don't call me. Don't call me.
That's really nice.
For you.
So listen, Tira, you're like, all right, it's your turn. What's your advice?
Oh my goodness. I see both sides of this. Obviously, this woman is saying, I was married to this man they were married for a lot of years. They had children together, married for years. So to find out after he's dead that he has 2 children, they're saying, we know you have a policy and you need to give us money for our kids since Charles is not around anymore. I probably would tell them to go to hell for sure. Yeah. I mean, because what she said, like, shouldn't you secure that before, like, while you're running around with a married man? Like, shouldn't you have like a plan of some sort? You just out here having sex in a relationship with a married man. Like, why would I support that?
I think it's messy all the way around. And listen, this is not the right time to be stepping up and bringing this to her, especially if she's still grieving over her husband. To me, people have lost all sorts of respect for other people. They are just considering themselves. Now, the children are innocent. The children are always innocent. They didn't ask to be brought into this. But what's messy is the people who are bringing the mess. I would, and to me, she's being gracious in this video. She doesn't have to acknowledge any of this. So her heart is allowing for possible help, but proving that this is the case. So if I were her, if that's what her heart is telling her to do, I would still stick by my guns by saying, show me the DNA. I would need to know for sure if these were his children or not. So let's see what our viewership family is saying. Linda Brown says DNA, DNA, DNA. Deborah says that's not the wife's responsibility. I totally agree with that. Black Lexicon, who is always here. We love you, Black Lexicon. To hide a child from me would be moral theft. Yes, it would be. But but is it the wife's responsibility? And do you really feel that they should have brought this to her and laid it at her feet? It just doesn't make sense to me. Double A says it was too much. She needs DNA test. And then Manhattan says Judge Lauren Lake's paternity court. Great. Paternity. Yes, Black Lexicon asked, was Charles her husband? Yes. And Linda Brown also agrees with Joe. All right, y'all. We threw that Willem cog, and that one really did take me by her prize, as I say. All right, we're gonna take a short break.
I'm gonna say this real quick. Isn't it funny when the man died, you find out about all these family members that they had on the side? Sad.
Honey, that's
it happens all the time.
Not funny at all.
All the time.
That's not
all
funny.
the time. And don't let a house be involved. I have horror stories to share on that. And then people want to get nitpicky about this belonged to me. Now he told me this was me. Listen, y'all can have it all. He ain't here no more. I ain't worried about it. You can have it if you want it. I got the memories. But with that, we're going to take a break. We'll be right back.
Woo! It's a good show right here. But I'm biased. If you are just tuning in, you are watching Fly Nubian Money, where we help you master your mindset and maximize your money. My name is Tiara Williams. I'm also known as Miss Black Hollywood, and I'm the proud producer of this show because it is lit. If you want to receive notifications for when we go live Monday through Friday, 1 to 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. All you have to do is text the word Queens to 87948. That's Queens to 87948. That's QUEENS to 87948. Also, if you want to grow your money and not blow your money, all you have to do is go to flynubianmoney.com. There's all kinds of resources, there's courses, there's free giveaways. There's just no reason to be broke in 2025. All you have to do is go to flynubianmoney.com. Obviously, you don't want to be entertained here. You want to know enough to grow. Wait, I need to put that on a shirt. You got to know to grow. Got to know to grow. So know and grow with flynubianmoney.com.
Right, we tell you what to do every show. You need to know and grow. How do you do that? You may not know. Well, we got the answer right here. Just go to flynubianmoney.com. We have a lot of free resources there for you. Do not miss out. Now we're going to get back to today's topic about, how a black man was turned down on a dating show because they look too smart. And I think we have a lot to say about this too. So let's check out the tape.
And why did you end up popping your balloon? It's giving a little studious. Maybe you read books on vacation as opposed to maybe, it's just giving studious to me.
Like his outfit?
Mm-hmm. Just the whole vibe. I like the glasses. I actually really do, but it's definitely giving very book reader when I want to maybe turn up a little bit. Yeah.
Okay.
My man said, okay. And he just took it as that. Now listen, I'm gonna start with you, Tara, right? Because you're in the dating scene. So I want to know if you feel that educated black men are often overlooked in dating.
I think so. You sit down with a man and maybe he's talking over your head, just depending on the woman's comfortability level, right? You sit down and maybe this man has some substance to him. And, maybe they feel a little intimidated by that. I'm a good sapiosexual. I love a man that can spark a conversation. I'm always talking about topics, obviously, because I'm a producer of a show. So every day I'm like, what you think about this? So if he's like, I actually hadn't thought about nothing, we're probably not going to be able to date, because I like to talk. And so, but a lot of women aren't like that. A lot of women, you walk into a house, and if a man, so here's my barometer, y'all. If I walked into a man's house and he ain't got a book nowhere laying around, we can't date. I got books all around this house. Like, there's books everywhere. I want to know, like, that you've read something that I've read, or that you expand your mind in a way. And I don't know if that's important to most women. I don't know if it's, I don't know.
I think that when women silently judge, they really do. I mean, I've dated bad boys, and it seems like every time I dated a bad boy, it was not worth the time. I'm so glad I have my partner as I am. So I may not be the best panelist for this one, because I had my husband early. But one thing that you said, Tierra, and I think I've told it once before, but it's the truth. When we first started dating, and he turned to me one day and he just said, with all love in his heart, he said, "Do you always talk this much?" Yeah. So, yep. So you got to get on board. And sure enough, my husband has picked up the banner, and he talks just as much. So, sometimes that can fool you. You never know. But listen, I'm going to ask you, Minister Connie, because listen, sometimes we like that bad boy. So why do some women still gravitate toward the bad boy or the dumb jock type?
I don't know. I'm old school, but I love an intelligent man, because I'm like this. I'm like a student. I'm like, just like, I love it. Give me more. Give me more. Because the thing is, I think that sometimes women are intimidated by intelligent guys, but I'm not. So therefore, it all depends on their level of what they believe is an intelligent guy, or a jock, or someone is just got some swag. I know intelligent men that have a lot of swag. My son is one of them. He's a genius, but he's a bad boy genius. He's all that wrapped up in one. So you cannot judge a book by its cover.
No, you can't. And I think she just totally went off of his dress. She doesn't know his mind at all, right?
Exactly.
So you might, baby, like I said before, you may be blocking your blessing before you know it was presented to you in a bowl. You better be careful about them quick judgments.
That's
but
right.
Linda Brown says, nerd is the way to go. You won't regret a nerd. I'm a sponge ready to take it all in.
That's right.
Yeah. So, Joe, let me ask you this. Can a man be both intellectual and confident, or are they just perceived as mutually exclusive? Like they can't be either or both?
Definitely they can be both. I mean, hello. So,
hello.
Like that. And I can tell you, like, as the way I move through life, I think it gets to a certain age, from what I can tell, before women start thinking about the nerd. You know what I mean? It's kind of dismissed and cast aside in their younger years, and then when they get to a point, it's like, man, I should have latched on to that instead of what I was latching on to.
Yeah.
The guy I wanted to be with is still, smoking weed in his mom's basement.
Right. So, like, listen, this shows very clearly there's something not right here. I mean, it seems like we're weeding everybody out, right? You don't want this, you don't want this, you don't want that. And the next thing you know, you ain't got nobody to date. Like, it's like, what do you want in your life? C. White says, I would want a person to have a love to read as a hobby or love. It says a lot about a person. And that just shows that if you like to do that and someone else likes to do that, you have something in common. Now you're getting to what I always tell y'all, you get into the part that are equally yoked. That is very, very important. Sometimes they do say opposites attracts, but within those opposites, you still got to have a solid foundation. So, Tierra, I'm going to ask you this, because this kind of leads from that. So why do some women equate intelligence with being boring?
because they say black people don't read. No. I think that we are such a culture that is so stimulated, and we consume so much entertainment. Like, we want to, for the most part, a lot of people won't take education unless entertainment is wrapped in a bow with it. And I like to say, like, in the black community, like, when I produce things, like, a lot of times, if it's like content where people have to sit down and like focus, it's like, how can we turn up in this, right, instead of it just being straight? And I think it's a cultural thing. Like, it's just what we prioritize as a community, I think. And so I think that's why, if it doesn't feel good, if it doesn't make you get up out your seat and move, and everywhere we go, we have to be entertained. In church, you gotta before you get the word, you gotta be moved and swayed, and like, everywhere we have to have that. We gotta take we have to get a little bit of dessert with the medicine. And so, for whatever reason, I feel like the black community is really big on that.
I think you're right. And I think, but I still say we're missing out when we get so stuck in our ways that you keep asking for this man. Maybe you're even praying for a man and you get presented with it. And the first thing you do is go, ew. Okay, so what do you want? So let's take a short break and a quick breath, and we'll be right back.
Are you a black business owner looking to expand your reach? Well, has Fly Nubian Money got good news for you? We are building a black business directory to connect you with customers who need your services. And here is the best part. It is absolutely free. Email us at info@realvirtual.net. Send us your business name. Tell us a little bit about what you do, what services you offer, your website address, and your contact information. That's it. Together, we are going to build and circulate the black dollar. Get listed today and start connecting with people who are probably already looking for you.
I know you're looking, because what day is it, y'all? What day is it, y'all? It's Friday. What do we do on Friday? We do not shop nowhere that does not support our community. So I know you're looking. So all you have to do is send in your business, send us your name, your email, your telephone number, your website, a little bio about you, to info@realvirtual.net. Okay, we're going to get you listed in there. Then if you're looking, you need to email us too and put in the subject line, I want Black Business Directory, and we will send you what we have. So you already know the assignment. We ain't shopping today, and we're still going to continue to stick with that. So go on and get your Black Business Directory. Now listen, I have to laugh.
The directory isn't ready yet, but go ahead, Lala.
I like to know what y'all was trying to play tricks on Lala's birthday.
I think I say that every time.
We're gonna roll with it, baby. Okay. Now listen. I have to say, now, Free Will, you are always on my platforms as well as here. So listen, he says, what a topic. Yes, sir. What a topic. We want to know what your thoughts are. We're talking today. We're talking back and forth and want to hear what you have to say. Now, listen, I do want to ask you this, Joe, because it might be a loaded question, but I still feel I want to hear your thoughts about it as a therapist and as a man. Are we as a culture uplifting smart Black men enough, or making them feel like they need to squash that intelligence?
The tide, I believe, is turning. You know what I mean? I feel like it's turning, but also maybe not so much amongst each other when you're talking about young people. But I do believe that the generation that exists where I'm at now, 80s babies and whatnot, are now talking to younger men about how cool it is to be educated or to, be productive in society. Whereas before, like me growing up, I got picked on all the time by members of my own family. I'm playing chess. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking a certain way. And these are men in my own family that were making me feel bad for the way that I sounded and the way that I was showing up in life. So I think we passed that. And I really think we're doing a better job of building up young Black men.
I think that's important. And I think that is very important when they're young to instill just how important that is to them. Kids soak up what you tell them. If you tell them they are the best, they are going to believe they are the best. Do it with your actions as well. So I think that we are overlooking the fact that we do have to speak life into our children. That is such a powerful sentence. Speak life into your children. So I'm going to ask you, Minister Connie, because you're all about that, speaking life. What are your thoughts on speaking life to this young men generation, our boys?
I have 3 grand boys. No, actually, I got one grandson that's 33, and he got 3 boys. His oldest is 14, and I'm grooming them to read books. I send them investment stuff. I send them all kind of things. And I tell them, you're going to college and you're going to work for yourself. So I'm already investing powerful words and phrases and thoughts into them daily. And that's what we need to do. We need to empower our men. And I love a man that has some intelligence. Nobody want anybody that is not intelligent. Who wants a dumb man? You can't help me to get from A to B. I want someone intelligent. So my 14-year-old, I'm always sending him scriptures. I send him things that that's on Facebook. It was a guy that said, if you young men, if you want to go out there and do gang banging, just go in your bathroom and spend 24 hours and see how that would feel. Well, just think, when you throw away your life, you're spending 30 years in that kind of environment. So those kind of things I send to my grandson, because I want him to know that I want him to, be the man that God wants him to be. I want him to be a man of God. I want him to have character.
Oh, we lost your sound, Minister Connie.
Oh, I said,
there you go.
We did things on mindfulness because he was not being mindful on the things he would say and do. So those are the things that I believe we need to teach our children now. But we need to teach them to be self-employed, powerful men of God, and that they're kings.
I love that. They are kings. It's just as much as we call ourselves queens, and we have a king on the panel. It's very important to speak life into someone. Free will says some men might be too smart for a dating show. Now, I know that you're playing on puns. I know you well. But honestly, that may not be too far off. So, Tiara, do you think that reality shows and social media has shaped how we view the ideal Black man?
Yes. I mean, I even think the TV shows that we grew up off on shaped our Black men, right? We saw, I mean, Steve Urkel we hated Steve Urkel, but we loved Stefan. Nobody liked Dwayne, except for Whitley, of course. But, I watched some of the older episodes of A Different World. And initially, like, Dwayne was playing off the fact that he was smart and trying to, and they just kind of was like, Dwayne, I don't want to date you. I want to date him, So just thinking about those older shows that we used to watch where the guys were either goofy, dynamite, like they were just goofy, or they were stupid, or that's the way that they were portrayed. And so I think that some of that subconsciously for our generation, maybe that's just kind of the way we grew up thinking, like, perceiving those kinds of men. So I definitely do. And then I, as a producer or a former producer of reality TV, that's one of the reasons why I left reality television, because I felt like it wasn't contributing to the narrative. It's like those things are we were producing like we produce television, right? Like you watch a show, but none of it's real. You take real-ish situations and you kind of like curate them. You see the reality or the what's happening, and you kind of like create a story out of it, but it's not necessarily the story. So you need certain characters. You need the bad boy. You need when you even put together like an outline for a show, you go off of characters: the good guy, the bad boy, the the glitzy girl or whatever it is. Like, you create those characters before you create the show. And so, just so you know, it's not real, and it's all kind of fake, and those people play up those characters.
It's really interesting because I know with the real estate shows, I get so frustrated. I'm like, it doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that, you know. And so I know that these shows are what they like, and I can see how you guys can also see what picks up on what's important and then guide this some kind of way. And now it's reality, right? But I want to check out some of this media representation that we're talking about. So who remembers Urkel to Stefan? I do. I want to hear in the comments. Do y'all remember Urkel to Stefan? I truly do. In TV and film, nerdy Black men are often portrayed as less desirable, while cool or swaggy characters dominate leading roles. Then let's look at the social media aspect. Social media commentary shows that intellectual Black men often feel overlooked or undervalued in dating spaces. Joe, I want you to comment on that. Do you agree or disagree with that? Is that something that you see?
It's something that I saw. Like I said, I think the tide is changing, but yeah, definitely. I'm telling you, it's a generation, I believe, of women right now who can go back to at least 2 or 3 men that they regret rejecting. I might be talking crazy. But I know
it's true, Joe. It's true.
Okay, all right. Just want to be sure, because I really believe that's a thing. I really believe you look back at some of the people, they grew out of that, whatever phase they was in. Again, it had them looking kind of awkward, but they, and now they up and they successful, and you are alone.
That was a powerful statement.
In your 20s, that the idea is to turn up, right? This young lady was like, I'm trying to turn up. Like, I want to, whatever your turn up means, take shots, go out to the club, be outside, date a fine man who can obviously do it to you in all the ways. Shut up, Joe. Do it to you all the ways that feel nice, like all the things, right? I say do it. But that's not, you learn later that that's not what's most important.
Okay, I guess I'm just weird because in my 18s and 20s, I didn't even want that. I never wanted it. I was never the girl who wanted to do the turn up. I never wanted to be in the clubs. Did I want to be in Hollywood? Yeah. But even when I got to Hollywood, I was like, I don't want to be that girl leaving the club barefoot at night on these nasty streets. Nasty. I just was never that. So that wasn't something that I looked for in a man. But then again, I've told you guys, I got teased a lot from a lot of the men, for people around me, for the men that I gave the nerds a chance, because I wanted to, I don't care what you look like. What are you bringing to me? What can we do together? And I think I'm weird. Do y'all think I'm weird? Am I the off one? Because
no, you don't
like I am.
I mean, I'm speaking in general when I say that. I mean, that's just the common thread that I hear. Like, right in your 20s, that's the time to be wild and out there. I mean, I didn't drink alcohol in my 20s. I don't drink alcohol at all. But some things just never got on. Like, it never latched on, and I wasn't really the turn up. But I was the girl that people would be like, "You're so boring." I'd be like, "I like to laugh though, and I'm silly and I'm fun." But you have to look for those. It's just really what you're looking for, right? I guess it's really in what you're looking for.
I think so. But then again, that leads right back into, does our social media tap into this too? How? Very, very interesting. Like, so my question now is, how do we change the narrative that swag is more desirable than intelligence? And I'm going to throw this to you, Minister Connie, because there's got to be a narrative. I love what you say you're doing with your grandson. So how else can we change this narrative? Not just in our young boys, our girls.
You're right about that, because these young girls are looking at all the Nicki Minaj and all of them, and they want to dress like them. They want to act like them. So therefore, now they're walking around naked. I know that my niece, her daughter, she's always got to bring her back. Look, you're not going out the door looking like that. So it's the parenting. It's the parenting, I believe. It's nothing wrong with a nerdy guy with swag, because I know a lot of nerdy guys that have swag, especially in my family. We are an entrepreneur family. And my mother, there's a lot of us. I'm talking about 200 grandkids, and most of them is entrepreneurs, and that is no lie. The thing is that it all depends on how you groom your children, what you put into them, what you say to them is very, very, very important. So therefore, now by us being a big family, we're a competitive family also, I gotta say. But the thing is that we have a lot of intelligent men in this family that is entrepreneur, and they have swag, believe me. So therefore, it all depends on what you put into your children by speaking life, like we said before, is very, very important. But you know what? I tell you now that those guys that got a lot of swag and want to turn it up and things, you got to ask them, do they live at home? How many kids they have? Do they have a car? Do they have a license? Do they have any money to get to your house, to pick you up? So those kind of guys that got swag, they don't have anything. The ones that I met, they didn't have much to offer. What are you bringing into this relationship? Not turning it up, not swag. That is not important, really, because those are the things that I still ask now. Do you got your own place? Do you live with your mother? Are you in the basement? How many sex partners have you had? Have you ever used drugs? Do you smoke? They call them blunts. They call them all kind of stuff. So those kind of things. What do you want around you?
Right, exactly. It's funny. I have to tell you guys, and I don't know if my husband, he would probably be like, baby, but I'm gonna tell it anyway. Listen, my husband, we laugh all the time. I've been with him through what we call buckets, where the car just looks like I don't know what, but he took that bucket all the way from the city, all the way to the country, come out to date me. That says a lot. I could care less what your car look like, brother. I've been with you since you was in buckets, and we also ride in Benzes. So to me, we did that together. I could care less. Just what you got. Can we laugh together? Can we talk together? Can we talk about things in common? Another thing that we laugh about is we can have whole conversations from movie quotes and song lyrics. Like, I can't date somebody who don't understand where I've been and what makes me happy. So you have to really overlook a lot of things that I say is materialistic. But hey, that's just me. We're gonna take a break. Back.
I know you're busy, you got things to do, and you can't take us on the go with you every single day. Good news for you. We are now on Spotify. So if you can't watch us, now you can listen to us on Spotify. Search Fly Nubian Money, and all the episodes shall appear. All you have to do is like, subscribe, leave a 5-star rating, leave some comments, tell people how you love us, so that when other people come along and are looking for a great show to watch, they can find Fly Nubian Money too. One last thing, and just in case you've been sitting under a rock, Fly Nubian Money now has an investment club. We are the Fly Nubian Money Club. It's easy. All you have to do is go to flynubianmoneyclub.com, and I am committed to bringing in top experts from all industries to help you level up. They're teaching us the skills that we need to compete in this market. We often say that nobody is coming to save us, not the government, but guess what? We're coming to save us. I'm coming to save you with the Fly Nubian Money Club. So listen, all you have to do again is go to flynubianmoneyclub.com. We have a 30-day free trial set up just for you, just for those people that are struggling. Even if you ain't struggling, you ain't got to struggle. I'm coming. Okay, let me stop playing. I'll see you soon.
Listen, you know what to do. We've been talking about this all year, so you don't want to miss out on flynubianmoneyclub.com. This is going to help you level up. This is going to help you set your financial house in order. And I'm telling you, the speakers are on fire. And when the speakers are on fire, they put fire within your belly to do better and to learn to do new things. You don't want to miss out on this. Make sure you sign up today at flynubianmoneyclub.com. Now listen, C. White said, ask those questions. He's agreeing with you, Minister Connie. Ask those questions. What's your plans for the next 3 years? Yes, baby, I want to know. I want to know, and how we going to get there together. All right. And laugh along the way. But listen, if you're just now joining us, we're having a really good conversation, and it's centered around a show that has become quite popular now, Pop Your Balloon. So I want you to check this video out again so we can get back into this conversation. Let's see what this young lady has to say.
And why did you end up popping your balloon? It's giving a little studious. Maybe you read books on vacation as opposed to maybe, it's just giving studious to me.
Like his outfit?
Mm-hmm. Just the whole vibe. I like the glasses. I actually really do, but it's definitely giving very book reader when I want to maybe turn up a little bit. Yeah.
Okay.
The okay gets me. Okay, because you know what? I think he realizes himself. Now let's look at his perspective. Joe, I want to know what you think is running through his head on that. Like, his answer said a lot, even though it was a simple okay.
Not for me. I stopped. I'm thinking that's what he's thinking in my head. Okay. You know what I mean? Okay.
Next. I'm not even going to ask you if you want your balloon back. Next.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, be all right. You know what I mean? I think that's what his thought process is. You know what I mean? Because he knows
I
what
agree.
I know. He's market. It's a buyer's market, or whatever we want to call it. What is it called when you got all the power? He that. You know what I mean? You know what I know. You know what I know.
Nothing wrong with the way he's dressed. Tiara, did you see anything wrong with the way he was dressed?
I didn't like the outfit.
I didn't like the outfit. So good. Could you?
I didn't like the outfit. But I'm also one of those girls that's like, I'll buy you a shirt. It's fine. You got all the other things that I like, so we'll go to Marshall's. It's fine. But no, I didn't prefer it.
All right. Well, Minister Connie, did you see anything wrong with the way that he was dressed?
Yes, the pants was way too long. They should have been him. But you know what though? I think he was just portraying something. Did you see how he licked his lips? He said,
"Yeah." Like, I mean, because there are characters that come on this show.
Yeah, yeah. I think that.
I mean, if we can really talk about it, right? If y'all we gonna talk about it. Them creases was too hard on Connie because the other. Because Joe and Lala are not going to talk about it. The creases was too hard.
Yeah.
Shoes was like,
his shoes was okay. But because one thing that draws me to a man is his shoes and his teeth.
I'm a shoe lady.
If his teeth is jacked up, that's another story. I love a beautiful smile in their shoes. You could tell how they would like to take care of themselves. So I looked at that. His shoes was okay, but his pants was way, way too long. And you know what? He should know better than that.
I absolutely love all of this. And look, I can't even copy these for one of our background person fast enough. I've got to read some of these comments. So see why it says, now, if he would have said her low cut and long lashes made her look like a question mark, she would have gotten mad, right? Now, I have to say he's not wrong. And then Free Will says attire should be appropriate for the occasion. He wasn't matching the vibe. D'Angelo said, my guy fit was terrible, but that was cosmetic, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Deborah says, okay, she could have helped him with the swag, right?
Exactly.
That's true. Exactly. Yeah. You know what? The only thing she had to do was say, come on, baby, I'll hook you up. I'm going to tell you what to do. I'm going to first hem your pants, and then we're going to do this and do that. Because she said he wasn't a bad looking guy, though.
Right.
I like him dark and tall.
I'm telling you, but the pants ma'am. Block tub lesson. All right, listen, we got a couple more stats I've got to bring up because this is a fun conversation. I'm sorry, it is fun, but we are bringing up really good questions. Intellectual versus swag. We're talking about this here. So a 2024 survey found that 68% of women prefer men who are emotionally intelligent and value mental connection over physical appeal.
Yeah.
However, 42% admitted they're still initially drawn to men with more swag and confidence, even if the relationship doesn't last.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
56% of Black men with higher education reported struggling to date Black women who perceived them to be too serious or not fun. And on the flip side, 75% of professional Black women stated they desired educated partners but felt limited by the dating pool. Now, listen, y'all. Listen. Y'all giving slim to no idea. I mean, like this close. All these poor men are getting in or out. Like, all right, okay, Joe. Listen, do you think that we are being absolutely way over picky and missing out on our blessings because of this?
Today, no, I don't think that. I really feel like no, not too much on these ladies now. The dating pool is got a little pee in it.
It got no, not a little bit. There's some sewage. There's some poop floating around too.
Yeah, yes, so not too much, you know what I mean? But like I said, I think I'm always gonna say like I feel like past decisions are like more detrimental than the ones that we make in the day. Like I think when you get to a certain point, you know, you'll dismiss a few of this and a little bit of that. But no, it's tough outside. I hear enough of these conversations to know that, you know, it's really, really, really tight outside. You know, that's why I'm here. You know, trying to put as many decent men back in that dating pool as I possibly can. I'm trying.
All right, when they come right out of your factory, just make sure that I know if they single and they coming right outside of the real you consulting factory. Just send them out.
Ready? This one ready? I'm gonna say this one ready.
If they're ready, they're ready,
right.
I'll take a look.
I got you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, I can't. I do not envy those who are dating. I often joke with my husband that I'll probably be the crazy dog lady if anything, God forbid, should ever happen to him. I can't do this. I can't do what you guys do. I don't even think I'm built for it. I'm just not that type of person. But Tierra, I have to ask you this because I actually do have a couple of girlfriends who are like this. Are women lying when they say they want a smart man, but they still really chasing the swag?
Yeah. Yes. I think that women often do that. They say they want a thing, and then when they get that thing, they be like, I don't want that. You know, like we really can't help it. I think I don't know why we do it, but it's like I want a man who is caring, that's emotional, that's this, that's that, and then you get a man who's emotional and caring. You like, he is way too emotional. I think he gay for real. Like, you know, women do it all day long, right? And so, you know, what they're saying is like they want they've been watching too much TV, too many rap videos. They want a thug, but then he got to be smart. Like Black women, I mean, we've been groomed a certain way. We've been conditioned to want a certain thing. And so we want like the man that looks like a rapper, but he's as smart as Obama. I don't know. Like it's strange. Something you are absolutely not going to get, right? Like you're not going to get it. So I would just say if you find a good guy and if there's issues with him, say his teeth look like they're just thrown in his mouth, we can get braces. Things can be fixed, right? Or whatever it is, whatever the issue is. If his socks I don't know, he don't dress well, then those are things that we can those are things that we can fix. I'm messing with Minister Connie today.
Listen, I think you're right. Let's be very, very honest. We all have something that we need to work on. Yes. It's not, you need to check yourself. Wasn't it check yourself before you wreck yourself? Yeah, I'm dating myself. I don't care. You cannot be so judgmental of others without taking a good hard look at yourself And I think that is one thing that we all need to come to terms with. It's very easy to judge someone else, but don't forget that the more that you judge, there are 3 other fingers pointing back on you. So that's something to think about in this dating pool. We have one more break and then we'll be right back.
Hello, Fly Nubian Money Club. My name is Aisha Verzi. I'm an expert in life insurance, and I've been doing this for the past decade now. And this coming Saturday, March 22nd, from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we'll be coming together to discuss on how we can leverage life insurance to grow our wealth, protect it, and transfer it properly. If the banks can do it, we can do it as well. So being your own bank is something that we all need to learn about. So I hope that you will join us this Saturday to learn how you can leverage a life insurance policy to protect your family's wealth, build it, and also transfer it properly. Looking forward to seeing you all there. It will be a great, great discussion this Saturday. Fly Nubian Money Club. We'll see you there.
Okay, these gremlins, I'm tired of them. So, Tiara, hit it.
Yes. So tomorrow, that is tomorrow, March 22nd, from 8 a.m. to from 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time to 1 p.m. We are at the Fly Nubian Money Club welcoming Aisha Verzi to teach us how to make an insurance policy our own bank. So interesting, because I think the first person I saw do this in a way that seemed constructive, I think, was my Aunt Connie, right? Like, I saw her do it when I was younger, or, at least when I was younger, basically. And I was like, oh, well, how do you come up with money for this? And how are you pulling $40,000 out of that and putting this in there and doing that? And what she was doing was using a policy as her personal bank account whenever she needed it. And I just thought it was fascinating. And so we are welcoming Aisha Verzi to do that tomorrow at the Fly Nubian Money Club. So go to flynubianmoneyclub.com. Sign up for our free 30-day trial and come and learn how to do this. People around, obviously, like I told you, people are doing it and making a difference in their lives. And yeah, yes, come on.
We got it all lined up. We have taught something extremely important in each and every one of these sessions. You do not want to miss out. Listen, this is one-on-one, y'all. Y'all may be coming as a group, but we answer your questions. We're teaching you. We're leveling you up. You want to talk about the glow up? We got the glow up at flynubianmoneyclub.com. Sign up today. Classes tomorrow. Don't miss it. All right.
But
so
what was that? Wait a minute. What was that, Lala? You just that
what
on
did
the
I
shirt.
say?
Is the blow up? Is the glow up? What you say?
What did I say?
I don't know. I have to go back and play it. Like, if you're looking for the blow up, this is your glow up something.
She was on it.
Come on.
Listen, sometimes it roll off and then I forget what I said.
Okay, you was in it. I'm sorry. I wanted to put it on a t-shirt because that was a bar. Go ahead.
Show up for the glow up. God, thank you, Gwen. She said we said show up for the glow up. That's another t-shirt. Now listen, I'm gonna start making these t-shirts, but some of y'all gonna have to start buying them. I'm gonna put them up next week. All right, listen. We have had such a fun time today, gremlins or not, and we love everybody's conversation. Keep your conversation coming, but it is also time for us to wind it down for today, because some of us is gonna need 1 or 2 glasses of port wine. That would be me. All right, so we're gonna start with you, Joe. What are your final thoughts on this, and where can we find you?
Keep it very simple. I'm gonna say is just get ready and be ready. All you can do right now is be ready for when your blessing comes. You know what I mean? We can't dictate the world outside of us. All we can do is control, internally what we're dealing with, and make sure that we're ready for our partner when they arrive. That's it. And you can do that by coming to holler at me at realuconsulting.com or a therapist anywhere, honestly, and just, not anywhere, because everybody ain't good at this, but I am. So get yourself together, have these conversations that close the wounds, so you're not leading with your wounds and missing who you're really supposed to be for. So I'm gonna just say it like that. So yeah, y'all have a good weekend, man. I'm excited to see y'all next week and keep these conversations going. I think we did some good work here today.
I agree. I think we did some good work here. We do ask some of the questions that we all can think about, and we just saying it out loud. So make sure that you connect with Joe. Joe's got shows going on right now. His podcasts are great. You want to join in on those Tuesdays. And you also want to, if you need some help and you want to blow up yourself very easily, that means working on yourself. You can contact him at realuconsulting.com. Minister Connie, what is your final thoughts and where can we find you?
My final thought is that don't judge a book by its cover. You never know how your packaging is going to come. So be open-minded and don't be closed-minded on that. So that's what I would like to say. You can reach me at ConnieSpearman.com. I have a book out and a journal. The book is called Lord, I Hear You. It's powerful testimonies in here of how you can depend on God when you need him the most. So you could contact me that way. Would love to hear from you.
Listen, if you need a boost of positivity, you want to make sure that you reach out to Minister Connie and get that book. You know, the world is heavy enough, y'all. It's heavy enough. Every day we come out to some stuff that's negative, but there's also good in the world. So you want to make sure that you go and get Minister Connie's book, because that will help give you a big dose of happiness and inspiration.
Lots of stuff, finance, everything.
Great stuff. There you go. Everything you need. So Tiara, what is your final thoughts and where can we find you?
I love what Joe said. Joe, it looked like you got a little filter. Like your skin is glowing, brother. I love it. I love what you said. I think, a lot of the times when I was younger, I was looking for a certain thing. I was showing up a certain way, and it really kept me from meeting productive people, like, just men that were good for me. And so it wasn't until I got on somebody's couch and laid down and kind of laid my burdens down when I was able to see where I wasn't showing up the best. And so I would just say, like you said, I want to echo what Joe says, and just a woman echoing that for the women. When you handle when you love on yourself a little bit and kind of just look inward, it really can make you an ideal partner. So, sis, the men aren't the issue. It just might be you, right? I had to look at myself and say the same thing. It just might be me. And so that's all I want to say. Like, let's take care of ourselves and our mental health. My name is Tiara Williams. I'm also known as Miss Black Hollywood. I am at Miss Black Hollywood across all platforms. But also, I just want to be clear that tomorrow we're going to be at the Fly Nubian Money Club. I'm so excited. I really want to teach you how to build this wealth and take it to the next level. It's so important. I am committed to doing that, bringing in top experts bi-weekly to help you glow up. And so just meet us there. Free trial. Like, you don't have to worry about it. Come in. And once you come, I know you're going to stay, but flynubianmoneyclub.com.
We told you, and we're going to continue to tell you, because we are offering you gold. There is gold there in these classes. So you want to make sure you do that. You also want to make sure that you follow Miss Black Hollywood, because she has new things coming out musically. And you want to make sure that you don't miss out on that. You keep sleeping on that, and I'm not going to let you. I'm not going to let you.
I mean, we're in the middle of all the things. You're absolutely right. The love hangover is coming, baby. The album is coming. It's almost done. We're working on the visuals right now. It's really just been kind of wild. Like, this was kind of wild. So it's kind of wild. They want to
listen on your platforms. You post fun stuff. We get to see you working through the process. So make sure you follow her so that you can kind of get a sneak peek of what she's been working so hard on. Okay.
But I need to get better about that. I mean, sometimes.
Okay, then guess what? She's gonna be posting something soon. So make sure y'all just really trying to punch me today, aren't you?
I'm playing la.
No, baby Jesus. Listen, this is what I got to say. I need to tap on to what Tiara said. Wherever you go, that is where you are. If you find that you cannot find love, then I need you to step back and take a deep breath and look at yourself and see if it's something that you are doing to block your own blessing. Listen, there is someone out there for everyone. You just need to make sure you take off all those rose-colored glasses and you really dig into what it is that's important to you. Now, if physical appearance is something that's important to you, then you need to take the good with the bad. Maybe that person is not intelligent in the background. Not everybody has everything, but listen, you do have to look at what you have to offer as well. Now, listen, with that being said, I want you to be able to see what the world has to offer. The world is much bigger than the United States of America. If things are oppressing you there and you're just tired of it all, you have the option to live abroad. And it's a big thing, and more people are actually thinking about it. So I have a free resource for you that will help you analyze where you are in your life to see if you're ready to move abroad, or if you need to do some more preparing, or if you're ready to get on the plane and pack your bags. So all you have to do is go to www.laurakey.net, download that free resource, and get on my newsletter, because I am giving you all sorts of information about Portugal and the big cities and what's over here and the whole culture. So go ahead and get on that newsletter as well. Listen, we have had such a fun time today. We've had so many comments. I can't even name them all. We'd be here another hour about all the people who have commented today. So I just want to say personally, thank you so very much for your support. We do not take you for granted. We know that you could be taking your time and being somewhere else, but you choose to be with us. And that means a lot to us. So today's conversation shows us that even in 2025, the debate between swag and substance is still going strong. It's clear that society has conditioned many of us to value flash over depth. But we need to ask ourselves, what is really working for us? Intelligence and confidence are not mutually exclusive. And it's time to stop overlooking thoughtful, educated Black men just because they don't fit a certain image. Let's challenge ourselves to see past stereotypes and value substance along style. Real love requires a deeper connection than just turning up. So I want to say thank you for tuning in to Fly Nubian Money, and I do mean all week, because we are here Monday through Friday, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We help you master your mindset and maximize your money. So stay tuned next week for more real conversations. And remember, smart is sexy too. We'll see you on Monday, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Sign up for Fly. Welcome to Fly Nubian Money, where we help you master your mindset and maximize your money. Today, we're talking about something a little wild. I won't even say a little wild. It's wild, y'all. Sky Jackson's baby daddy has gone viral for basically giving a how-to guide on trapping a famous woman. It's got the internet buzzing, but the bigger question is, why is this even a conversation? Is this just entertainment, or is there a deeper issue here? Are people out here using pregnancy as a come up? And what does this say about how we view relationships, money, and success? We're going to break it all down today with my royal and beautiful panel on this Friday. Happy St. Patty's. Yes, I have lots of Irish in me, so there you go. We are here with Joe Corley, licensed therapist, mental wellness coach, and educator. We're going to be leaning in on you today, Joe. Minister Connie, our entrepreneur, real estate investor, and author. And we have Constance Carter, our wealth activist. Hello, panel. Listen, I'm going to do a quick question because I will be very, very honest. At a certain age, I think I tap out on who people are. So when I got our topic today, I didn't even know who this girl was. And when I pulled her up, I really still didn't know who she was. So just quick answer. Did everybody know who Sky Jackson was before today? Minister Connie?
No, not at all.
Not at all.
Sorry.
You, Constance?
I knew who she was, and I heard my kids talking about Yerky Yerk or whatever.
How about you, Joe?
Same. I heard my son talking about her, but I don't really know who she is.
Yeah, it's interesting because I guess if you have kids, you know the shows and things like that they're on. But it showed my age today when I was like, who is that young whippersnapper? It was really interesting. But the more I dug into it and the more I started checking things out, it was very concerning to me. So before we dive into this, let's check out this video so we can get the conversation started.
Cuz you kind of look like me, but I got a question, cuz. How do I get a famous pregnant, cuz?
Hey, you gotta keep it P, man.
Keep it P?
Keep it P, I ain't gonna lie.
That's all I gotta do.
Yeah, keep it P. Be that.
I'm trying to get Zendaya, cuz.
You trying to get Zendaya?
Yeah.
Hey,
fucking Jesse works. Can you put in a word for me, cuz?
hey, put the word in, ain't it? Ain't it, P? Where you from?
I'm from Kentucky.
You from K what? Where you at? Get to the city, come on.
You in the city, Louisville?
Nah, we in Cincinnati, you in Louisville?
Nah.
Okay, so if you can decipher any of that, because I had to get all of that. You're like, what? And see what? Basically, the conversation was he wanted to be on the come up. He's gotten a star pregnant. And I want to also let you know that this Disney star actually has never had any issues before. She's been grinding since she was a little girl. And you know how Disney is. Disney really protects well, I won't say they really protect, but Disney tends to protect a lot of their stars, and it's a whole different world being a Disney star. So as you can see by these photos, she has been doing this a long time. Pretty young lady. She is now 22 years old. But when she got into this relationship and then when they got pregnant, then all sorts of things have come out. There have been arguments, there have been back and forth, there's been videos, and now it's a strange thing. So I am going to ask you, the audience, our family, thank you for being here today, and also the panel. Your first question is this. Obviously, he's touting that he has gotten a star pregnant. So do you think that some people intentionally target celebrities for financial gain? I'll start with you, Minister Connie.
I don't think that everyone seeks out someone that is a celebrity. Sometimes people seek out people that has money. But it just shows a lot of immaturity in this young man. I know even younger men that is more mature than him, and he needs to learn how to talk, because you don't know what he's saying. Just real immature. But sometimes in a celebrity, and your schedule is so rigid and you're everywhere. Sometimes when you get a little attention, it means a lot, because that one person is interested in you when other men are afraid to approach you. So I think sometimes we get into that little struggle. Well, he showed me some attention. I'm lonely. I'm on a strict schedule. So I'll give him some attention.
That could be the case too. How about you, Constance? Do you think that, people can intentionally get with these celebrities for financial gain? Can't hear you.
I mean, I was 15 and my husband knew I was going to be a star. So, I mean, that's what he did. I'm just kidding. Of course they do.
No, you're not, because I feel the same way. So no, it's cool. You're not.
No, of course, people, it's unfortunate, because no matter what, if whether you're a star or not, if you have any type of anything going for yourself, people will seek you out for that very reason. So that's the unfortunate thing. And when you are successful or a celebrity or famous, people target you even more. Some people will target you, and then other people will be intimidated to approach you. So it's that thing. It's better to just be normal.
Yeah, right. How about you, Joe? Do you think that celebrities are intentionally targeted for financial gain?
Sure. Yeah, but I think more like what Connie was saying, attention is a hell of a drug. I think the attention is probably more addicting than the actual money. Because I mean, like I believe Constance maybe said yesterday in the chat, a lot of famous broke people. People just really addicted to being famous. I mean, that's just where we at.
And that's kind of what I get the feeling off of in this, is that, he's pretty proud of that. where did he come from? They say he's an influencer. She kept him pretty quiet for a long time. No one really kind of knew who he was. But Terry Wilson said, yes, both male and female seek out a sugar daddy and sugar mama. And I think that we are seeing a lot of that today. But Joe, I want to tap into you again, because we always hear she a gold digger. She. It's always the women. She's the gold digger. In this case, we are actually looking like it's a guy in this case. So, is he going to get the same stigmatization that women do?
That's not going to happen. But it's not going to happen. But he's going to get a stigmatization for sure. It's different strokes for different folks, right? We're not going to. We don't lift up the gold diggers, and we're not going to lift up the clout chasers either. And this is what he's doing. I mean, getting on. So, how you get a famous girl pregnant, cuz? Like, his whole thing is going to come with his own stigmatizations and insults. He's not going to get what he wants from this, honestly.
Yeah, I think it's a false dream for that. Minister Connie, now listen, we talk about social media all the time because we can't ignore it. We really can't ignore the fact that, it's in our world. So do you think that social media and the influencer culture has turned relationships into like business moves or clout moves?
Yes, I do. It seems like everybody want to get 200 million followers for some reason. They get paid for it. So that's another reason why. But the thing is, it's a good evil and a bad. It's good and bad. Everything is good, but people turn it bad. And I think that your life should not be on social media. I know that I have a friend, she puts everything on Facebook, and I'm like, I'm talking about serious things. And I'm like, wait a minute, aren't we too old for that? So, and she hear it, she knows I say it all the time. But the thing is that we are, I like to keep my family and my affairs and all that private. Now, I want to share something that for information wise, yes, I will do that, but not my life. No.
Right. I think everybody feels like they need to put their business out there. And some people do it because they want connections. But let's look at this. Here's some really interesting stats. Clout chasing in social media. So Rock actually has over 200 million Instagram followers, and he is the most most by American Male Watch. For me personally, I would like to look Lenny a little better, but okay. Studies show that 68% of young people believe social media has changed how people date and form relationships. That's scary to me. Mm-hmm. Where is the real connection? I'm feeling like there is no connection. It's everything has to be on screen. Constance, how do you feel about that? Do you feel like everybody seems to want to live out loud? I mean, you and I do things for business, right? We do podcasts, we do things like that, but there's so many others that are not necessarily doing that type of thing. They just want to be the influencer. So how do you feel about that? Do you think that's what the world
I post a lot? I do. I've posted a lot since I've been on Facebook. I've always done that. But for me, it's so cool because I love Facebook memories. Like there are some things that I've posted about my kids when they were little, just little things that they've done. And, people always say, oh my God, I love the stories that you talk about with your kids. But when they come back up in the memories, are things that I've forgotten. Like, oh my God, I remember when my son said this little witty thing when he was 3 years old, or, it goes back there. I mean, Facebook came out when my young son was born. So for me, I love it. And I post a lot. Now, I would have never thought, because you would look so happy, right? Everything looks so perfect. Well, I'm not going to tell you that I was just like the good stuff. No, but on the real, I'm not going to tell you like the bad things. I'm going to tell you the things that I want you to know. Mm-hmm. And that's the thing that we should, social media, you use it for whatever you want to, but I do a lot. It's like,
Constance, we keep losing you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I think she's frozen. Listen, I want to tag on before we go to break to what, Constance was saying. You post, I'm sorry, Constance, go ahead. You blanked out also. I didn't get the last part that you said.
I said it's just like a photo album of just me being able to see like my kids, going back to see my kids growing up.
That's a good
and
thing.
what I was tagging on to is like, or if you want to feel like you're like me personally, when I lost my sisters, I didn't know what else to do. And I just wanted to talk, and I wanted other people to know, if you're going through something like this, it's okay to be this way, feel this way, and just get out my frustrations that way. And ended up getting an audience that follows me from that because they've been through what I've been through. So there's a connection for that. But it just seems like the influencer world seems like that's all anybody wants to do anymore. We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back.
Woo! It's a good show right here. But I'm biased. If you are just tuning in, you are watching Fly Nubian Money, where we help you master your mindset and maximize your money. My name is Tiara Williams. I'm also known as Miss Black Hollywood, and I'm the proud producer of this show because it is lit. If you want to receive notifications for when we go live Monday through Friday, 1 to 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. All you have to do is text the word Queens to 87948. That's Queens to 87948. That's QUEENS to 87948. Also, if you want to grow your money and not blow your money, all you have to do is go to flynubianmoney.com. There's all kinds of resources, there's courses, there's free giveaways. There's just no reason to be broke in 2025. All you have to do is go to flynubianmoney.com. Obviously, you don't want to be entertained here. You want to know enough to grow. Wait, I need to put that on a shirt. You got to know to grow. Got to know to grow. So know and grow with flynubianmoney.com.
Listen, we are here Monday through Friday, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And if you don't want to miss a show, all you have to do is text the word Queens, QUEENS, to 87948, and you will be notified every time we go live. And that way you won't miss us at all. You love these conversations, and we love having you here live. I want to continue this. And I this whole thing makes me feel icky. I'm just going to be very honest about it. It makes me very sad. And I'm really struggling with seeing what this young girl is going through. She's 22 years old. She has a child. And now she's dealing with these type of situations with this baby daddy, because I can't even call him a young man right now because it just makes me feel weird. So let's check out this other video and we'll get back into this conversation.
So Sky Jackson and the father of her child are currently trending, and this is what we heard so far. So right after Sky Jackson sat down and did an interview with People magazine, letting them know that she is expecting, because there has been months of speculation from her supporter that she might have been pregnant. She sat down with People's magazine and did an interview telling them that she's excited for motherhood. She did not tell the gender of the baby, but she just told us that she is indeed expecting. But now there has been a lot of digging on who the father of her child might be. And upon some digging, people are finding out that he has been saying some disturbing things about Sky, including how he doesn't want to have a baby with her. And these are what he, posted on Facebook. But Sky did went ahead and comment under Tasha's gay post stating that he did not say that. Both Sky and her mother are denying these claims, but that's not the only thing. It has also been alleged that he has more than one child. This is not his first child. There's some proof on Facebook floating around that he has other children. It might be more than 2. That include Sky Jackson baby with him right now.
So there is a lot here going on. Joe, I want to tap into you about, let's take the star element out of it. I want to actually tap into the emotional aspect that this could cause from her. You have her saying that, no, he loves me, no, he's this, but you have him coming out and saying the exact opposite. How can this definitely affect someone's mental?
Well, if you're someone who like leads with your wounds, right, or you're exposed and your insecurities are out and you're not really stable, then yeah, this could really be detrimental. I mean, you're just jumping up and down on somebody's insecurities, and that it's going to make you feel worse and worse. But there are people who are secure in who they are, who this wouldn't affect at all. But I don't know if this person is one of them. Like I said, this whole thing, not knowing these people at all in real life, this whole thing screams of insecurities on both sides. So, and that's where these unhealthy relationships, straight insecurities.
Yes, and what concerns me is, I mean, I've always shared on here that I was a mother at 16, and I struggled with being a mother at 16, but I had a very good support system. But, you know, I can't imagine what that would do to my child. I mean, it was already stressful enough, me being a young mother, but to have this level of contention on top of it seems to me that would affect your pregnancy and affect the baby. And we do know that everything, as we do as mothers with our babies in our wombs, they feel everything that we feel. So that really concerns me a lot. So I'm going to ask you, Minister Connie, do you think that wealthy people have more at stake when dating compared to the average person?
Yes, definitely. I'm pretty comfortable. I believe I'm wealthy, so I could say that. The person that I'm dating right now, well, I got engaged a couple years ago, but now I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to marry him or somebody else, but I did talk to him about a prenup. I think a prenup is important, especially when you have more money than that person. Now, for me to date, I'm not looking for someone to be on the same status quo as me financially, but I want to see how he treats me. And, you know, that's what is important, is how you are treated and how you're loved and how you're protected. This guy is not protecting her because he's going out there they're young. Young people do stupid stuff. You know, star or being a star or not being a star. They do stupid things. We all did it. But being a celebrity, I believe you need to have a prenup, especially if you have any kind of wealth. You need to have a prenup. And so anybody that will want to date me, got to have a prenup. Prenup.
Yeah, I, you know what? And here's the thing. In this case, though, Minister Connie, they're not married. So how do you protect yourself when you're expecting a child and you don't have the protection of marriage? Is there anything at all that would protect you on that? I want to check out some stats because this is really interesting. So we were talking about prenups and protection. A survey found that 40% of wealthy individuals regret not having legal financial protections in place before marriage. And I know a lot of friends who are very sorry that they didn't do that. But, you know, in this case, you don't have that ring on your finger, but you do have this. I do want to look at the next stat that you put up, because this directly is going to tie into this child support and wealth. In the U.S., child support payments range from a few hundred to millions per year, depending on income. Now, I'm going to pull that back down because, listen, we're talking about a guy who doesn't really seem to have anything but tapping into what others have. What kind of mentality would think that would be able to grow into something positive? We often hear about the glow up. So, Joe, do you think that this young man is trying to glow up, or he's just trying to have some kind of bragging right? What is your initial thought about his thinking? I want to hear a man's perspective.
Yeah, I look at it like a mask, and I see him talking, and I'm like, are you really like this? Like, do you really believe this, or are you just going with it because, you know, everybody expects you to be this way? A lot of people have really hard times, especially young Black men have a really hard time being who they actually are. It sounds like that would be something easy to do, but in today's world, like when everything is attention driven and social media is king, people have a difficult time being who they really are if that's not what's trendy or popular or the thing to do. So I'm looking at it and I'm like, the empath in me is like, this dude is pretending, but I don't know for certain. But I'm just feeling like he's not probably really not like that. But he got the attention he wanted, so he had no choice but to. We had a choice, but he felt like he had no choice but to go forward and keep wearing that mask and pretending. That's what I think.
I think so too. And we can present what we want to the world on social media. Constance said earlier, she didn't share the bad things. Like she shared, everybody said, didn't know what was going on with that. Well, there's certain ways that we can come on and people really don't know what you're truly going through because you choose to share what you want, your life on the internet. And many people carefully craft what they put up because they don't want people to really know what they're going through. It's kind of their therapy of keeping things happy. But we're going to take a quick break and we will be back.
I know you're busy, you got things to do, and you can't take us on the go with you every single day. Good news for you. We are now on Spotify. So if you can't watch us, now you can listen to us on Spotify. Search Fly Nubian Money and all the episodes shall appear. All you have to do is like, subscribe, leave a 5-star rating, leave some comments, tell people how you love us so that when other people come along and are looking for a great show to watch, they can find Fly Nubian Money too. One last thing, and just in case you've been sitting under a rock, Fly Nubian Money now has an investment club. We are the Fly Nubian Money Club. It's easy. All you have to do is go to flynubianmoneyclub.com, and I am committed to bringing in top experts from all industries to help you level up. They're teaching us the skills that we need to compete in this market. We often say that nobody is coming to save us, not the government, but guess what? We're coming to save us. I'm coming to save you with the Fly Nubian Money Club. So listen, all you have to do again is go to flynubianmoneyclub.com. We have a 30-day free trial set up just for you, just for those people that are struggling. Even if you ain't struggling, you ain't got to struggle. I'm coming. Okay, let me stop playing. I'll see you soon.
Love it.
I absolutely love our commercials. You know what? They do stick with you, but that's what we want them to do because we want you to know that we are here to help you. The Fly Nubian Money Club is one of the best things that you could do because you're going to learn something. You are truly going to be able to glow up and learn some new skills. We've had Constance, we've had myself, we've had Vanessa Gopal, we've had Marlo. We've had so many people come and share their knowledge with you within this club that there is no reason whatsoever you can't put your right foot forward and glow up your finances. So you definitely want to sign up at flynubianmoneyclub.com. There is a 30-day free trial. Don't miss out. Now, Joe, Deborah says it's important for young people to have realistic role models. I want to tap into that with you. How important is it for them to have these role models?
It's critical, man. I think that, we have to get more people in front of young people. Now I'll be sincere. Like if you got a room full of 30, you might get 2 or 3, but it's 2 or 3 more than you had, I remember when I was a young person and this gentleman came to our school. He was a Black gentleman. I don't know his name, never saw him again, never heard of him again, but I remember the things that he said. But at the time, he had this ring with all these keys on it. He said, well, every one of these keys goes to some business that I have or door. That's all I remember. Besides the fact that while we were actually in the meeting, I was making jokes, I was clowning the dude, and he was like snapping back, embarrassing me. And that's all I remembered. But the lasting impact of what he said in that moment, I never forgot that. I never forgot what he was trying to tell me, even though I didn't get it at the time. So what I'm trying to say is like we got to get realistic role models in front of people to say the things that are important, the things that we know to be fact, to try to dispel a lot of, the things that we need to unlearn. I mean, the only challenging part is that at that time, that man didn't have social media to compete with. I was just listening to him. So we need really talented people to get in front of these kids and talk about, some of the things that we actually need them to take in and to be learning that's going to really impact their future, so they don't, repeat a lot of the same mistakes that our community has basically, you know what I'm trying to say.
I do.
Yeah.
But I think that's a great point that, we definitely touched on. I don't know, these kids today, I don't know where I would have been without my village. Like my village. When I became pregnant, I was already like I can't believe I did that. What am I going to do? But my family rallied around me immediately. And the first thing they told me was, yeah, it's not always going to be roses. You ain't the first and you surely ain't the last. And so therefore, we are all going to help you get through this. You're still going to continue school. You're going to get your education. My aunties, I had 5 aunties. One of them said, I'm off on Mondays. I'll take the baby on Monday. Then the other auntie said, I'm off on Wednesday. I'll take the baby on Wednesday. So my son grew up in the village that I lived in, and I do not know where I would be without that. So I want to tap into you, Minister Connie, because you and I both talk about villages. How important is this going to be for her? She's had this baby. Apparently, according to her, she's still with him and he's still out here talking about 9. So how important is her community going to be in her life?
It's very important to have a community. I remember when I had my son at 20, I was in college, and I depended on my parents, and I depended on his parents. And so we did it as collectively as a group, because it's really important for a child to be enriched on both sides of the family, not just the mother, but also the father side of things. So I have a 15-month-old granddaughter. She is so cute. I just love her. Now I'm on the father's side. And so the mother, she says, whenever you want her, you can have her. She's so busy. But I want to impart some of the things that I learned and I have into her. So it's very important. And I have a scripture. The Bible says in Psalms 127:3 that children are a heritage from the Lord. So God wants us to have that heritage, so that we could put our beautiful upbringings, if they were, or the experience that we had into our children, and say, no, we don't want to do that. Well, I'm an entrepreneur. I want to instill entrepreneurship into my grandchildren. I want them to know how to go out there and make it. So those are the things that you want to impart as a father. I'm on the father side as the grandmother of this grandchild. So it's very important to come together as a family of community to come in to help with these children. Very, very important.
It definitely is. Like I said, I shudder. I literally shudder. I am 55 years old. My son is 38. I shudder when I think, oh my God, if I didn't have that in my life, what would that have looked like? Because I've also shared on here that my birth mother gave me to my aunt when I was 3 years old. I got to meet my mother and my other siblings when I was 18 years old. Their lives were 360 from what mine was, and knowing that I could have gone down that same road is quite frightening, because they did not have a lovely life. But Black Lexicon says the best scenario for both parents is to plan. That infers they considered their career implications. Well, I don't think this young man had career implications, and that's one of the problems. He also said that she needs to leave his foolishness in the dust and become a beacon example of how to navigate through all women who find themselves in this seemingly predicament. But let's twist that, Joe. I want to talk about that a little bit, because it says that she needs to be the one to become the beacon. Is that way too much pressure on a woman? Why can't we say that about the young man?
They is what we should be saying, not she. That is too much pressure, and it's not fair. But she has a responsibility for her side of the street. Like we have to be accountable for all the decisions that we're making and the outcomes of those decisions. And she does have some accountability in this. But all she can do is be responsible for what she's responsible for. Asking her to be the beacon, that's not fair.
I agree. And actually, AB has a good comment too. I mean, he said he was foolish before she got pregnant, not sure where her counselor was. Do you feel like maybe the family kind of kept quiet about that, Minister Connie? Obviously, this young man didn't just all of a sudden start acting like that. It seems to me he was acting like that beforehand. Does this fall into the bad boy category that a lot of time they say women like?
Yeah, sometimes women do like bad boys. But the representative's going to come first. They're going to always come first. So they're going to be really nice and everything. So he could have been putting on when he first met her family or whatever. And then the real person came out. So we always got to remember that. So give it some time before you just jump right into things. But I'm hoping that she take him to child support and the judge will knock his head off. I would show that video. I would show that video and get a lot of everything he got. I would just take it just because. So the thing is that he might be thinking it's all fun and games, but it's going to cost him one way or another. It's going to cost him.
I think it will. And I will not say, and I'm gonna bounce this off of you too, Joe. I have to be very honest. Some people, when we grow up, you put stigmatations on people and then you just assume that's going to be them for the rest of their lives. Mm-hmm. I have actually seen people who I thought have turned everything around and really ended up being good people, turning around their lives completely. So should we also not be putting this kind of stigma on this young man right now because he's immature and maybe he'll grow into being a better person?
Yeah, 100%, man. Like I sometimes, lower my head and I close my eyes when I think about the person that I was in 19, 20, 21 and things that I was saying. If there's video of it, I'm embarrassed to kind of watch it. I mean, we all just grow and we develop. Some of us don't, and we still are those same people. But a lot of us do. And, you got to give people room and time to grow and be who they're going to be. Life experiences sometimes or life events can be significant in changing the way that people show up in the world. So you always have to look at everyone from a place that's internal. Like how are you showing up in the situation? Because that's all you can control. And if something doesn't feel right, you have the right to move around from that situation or teach yourself how to be okay in situations that make you feel uncomfortable. But you always got to look at things from your side of the street because you don't know what somebody went through.
Exactly. That's right. And I always say you never know. You make me think about that too, because sometimes, and one of my mottos that I say a lot of the times before I end any of my broadcasts is to smile, because you never know what someone is really going through and they just may need that smile. And the reason I say that is because there is a true story about a guy who said he was walking to the bridge to jump off the bridge and literally said, if no one smiles at me today, I'm going to jump. If someone smiles at me, I will not jump. And just so happened someone smiled at him, and that's why he was able to turn around. So I often wonder, has she got some kind of trauma behind her, or does she just fall into sometimes maybe your first love where you put up with a lot of things? Minister Connie, do you think that may be the case here? She just kind of fell into love?
Yes, probably her first love. So sometimes we're stupid for that. I remember I met my son's father at the age of 16, and he had a car, and nobody that was in my community dated someone with a car. And I don't know if I was crazy about him because he had a car or what, but I dated him and had my son at 20. So after I had my son, I was like, oh, this guy is really not for me. I moved to Minnesota to get away from him. So I do, but he was my first love, first out of high school, in high school. So, and he showed me things. He was 4 years older than me. So he was out of high school. So all the things, he was just whining and dining me as much as he could at 20 years old that he was older than me. So it was kind of fun. First love, so, but we get stupid. We really do.
Yeah, we do. Get stupid. Yeah. We definitely do. Yep. Listen, Deborah says you can't tell foolish love nothing.
Nothing. And you know what?
That is so true.
I still got him around. I got my son.
That's right. Like, I wouldn't trade the world for my baby. Look, he's 38. I'm still calling my baby. But listen, we do get that beautifulness out of that. We're going to take a quick break and we will be right back.
Are you a Black business owner looking to expand your reach? Well, has Fly Nubian Money got good news for you? We are building a Black business directory to connect you with customers who need your services. And here is the best part. It is absolutely free. Email us at info@realvirtual.net. Send us your business name. Tell us a little bit about what you do, what services you offer, your website address, and your contact information. That's it. Together, we are going to build and circulate the Black dollar. Get listed today and start connecting with people who are probably already looking for you.
Listen, I want to stay here for just a little bit, and let me tell you why. Because here at Fly Nubian Money, every Friday, we have all decided that we are going to participate in blackout. So no Target, no Walmart, no Amazon. Many of us have actually gone above and beyond that as well. I will no longer be using Amazon. I will no longer be stepping foot into a Target, and I already was not on board with Walmart. But what does that mean when I need something? I need to find somewhere where I can spend my Black money that's going to stay in my Black community. And that's what we are doing. I am so happy to announce that we are having the Black Business Directory. So if you have a business and you want to be seen, there are people who are looking for you. And all you have to do is send in your information to us at info@realvirtual.net. And look, the Mr. got her B1 Black first on there, right?
Black first. Amen.
That's right. We want to keep that money in our community.
Right. That's right.
So, send in your information. We want your name, your business name, your website, your telephone number, and send in a little bio so that you can tell people who you are and what you do. And it's constantly building. So send your information in. And if you're interested in having a copy, also email us at the same email, info@realvirtual.net, and let us know that you want a copy. And that we shall get to you. Now, listen, we do have one more video, y'all. One more video on this. And let's see what this one says.
As if that wasn't bad enough, she was involved in another scandal that had people side-eyeing her again. This time, it was because she was allegedly under investigation for being connected to a money laundering scheme. This former Disney actress is being investigated for money laundering and drug trafficking. Sky Jackson. After all these back-to-back controversies, Sky went offline for a little bit and kept posting up with her man on Snapchat as usual. She had everybody convinced she was in a happy relationship. That was until a few days ago when news broke out that both she and her boyfriend were arrested at Universal Studios after a police officer caught her getting physical with him in public. According to the sources who spoke to TMZ, deputies were called to Universal City Walk after security spotted Jackson and her boyfriend getting into it. right. And the actress allegedly pushed him, and more than once. Jackson and her boyfriend both denied anything got physical. To the contrary, she said they were happily engaged and expecting a baby together. Deputies say they reviewed video footage and saw that she pushed him. Jackson was later arrested for misdemeanor domestic battery, cited, and released a few hours later. So as y'all can see, Sky Jackson has been getting up to a lot lately. Not only is her name attached to all these wild pimping and allegations, but she's also pregnant and secretly got engaged. This entire mess just keeps getting worse. To top it all off, her boyfriend is still working overtime to keep his identity a secret. Even after they both got arrested, there still isn't a single article or document with his name in it. Now, it's important to note that all of this is just alleged information, but if there's really any truth to it, we'll just have to sit back and wait. As usual.
Okay, so a lot of change since that we know who he is, but for a long time he was coming out with, masks and things of that nature on, trying to protect himself. And I have to say this comment who sent this comment? I forgot. AB said not only first love stupid, but second and third, fourth and fifth love stupid. It just kind of happens that way. But Joe, listen, we have now heard that this has become physical. And I'd like to hear your thoughts on how you think maybe someone would be able to intercede and step in to take this back from, it's already toxic, but now we're beginning to see physical things happening. What are your thoughts on that?
Intercede. I think you got to go back to Deborah's comment. You can't tell foolish love. As somebody who watched, honestly, my mother get beat for several by a man, who, she was a very beautiful woman and a very smart and accomplished woman. She could have had anybody. But for some reason she kept running back to this situation, right? And I know for a fact that members of her family were telling her to move on. But the thought process behind walking away from physical situations is still something that I'm studying on a regular basis. When that comes into my office, I've had that come into my office, and we've sat down and talked about it. My go-to in the moment is to process and make sure that that person is still operating in reality. That's the most I can do for the person. Okay? So I want you to understand what you're saying. I want you to know and identify what abuse is, even beyond physical. What is it? You understand it? Okay, you understand you're living in that? All right. And you still choosing to do that? And then we can start having a conversation about what it means to walk away from a situation like that. But you can't just step in and be like, girl, you getting beat, you gotta leave. It doesn't work like that.
It doesn't work that way. And in this case, the baby's been born. So, it didn't say if the baby was with them when they were out when this happened or not. But now you have a little one who has those eyes, and you just said you watched it yourself. I can't imagine, that and having a child to sit and watch this. It's really, really sad. It just breaks my heart. I'm just having a real hard time with this topic.
It's a terrible feeling.
Go ahead, Joe.
I was going to say it's a terrible feeling. And then you from that perspective, you just gave, who knows what her home situation was like, right? So a lot of times people don't want to give their children the same realities that they had, broken homes and whatnot. So there's a guilt that attaches to you, especially women, about being the one to separate or destroy the family. And they don't do that. So they'll suffer for the sake of what they think is their children's betterment, just so they don't break apart that family. It's a horrible.
Yes. Wow. It's a constant loop. It's it's a catch-22 in many situations. I'm sure of that. Minister Connie, we always talk about celebrities, but what lessons can everyday people like us take from celebrity relationship drama? Because it seems like they mostly all have drama.
We all have drama. From just every day, I deal with a lot of people that my employees having a mental health clinic. There's women that come in that are abused. And the thing is, I think they should get counseling sometimes they are afraid to leave, thinking that it's going to be harder to leave than to stay. But the thing is that sometimes you just need the courage just to change your mindset. The thing is, thanks, Joe, for sharing that and being transparent with that, because it is hard to see that. I know that when my mother and father was together for 22 years, she had 12 children and she left. So that was one of the things that caused her to stay, is because she had so many children and she was a stay-at-home mom. And my dad abused that a lot, especially with the mothers that stayed home and depended on the man to bring in the money, bring home the money. So, and with 12 children, it was very, very hard, but she did it, and then she taught us not to take abuse from men. And that was a good thing. And I think we are all very strong. So sometimes, when you have seen your parent been abused, you want to stop that. You want to put a stop to it. So if anyone is listening and they're in an abusive relationship, just walk away and see and pray and ask the Lord to give you direction. But the thing is that it is hard. It's hard for women, even when you're not in an abusive relationship, to walk away. But if there's any kind of abuse, you should walk away.
Yes, and let's also make sure that we address the fact that it doesn't always have to be physical.
No, not all the time.
It can be mental as well, and abuse is abuse regardless. Now, listen, we're talking about people who have money. Most of the time, we talk about people who have money here, but we want to make it very clear that anybody with money can be targeted, not just stars. In the United States, reported losses from romance scams rose from 211 million in 2017 to 475 million in 2019. Guys, that's 2 years. That's just 2 years. 211 million to 475 million. That is absolutely crazy. Listen, I don't know about you, but it makes me question what the world is really thinking about. Do we put too much emphasis on money and not enough on relationships? Joe, that's a question for you. Are we starting to shift to put more emphasis and more importance on money?
Yeah. It's output. I tell you, output is becoming more important than just being good humans, right? I'm speaking from the place of a Black male, and we had this conversation on Tuesday on my podcast, is that the things that we learn about having to be productive and be and get to the money are becoming more important than us learning how to be good humans first. Because we have to produce or we're not men, right? And I'll let y'all speak on what it's like from the other side of the street as women, but I'm sure, like right now, what I'm observing from women is they're having to carry the load in a lot of different ways, especially in this country, and that's becoming the primary thing, and not getting an opportunity to sit in their femininity. This is what I'm observing, but I'll let y'all speak on that.
I think you hit that right on the head. I mean, a lot of that then falls upon us, but I when you're young, you think differently. I mean, it's the same reason that I say my vision board at 30 looks totally different than what my vision board is now. I think it's a level of maturity that also comes with it, but matters of the heart are a little bit harder to tap into because you love who you love, you feel how you feel. Do you see that as the same thing, Minister Connie?
Yeah, you love who you love, no matter if they financially fit with you or not. Like I said, I'm looking more for someone that loves me and we care for each other instead of the finance. Because right now at this point in my life, and everybody's not there, I don't focus on money. I focus on the person's character more than anything. So that's very important, because you can have a person that have a lot of money and they're very arrogant. I know that side too. So you have to be comfortable in who you are. So you got to be comfortable in yourself first. But yes, a lot of financial hardship fall on women, because there's a lot of single women. But this $475 million, I was told it's up to $1 billion now. So yeah, for looking for love, there was something that says looking for love in all the wrong places. And that's what it is. Trying to buy love. You cannot buy love. You just can't. So therefore, buying things for a man and doing all these things and going out your way is not going to make him love you. You got to love yourself first. Invest in yourself. Invest in education, to maybe send yourself through school, get your real estate license, whatever you want to do. But I know with me, the Lord confirms me first. I get my confirmation and my confidence from the Lord first, because he was the first male that was in my life as a baby before I was even born, from the foundation of the earth. He was first. So therefore, I get my confirmation and that I'm enough from him. So money does not do that. And we can't take it with us.
No, you cannot.
All this stuff, I got a lot of beautiful stuff. But guess what? When I take my last breath, I want to see him. I want to see the Lord, because that's going to be the first important thing that is, for me, is to see the Lord. I'm not going to worry about that. And I've seen a lot of people that have been sick, and the first thing they want to do is get their soul right with God. They're not thinking about all that. When you're in pain, you're sick every day, they want to get out of here. So
that's true. That's very true.
Make your choices. Can't take this stuff with you.
No, you can't. You really, really can't. And there's more things in life to material things. Now, listen, one thing that we have talked about is being able to support yourself. And I think that is an important part of your life. You can't depend on someone else or expect the glow up off of someone else. You really, truly must feed into your own self. And that means body, mind, and spirit, right? So what we do at Fly Nubian Money Club is we help you do that. We have so many classes. Listen, Brand Your Brilliance. Brand Your Brilliance with Dr. Lene. She's going to tap into all those things. She's going to tap into what you're good at, what is going to help you earn and feel good about yourself by tapping into what you already know that you are an expert at. She just had a class. You don't want to miss out on that. So you want to make sure that you definitely sign up for flynubianmoneyclub.com, because honestly, when you know that you can glow up your own self, that gives you a little more self-independence and self-worth. And it can help you feel more proud about yourself. And maybe you may not find yourself in situations like this young lady is. And maybe you feel that you don't necessarily need someone else to be by your side if it's bad, because you can do bad all by yourself, baby. Go ahead and glow up at flynubianmoneyclub.com. Listen, this has been a very, very interesting conversation. I will say it's definitely been tapping on my heart. And I probably will be thinking about this whole story as we go along, because I honestly am worried about this young lady. But it's time for final thoughts and where we can find each other. I'm going to start with you, Joe. What are your final thoughts on this, and where can we find you?
Yeah, I feel like we talked a good amount about this, so I'm going to use my final thoughts to thank all the people out there that are reaching out, and to let you know I'm proud of you for scheduling your free consultations. It's becoming more frequent now that people are seeing this show and reaching out to me, trying to get their situation straight. And I'm doing my best to help as many as I can. I'm not able to help everybody, unfortunately, but I really still appreciate the fact that you're tapping in and getting some guidance on, where to go next with your mental health. But keep doing that, y'all. Keep doing that. realuconsulting.com. You can go there, book you a free consultation, and at least start the process of trying to get some things straight with yourself. Because you're not liking the way you feel, and it's time to change. Just like this is the time more than ever to start changing, so you can start glowing up in all your ways. You know, you want to get your money straight. It's very difficult to do that when your head's messed up. So come holler at me.
That's right. That is so right. Listen, I am a true believer in therapy. I don't know where my head would have been on a lot of situations. I've not just been once in my life. I've been several times in my life to therapy, and I can attest to how important it was for me, because it helps you to think outside of the box, because you can get yourself into a box and you can't even get out and think of anything new. I'm going to tell you now, you want to go to someone who has a heart and actually has the desire to help you be better. And that is Joe. And you can schedule some time with Joe at realuconsulting.com. Do that. You are worth it. And I can't tell you how much better you will feel once you have a little bit of help to get you out of that cloud. Right? So, Minister Connie, what is your final thoughts, and where can we find you?
Okay. Young ladies, please love yourself first. Invest in yourself. Yes, you can love someone, but love yourself first more. You can reach me at conniespearman.com. I have a book out called Lord, I Hear You. You could go on my website and get the book, read it. It's a whole lot of testimonies about things that needing God when you need him the most. He will come through for you. So that's my final thought. Love yourself. And, don't look to anybody else to make you feel like you are wanted. Just get with someone that appreciates you and going to love you for who you are and value you, because a man will value you, if you have the right one. So try to pick the right one.
That's right. Listen, and where can we find you, Minister Connie?
You could call me. You could find me at conniespearman.com. Okay. And like I said, my book is on my website. Lord, I Hear You. So pick up a copy, and I also have a journal for journaling.
Oh, she said the magic word. She got me at journal. I'm a journal chick. Listen, you need to make sure that you go to her website, get the book, get the workbook, because listen, you give me a workbook all day long. I love me some workbooks. Thank you, Mr. Connie. I absolutely love that. Yes. And here is my final thought. Listen, you are worth everything. You are pure gold. Listen, you were made to be great. You're not made to come and shrink yourself. And I have a feeling that this young lady, because of love, is shrinking herself. She has a very positive career going on, and now she has this to kind of help. It could be a test, but don't ever, ever, ever dim your light for anyone else, because you are worth it, and you can be the light for others as well. Don't know what her lesson will be in this, but I do wish her much love and much joy, and I hope she gets out of this cycle, and I pray that this young man also sees that this is not the way. And listen, you can find me at my website at www.laurakey.net. Listen, I have some great stuff for you there too. If you're thinking about moving out of the country, and listen, a lot of people are talking about it, but they don't exactly know where to start. Well, I have a quiz for you. And this quiz is going to ask you some very difficult questions and some things that you may not have thought about before taking the step of moving out of the country. So go ahead and download that, and it'll tell you, are you ready? Or maybe I'm halfway there, or heck, pack my bags, we're ready to go. So go to www.laurakey.net. Now, listen, everybody, this conversation goes way beyond Scott Jackson's situation. This is about how we view relationships and money and success. Are we valuing love and genuine connections, or are we treating relationships like business deals? At the end of the day, it's about being smart with who we allow in our lives, whether they're famous or not. So understand people's intention. That's a very key element when letting someone into your life. Mm-hmm. So what do y'all think? Is this just clout chasing nonsense? Or is there a real issue here? So let's keep the conversation going. And until next time, it's Friday, guys. Blackout, no shopping. Spend it in our communities. Stay smart, stay focused. And as always, secure your bag the right way. We'll see you Monday at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Have a great weekend. Peace out.